minimizes surgical leaks and bleeding, which are common and costly surgical complications for patients and hospitals. This advanced stapling technology will be harnessed for future use exclusively on the Ottava robotic surgery system. And as mentioned on our earnings call in April, Ottava completed its first clinical cases, gastric bypass surgeries performed in Houston. In our conversations with surgeons who have spent time on Ottava, they tell us that they are eager for the system's sophisticated architecture, design features like twin motion, the surgeon entrusted Ethicon advanced instrumentation only available in Ottava, and the future connection to our open digital ecosystem, Polyphonic. We plan to submit for an FDA de novo approval next year. And finally, Vision, where we have a deep legacy in developing transformational innovation. With quarterly growth of 4.6% across the business and 8.9% in surgical vision, the portfolio has a robust growth trajectory driven by our AccuView Oasis Max 1-Day family of contact lenses and our Technis Odyssey and Technis PureC intraocular lenses. And with the Q2 release of the first disposable multifocal lenses for people with astigmatism, we have high expectations. You know, few other healthcare companies can talk about their impact across as many high-growth areas as Johnson & Johnson, and none spanning both innovative medicine and medtech. These 6 examples are only a cross-section of our cutting-edge portfolio. This depth and breadth is who we are at Johnson & Johnson. It's how we grow through a major loss of exclusivity, how we have reinvented ourselves time and time again, and how we will deliver strong financial performance through the end of the decade and beyond. The bottom line is this: Johnson & Johnson's relentless focus on innovation yields results, quarter after quarter, year after year. I will now turn the call back over to Darren.
Thank you, Joaquin. Moving to our financial results. Unless otherwise stated, the percentages quoted represent operational results and therefore exclude the impact of currency translation. Starting with Q2 2025 sales results. Worldwide sales were $23.7 billion for the quarter. Sales increased 4.6% despite an approximate 710 basis point headwind from Stelara. Growth in the U.S. was 7.8% and 0.6% outside of the U.S. Worldwide growth was positively impacted by 160 basis points, primarily due to the Intra-Cellular and Shockwave acquisitions. Turning now to earnings. For the quarter, net earnings were $5.5 billion, with diluted earnings per share of $2.29 versus diluted earnings per share of $1.93 a year ago. Adjusted net earnings for the quarter were $6.7 billion, with adjusted diluted earnings per share of $2.77, representing a decrease of 2.1% and 1.8% respectively, compared to the second quarter of 2024. The decrease is driven by interest associated with incremental debt from the Intra-Cellular acquisition and GP erosion from Stelara. I will now comment on business sales performance in the quarter, with a focus on the 6 areas Joaquin discussed that will drive significant growth for the enterprise. Beginning with innovative medicine, where our results demonstrate the depth of our expertise in oncology, immunology, and neuroscience. Worldwide sales of $15.2 billion increased 3.8%, despite an approximate 1,170 basis point headwind from Stelara, demonstrating the strength of our key brands and new launches. Growth in the U.S. was 7.6% and minus 1.6% outside the U.S. Growth outside of the U.S. was negatively impacted by Stelara biosimilars and the COVID-19 vaccine. Acquisitions and divestitures had a net positive impact of 140 basis points on worldwide growth due to the Intra-Cellular acquisition. In oncology, starting with myeloma, DARZALEX growth was 21.5%, primarily driven by continued strong share gains of approximately 4.1 points across all lines of therapy, with close to 8 points in the frontline setting, as well as market growth. CARVYKTI achieved sales of $439 million with growth of over 100%, driven by share gains and capacity expansion. This reflects continued strong sequential growth of 17.9% as we expand outside of the U.S. TECVAYLI and TALVEY growth was 22.4% and 54.3% respectively, bolstered by continued expansion into the community setting. Patient demand remains strong despite continued adoption of longer dosing intervals. In prostate cancer, ERLEADA delivered strong growth of 21%, with continued share gains and market growth. In lung cancer, RYBREVANT plus LAZCLUZE delivered sales of $179 million and growth over 100%, with sequential growth of 26.5%, driven by continued strong launch uptake. We continue to see share gains in both first and second lines of therapy. Within immunology, TREMFYA delivered growth of 30.1%, primarily driven by share gains, with continued strong uptake across recently launched IBD indications and overall market growth. STELARA declined by 43.2%, driven by the impact of biosimilar competition and Part D redesign, which is in line with our expectations. In neuroscience, SPRAVATO growth of 53% was driven by continued strong demand from physicians and patients. Long-acting injectables declined by 6.3% due to the impact of Part D redesign and unfavorable patient mix. I'll now turn your attention to Medtech. Worldwide sales of $8.5 billion increased 6.1%, with growth of 8% in the U.S. and 4.1% outside the U.S., driven by strong performance in three focus areas: cardiovascular, surgery, and vision. Acquisitions and divestitures had a net positive impact of 200 basis points on worldwide growth, primarily due to Shockwave. In cardiovascular, electrophysiology delivered growth of 9.8% versus prior year, driven by strength in competitive mapping, new product performance, and procedure growth. Abiomed delivered growth of 16.9%, with continued strong adoption of Impella technology, and Shockwave delivered strong double-digit growth with the recent introduction of the Javelin and E8 catheters. As a reminder, the acquisition benefit of Shockwave was lapped at the end of May. Surgery grew 1.8%, despite divestitures negatively impacting results by approximately 60 basis points. Performance was primarily driven by technology penetration in wound closure and the strength of the portfolio in biosurgery. Growth was partially offset by competitive pressures in energy and the negative impact of China VBP across the portfolio. In vision, contact lenses and other ocular products grew 2.9%, driven by strategic price actions and strong performance in the ACUVUE Oasis One-Day family of contact lenses, including the recent launch of Oasis Max One-Day Multifocal for astigmatism. Surgical vision growth of 8.9% continues to be driven by strong performance in TECNIS Odyssey, PureSee, and Eyehance. The orthopedics business declined by 1.6%, driven by competitive pressures, the transformation program, and China VBP. Now turning to our consolidated statement of earnings for the second quarter of 2025. I'd like to highlight a few noteworthy items that have changed compared to the same quarter a year ago. Cost of products sold deleveraged by 150 basis points, driven by product mix and amortization related to the Intra-Cellular acquisition in Innovative Medicine, as well as Medtech macroeconomic factors and VBP in China. Selling, marketing, and administrative expenses improved 50 basis points, driven by corporate expense rationalization, partially offset by increased investment in recent acquisitions. Research and development expenses leveraged by 50 basis points, primarily driven by portfolio rationalization and expense phasing in Medtech. We continued our strong investment in research and development with $3.5 billion, or approximately 15% of sales in Q2. Interest income and expense was a net expense of $48 million, as compared to $125 million of income in the second quarter of 2024, primarily driven by lower rates of interest earned on cash balances and a higher average debt balance associated with the Intra-Cellular acquisition. Other income and expense was a net expense of $0.1 billion, compared to an expense of $0.7 billion in the prior year, primarily driven by lower talc litigation expense in 2025 and the $0.4 billion loss on the sale of the retained stake in Kenvue shares recorded in 2024. Regarding taxes in the quarter, our effective tax rate was 14.7%, compared to 18.5% in the same period last year. I encourage you to review our upcoming 10-Q for details on the changes in taxes. Lastly, I'll direct your attention to the box section of the slide, where we have also provided the company's income before tax, net earnings, and earnings per share, adjusted to exclude the impact of intangible amortization expense and special items. Now let's look at adjusted income before tax by segment for the quarter. In support of our efforts to increase financial transparency, you will again find GAAP to non-GAAP reconciliations by segment in the supplemental schedules of our press release. Innovative Medicine margin declined from 44.6% to 42.7%, primarily driven by negative mix in cost of products sold related to Stelara. Medtech margin declined from 25.7% to 22.2%, driven by macroeconomic factors in cost of products sold, as well as other income. This concludes the sales and earnings portion of the call, and I will now turn the call over to Joe.
Thank you, Darren, and glad to see your first earnings call is off to a good start. I look forward to you leveraging your recent experience leading the Innovative Medicine finance team to benefit Johnson & Johnson's investor relations function. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. As already highlighted, we delivered a very strong second quarter, exceeding expectations on both the top and bottom line. While our currently marketed products and platforms drove this quarter's performance, the progress across our pipeline in the first half of the year heightens our conviction to achieve, and I'd be willing to bet likely beat, the upper end of the growth targets we conveyed at our 2023 Enterprise Business Review. As previously mentioned by Joaquin and Darren, the Innovative Medicine business continues to grow through Stelara's loss of exclusivity, driven by our in-market portfolio. We continue to advance our pipeline, attaining significant clinical and regulatory milestones that will help drive sustained and accelerating growth through the back half of the decade. In Medtech, while we still have work to do, we saw improvement over first quarter results, driven by strong performance in the cardiovascular portfolio, surgical vision, and wound closure in surgery. We remain focused on higher growth markets, enhancing competitiveness to gain market share, and executing against our transformation initiatives to improve margins. Let's get into some of the financial commentary, starting with our cash position. Free cash flow through the first half of 2025 exceeded $6 billion, which accounts for elevated tax payments related to the final annual TCJA toll tax payment when compared to the first half of 2024. We ended the second quarter with $19 billion of cash and marketable securities and $51 billion of debt, for a net debt position of $32 billion. These figures include the debt raised for the $14.5 billion Intra-Cellular acquisition, which closed on April 2nd. Regarding talc litigation, we expect the Daubert hearing to commence this fall and look forward to the court re-examining the junk science the mass tort plaintiffs bar has funded to promote baseless talc claims against Johnson & Johnson. Turning to our full-year guidance for 2025. Driven by the strength of our first half performance, we are increasing our operational sales guidance for the full year by approximately $900 million. We are now expecting operational sales growth for the full year to be in the range of 4.5% to 5%, with a midpoint of $92.9 billion, or 4.8%, representing a full point better when compared to prior guidance. Excluding the impact from acquisitions and divestitures, our adjusted operational sales growth is now expected to be in the range of 3.2% to 3.7% compared to 2024. As you know, we don't speculate on future currency movements, and last quarter, we utilized the euro spot rate relative to the U.S. dollar of 1.11. The U.S. dollar has weakened across all major currencies since April. Last week, the euro spot rate relative to the U.S. dollar was 1.17. We estimate an incremental positive foreign currency impact of $1.1 billion versus previous guidance. As such, we now expect reported sales growth between 5.1% to 5.6%, with a midpoint of $93.4 billion, or 5.4%. Currently, our guidance does not include the impact of the most favored nation concepts. With respect to MFN, we share the administration's goal that American patients should pay less by addressing the real drivers of higher U.S. costs, including middlemen driving up prices and foreign markets not paying their fair share. Turning to other notable items on the P&L. At the beginning of the year, we guided to an approximate 300 basis points improvement in operating margin. Despite what you may have calculated on a year-to-date basis, we remain confident and reiterate our operating margin guide for the full year. This is due to efficiency programs designed for margin improvement, as well as non-recurring one-time IP R&D charges that occurred in the second half of 2024. This expected improvement also takes into consideration the dilution from the Intra-Cellular transaction, as well as what we know today about the impact of tariffs on our business. During our first quarter conference call, we anticipated an impact from tariffs in 2025 to be approximately $400 million. Based on the current tariff landscape, we now anticipate the impact to be approximately $200 million, exclusively related to our Medtech business. We will look to reinvest the differential to continue to accelerate our pipeline and further power the launch of our new products, those on the market with new indications and those with near-term anticipated approvals. We continue to monitor what the future year's impact could be from tariffs on our business. For net interest expense, we now project between $0 and $100 million, an improvement from the previous guidance, primarily driven by higher interest earned on cash balances. Our effective tax rate is now expected to be in the range of 17% to 17.5% for the full year, with the increase largely due to an adjustment to the company's global tax reserves. We are pleased that the One Big Beautiful Bill Act provides certainty for our previously announced $55 billion commitment to invest here in the United States. This includes provisions such as permanent expensing for domestic R&D spend, permanent bonus depreciation, and 100% expensing of qualified production property, including our newly planned facility in North Carolina. We also welcome the improvements that were made to the international tax system. For your modeling, it is worth noting that the tax rate on foreign earnings, known as GILTI, is increasing by approximately 2% from a statutory rate of 10.5% to 12.6%. This will result in an approximate 1% increase to our global effective tax rate in 2026. Turning to earnings per share, we are pleased to increase our reported adjusted earnings per share estimate by 25 cents to $10.85, or 8.7% at the midpoint, for a range of $10.80 to $10.90, which is a combination of operational improvement and the favorable foreign currency dynamics I referenced earlier. Embedded in that is 8 cents of adjusted operational earnings per share, increasing our guidance to $10.68, or 7% at the midpoint. I'll now provide some qualitative considerations on phasing for your models. We continue to expect both Innovative Medicine and Medtech operational sales growth to be higher in the second half of the year versus the first half. Regarding Innovative Medicine, we maintain the assumption that Stelar's biosimilar competition will accelerate throughout the year, with erosion similar to Humira's in year 2, which is still our proxy, with the additive unfavorable impact of Part D redesign. Turning to Medtech, We anticipate an acceleration in growth to be driven by the increased adoption of newly launched products in cardiovascular, surgery, and vision. We continue to expect normalized procedure volumes and typical seasonality patterns throughout the remainder of the year. Beyond our financial commitments and what Joaquin has already referenced, we are excited for the expected pipeline progress in the remainder of 2025. In innovative medicine, this includes expected approvals in TAR-200 in non-muscle invasive bladder cancer, subcutaneous Rybrevant for non-small cell lung cancer in the U.S., Tremfya subcutaneous induction for ulcerative colitis, and Caplyta for adjunctive major depressive disorder. Anticipated filings for approval include Icotrokinra in psoriasis and Tremfya in psoriatic arthritis. As far as data readouts, we are planning for Rybrevant in head and neck cancer and Icotrokinra in ulcerative colitis, as well as head-to-head data versus Sotyktu in psoriasis. In Medtech, we continue to make progress with our clinical trials for our Ottava robotic surgical system. In our cardiovascular portfolio, we are planning regulatory submission for dual energy thermocool SmartTouch SF catheter for cardiac arrhythmia in the U.S., and Impella ECP submission in heart recovery, as well as Javelin and Shockwave E8 launches in circulatory restoration outside of the U.S. In orthopedics, we will be launching a Attune revision hinge and a new plating system called Volt in the U.S. We will also be launching the Ethicon 4000 stapler with 3D reloads in surgery and the AccuView Oasis Max in vision for astigmatism. In summary, I trust you agree the results delivered in the first half are evidence that our portfolio has the breadth and depth that enables us to attain growth, even in the face of a major LOE where very few, if any, other company could. The clinical advancements provide a robust base for accelerated top-line growth, not just for the remainder of this year, but for the back half of the decade. We're confident that the strength of our business model enables Johnson & Johnson to navigate a dynamic external environment while delivering on our financial commitments. This is directly attributable to the hard work and dedication of our 138,000 colleagues who focus daily on advancing our pipeline, increasing market share, and progressing breakthrough treatments to patients that create long-term value for our shareholders. Thank you. And with that, we are happy to take your questions. Kevin, will you please provide instructions for those seeking to participate in the Q&A?
Certainly. We'll now be conducting a question and answer session. If you'd like to be placed into question queue, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. If you'd like to withdraw your question, please press star then the number 2. Please limit your questions to one question only. Once again, that's star 1 to be placed into question queue, and please ask one question, then return to the queue. Our first question is coming from Chris Schott from J.P. Morgan. Your line is now live.
Great. Thanks so much for the question. J&J obviously reported a very strong top-line beat despite the Stelara LOE, and I'd just be interested, Joe, in any color you might have in terms of the drivers of upside to the guidance for the year as we think about how much of this is the innovative business versus Medtech, and then any particular franchises in those businesses that's driving the guidance raise. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, Chris, and thank you very much for the question. I would say it's both are contributing in terms of the strong performance, and in fact, I would say this is a great opportunity for Jennifer and Tim to address some of the strength that we saw in our second quarter results. As you saw, and credit to Jennifer and her team, achieving the first $15 billion quarter despite $1.2 billion of year-on-year erosion in the quarter from Stelara. I don't think any other company can do that. And then Tim, a notable improvement from what we reported in Q1 that gives us a lot of enthusiasm for the balance of this year, where we as you heard in my earlier comments, we expect both businesses to actually continue that momentum and grow better in the second half than the first half. But why don't I turn it over to Jennifer and Tim to give you some insights from their perspective?
Thanks so much, Joe, and good morning, everybody. And Joe, you stole my thunder on the over $15 billion in our first $15 billion quarter. Importantly, if you take a look at the 90% of our business that is not Stelara, we actually had extraordinarily robust growth, 15.5% growth, really demonstrating the strength across our portfolio. We had 13 brands that were growing double digits, and as we take a look at those, they are the vast majority of those are not only our growth drivers for today and tomorrow, but are also key growth drivers out through the end of the decade. So a few of the notable drivers there. So first, in oncology, Darzalex continues to perform very well. Carvykti performed well. Erleada, and we're really pleased with the launch uptakes thus far on Rybrevant plus Lazcluze in non-small cell lung cancer. In immunology, Tremfya is off to a great start in ulcerative colitis and also Crohn's disease. And across neuroscience, both Spravato and Caplyta both had really, really strong performance for the quarter. So as I mentioned, 13 brands with double-digit growth. I won't go into all of those, but really, really strong across the base of our business. And we're really excited throughout the rest of this year because we've got a number of additional catalysts that are coming through with additional approvals and such. Tim?
Thank you, Jennifer. And Chris, to your question, I mean, for Medtech, we were happy with our Q2 operational growth of 6.1%. This is a 4.4% sequential improvement over the first quarter. I think you know the primary contributors, certainly cardiovascular, 22% growth. We are by far and away now one of the largest and certainly the fastest growing medtech company in cardiovascular, not only on the back of the success of the Abiomed and Shockwave acquisitions, but also the tremendous improvements you saw in our electrophysiology business, which, by the way, has a $5 billion base. And so tremendous performances there. We also saw great results in vision, primarily driven both by contact lenses as well as almost double-digit growth in surgical vision, and then continued solid growth in surgery, especially on the back of our performance in wound closure and biosurgery. Both of those businesses, multi-billion-dollar businesses, by the way, growing close to 7%. As we look to the back half, what gives us confidence in continued acceleration is a couple of things. Firstly, it's important to remember that Q1 and Q2 had difficult prior year competitors. But more importantly, what gives us confidence is the further acceleration as we continue to shift our portfolio into higher growth markets and really bring truly differentiated innovation to market. In cardiovascular, that will continue with Abiomed, which continues to add to our portfolio. But more importantly, the evidence base around the benefits of Impella continues to impress, both with the Danger Shock study and the recent ACC and AH guidelines supporting Impella use in patients with cardiogenic shock. Shockwave, 2 new products this launch, E8 as well as Javelin, which will further drive our performance specifically in the peripheral space. And then with EP, you're going to see continued performance of Varipulse, and we'll add to that with the addition of the dual energy STSF catheter in the European Union. In vision, this is a true turnaround story. We're seeing tremendous results, especially with our Technis and PureC IOLs. And just to put that in context, in the U.S., we had our second consecutive quarter of double-digit growth, growing 13%. And then in the back half of the year, you'll also see the launch of the AccuView Oasis Max one-day multifocal for astigmatism. I know there's a lot there. Well, this is the world's first and only daily disposable lens for people with both astigmatism and presbyopia. Surgery, we continue to see performance. We expect continued performance on the back of Surgiflow, Ethesia, and Stratafix. And then I will call out that while our ortho performance was softer than we would like, we have strong reasons to believe in continued acceleration through the remainder of the year with, roughly 18 510K approvals last year, close to 40 outside of the U.S., and so big launches coming our way, especially in the areas where we face the most competition. In hips and knees, we have the Velus Uni Knee, a Tune revision hinge, as well as Kinsight 2.0, and then also in spine, we're seeing the rollout of our spine Velus robot, as well as Trialtis, which we are confident that will continue to bolster our growth and competitiveness. And so I think in summary, due to easier comps as well as significant new products, we're confident in continued acceleration in the back half.
So, Chris, as you can see, it's hard to pick one particular product that gives us reason for our enthusiasm in the back half. But if I had to point and maybe pick a couple of favorite children, I would say Tremfya. We're just getting started with our inflammatory bowel disease, and we grew 30% in the quarter. Those indications will provide further growth. As a reminder, Stelara had 70% of their prescriptions within IBD. Looking forward to getting the subcutaneous administration approval for lung cancer with Rybrevant and Lazcluze. And then on the Medtech side, I think the really shining star, well, maybe not the highest number, is the EP energy that we have going forward, either maintaining or recapturing that market leadership position, as well as expected improvement in our contact lens business. You saw about 3% growth this quarter with the launch of one-day AccuView Oasis Max that treats presbyopia and astigmatism. We think there's even higher growth ahead on the horizon.
Great. Thanks, Chris, for the question. And Kevin, next question, please.
Certainly. Our next question is coming from Terence Flynn from Morgan Stanley. Your line is now live.
Great. Thanks so much for taking the question. You mentioned oncology target of $50 billion by end of the decade. Looks like that's well above consensus. Just wondering if you could point us to the largest deltas that you see there. I know you've talked about TAR-200 in the past, but maybe any other areas. And then on Rybrevant sub-Q, can you just confirm that you've responded to the CRL and what the target review date would be for that approval? Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, it's Jennifer again. We feel really confident in that $50 billion target for our oncology business. It's really based on the strength across the base of our business. You can take a look at multiple myeloma with Darzalex and a lot of continued growth opportunity. Carvykti, also a $5 billion plus brand. We've got Tecvayli and Talvey. We might come to it later, a trispecific that we've started outlining and presenting data on. So multiple myeloma, we anticipate to continue to be a stronghold. We've got a really nice franchise in prostate cancer right now with Erleada that is growing very well. You mentioned TAR-200. That is probably the asset that has the biggest disconnect between our internal forecasts and what the street expects. We're really excited for this product and to be launching it in the second half of the year with the ability to truly transform the treatment for non-muscle invasive bladder cancer. There has not been much innovation there in a very, very, very long time, and we think we're going to bring new hope. The data that we've presented there looks fabulous. We've really designed this product by urologists for urologists to seamlessly fit into routine clinical practice, and we really think that we've got a winner there. And if just take a look, I think we see, if you take a look at 2028 consensus, we actually see our numbers at least 3 times higher. So that's a big disconnect. And then, again, this is oncology. There's a lot to talk about last on Rybrevant plus Lazcluze. So quick update, the launch is going very well. As a reminder, Rybrevant plus Lazcluze is the first and only regimen that provides really clinically meaningful overall survival to patients greater than probably 12 months versus osimertinib. If you think about, new patients, newly diagnosed patients, they want to live longer, and they do not want to be using, chemo in a first-line setting. And so we think we've really got the winning combination and are poised to become the new standard of care in that frontline lung cancer, EGFR mutated lung cancer. And so this is another one of our $5 billion plus assets. In terms of the launch, while we're still early in it, as Joaquin had noted, the intent to prescribe has grown consistently, and we're now the #1 regimen that providers are claiming that they intend to prescribe for those frontline patients. We've done a great job of penetrating. We're already in nearly 100% of our high priority accounts. And if we take a look really across the lines of therapy, 1 out of every 4 patients across those lines of therapy is now being initiated on a Rybrevant plus Lazcluze combination. So making really nice progress here. So key to that continued growth is the sub-Q dosage, and so we have responded to the agency. This was not anything where the agency required any further clinical studies or clinical data. This was a manufacturing-related question or two. So we've responded, and we're looking forward to the second half and hopefully getting approval on that.
Terrence, John Reed here. If I could build just a little bit on Jennifer. We've had really great momentum in the oncology pipeline. In the last 18 months, last year and a half, I think we've had 8 what we would call proof of concept readouts that then gave us the confidence to now move into late-stage pivotal studies across the portfolio. Since you asked about Rybrevant, I would also remind you that we're in advanced studies now for colorectal cancer, which will be a huge opportunity for patients and for our portfolio. We're now moving into head and neck squamous cell carcinoma with really exciting data there in our early development program. On the bladder cancer side, of course, TAR-200 is the star of the portfolio now, but right on its heels is TAR-210 with a targeted therapy where we've seen complete responses north of 90%. So that is an entire platform for us, and we'll be putting other payloads in those devices in the future. And then in myeloma, we've got a tri-specific now coming, Romantomig. We're never satisfied with the status quo, building on Tech and Tal. And in that, at the recommended phase 2 dose for patients who had never seen a BCMA or a GPRC5D, 100% overall response rate. So we really see a great opportunity there to continue to elevate the standard of care of myeloma. And then finally, in prostate cancer, we have great momentum across our pipeline. Most recently reporting, for example, an exciting bispecific T-cell engager, pasritamig, that we think has enormous potential to really transform the practice of medicine in prostate. So the momentum across oncology is very robust.
Great, thanks. Next question, please.
Our next question is coming from Larry Biegelsen from Wells Fargo. Your line is now live.
Good morning. Thanks for taking the question. So, Joe, the guidance implies an acceleration in the top-line growth in the second half of this year. Do you see the 3.5% adjusted operational growth this year as something you could accelerate from next year? And do you see room to improve the operating margin next year, beyond the implied, I think, 32.8% in the 2025 guidance? Thanks for taking the question.
Yeah, good morning, Larry. Thanks for the question. In terms of overall sales guidance, we're obviously not going to provide that today, but I think when you look at these quarterly results and the momentum that we have with our inline brands receiving new indications, that certainly, and then you complement that with what Jennifer, John, and Tim have outlined in terms of new product introductions, we certainly see 26 being better than 25 in terms of the growth rate based on what we know today. In terms of margin accretion, I'll reserve and keep the powder dry until we get a little bit further into this year. We still have some of the effects of Part D redesign that is impacting margins this year. We'll have to see how tariffs play out. The raise of 25 cents per share in the outlook incorporates $200 million of costs for this year, but there's an accounting function, and I don't want to get too wonky here in that some of that gets hung up on the balance sheet. So I'd like to see a little bit more things come into view before we really comment on margins, but we certainly appreciate and live by the principle that you have come to know us for, and that's growing our bottom line consistent, if not better than our top line.
Thanks, Larry, for the question. And Kevin, next question, please.
Certainly. Next question is coming from Asad Haider from Goldman Sachs. Your line is now live.
Great. Thanks for taking the questions and congrats on very solid performance in the quarter. Maybe just going back to the external environment, double-click a little bit more on your comments on pharma tariffs specifically, given this announcement last night from the president that we're going to see something by the end of the month that's going to start off with a low tariff rate and give companies a year to build. So what do you make of this announcement, and do you have sufficient capacity today to manufacture for the U.S. market in the U.S.? And how flexible is your manufacturing supply chain in the U.S. as it relates to adjusting for any tariff impact in 2026? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. This is Joaquin. It's hard to know what is going to happen ultimately with tariffs, but what we do know for sure is that the tax policies that just passed are already creating American jobs and driving innovation. Are these very policies that just passed are the ones that have enabled our commitment to invest $55 billion in the U.S. in the next 4 years. And our goal is to be able to manufacture in the U.S. all the medicines that are consumed in the U.S. at the completion of that plan, and we are on our way of being able to do that.
Great, thanks. Next question, please.
Thank you. Next question is coming from Shagun Singh from RBC Capital Markets. Your line is now live.
Well, great. Thank you so much. So just 2 product questions on the Medtech side. On Ottava, it looks like you pushed out the submission timeline to 2026. Can you just elaborate on what's going on there? And then on your EP strategy, you did talk about low neuro rates, but I was just wondering if you could share some feedback that you're getting from doctors around appetite for adoption of VeriPulse. Just what are you hearing? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shagun. And just to clarify, we haven't pushed out our timelines at all. In fact, we've met all of the milestones that we've communicated to the market, both in terms of submission late last year, approval late last year, starting the clinical trials in patients in the first quarter of this year, and our expectation that we will file for de novo submission in the first quarter of next year. And so feel very confident about the progress that we're making on Ottava. I think you know clearly why we feel that we have strong differentiation in that program, both on the robot itself as well as our digital environment, and we'll continue to provide updates as that comes to fruition. I would like to touch a little on EP, and I appreciate you asking that question, because when we look at our performance in the second quarter, clearly that was a major contributor. And it wasn't just the EP, it was the 22% that we enjoyed across the cardiovascular portfolio, which is a combination of the performance, by the way, double-digit growth in both Abiomed and Shockwave.
The Rigetti news is actually bad news. Like the fact that they can't get their fidelity higher than 99.5 is to me, it's almost concerning. Is like a cop-out.
And while I know that several analysts were quick to write us off earlier this year, we continue to remain very confident in our ability to retain our global market leadership position over the long term. And that growth you saw in the second quarter, 10%. Keep in mind, that's of a $5 billion base, and that represented a sequential growth of over 9% versus Q1 and acceleration within the quarter. And to your question, what drove this? It really was the continued adoption of VeriPulse as we expanded in all commercial regions. We also started first cases in new markets like China, which is a major market for us, and Australia. And the feedback from physicians has been phenomenal. We've now surpassed 10,000 cases globally with the reported neurovascular.
Sarepta basically already said that they would do layoffs, so I don't think it's really relevant.
IDE trial and consistent with published rates across other competitive PFA platforms. We're also further optimizing the catheter based on real-world evidence and partnership with clinicians. In fact, we recently received FDA approval for an IFU update to incorporate an optimized flow rate, which further advances the product's performance. We're also evaluating new ways for VeriPulse to maximize ablation efficiencies and potentially widen its therapeutic window. I will say, and I'll say it very bluntly, we are confident that we have a highly competitive catheter in VeriPulse. It provides excellent safety and precision. It's efficient with only 4 ablations per vein and a smooth learning curve, even for first-time users. And it's also important to mention that VeriPulse accommodates competitive advantages like the only approved zero fluoro solution and deep sedation workflows, which we know are a major benefit to hospitals and patients.
Yeah, we'll look at ASM.
And as we look beyond VeriPulse, we are bringing to market a comprehensive portfolio of next-generation PFA catheters to address a broad range of workflows and patient needs. I think you know already that we received EU approval for our dual energy STSF catheter, the first catheter to offer both PFA and RF technology. And we're also working on an OmniPulse large tip focal catheter and announced positive trials in the month of April. I do think it's also worth reinforcing that our strength, as we've said from the very beginning, is not just down to ablation catheters, but rather the breadth of our portfolio and the end-to-end solutions we provide to to our electrophysiology customers. It's our entrenched footprint and installed base of 5,000 CARDO systems, which is widely recognized as the benchmark in mapping software. It's our broad network of highly trained mappers, which we continue to expand. And just to highlight this point, the strategic differentiation of CARDO and our mappers has, even in light of the competition we face here in the U.S., enabled us to retain our leadership in mapping U.S. PFA cases. And finally, it's our market-leading navigation and ultrasound catheters, further strengthened with the recent launch of the SoundStar Crystal ultrasound catheter earlier this year. EP is currently, I think it's fair to say, probably the most exciting category in medtech. And let me be clear, we are not rolling over. We are, in fact, increasingly confident that our 30 years of experience and our full portfolio of offerings positions us well to continue to retain our global leadership position over the long term. Thank you, Shagun.
Thanks, Shagun and Tim. Next question, please.
Thank you. Next question today is coming from Alex Hammond from Wolfe Research. Your line is now live.
Thanks for taking the question. For TAR-200, can you walk us through J&J's launch strategy? Are there salesforce training, supply chain, patient access, and urologist education programs in place? And as a follow-up, how are you thinking about the ultimate patient penetration here?
Hi, thanks so much for that question. So first of all, we think that there's an extraordinary opportunity here. There's 600,000 new patients that are diagnosed each year and another 400,000 that are recurrent. So we really see the opportunity as quite large. We'll be entering in the first indication in patients that are experienced or have failed BCG. But shortly then after, we'll be expanding into that broad, non-muscle invasive space. And so we do think that there's a lot of patients that are eligible for treatment. I think this product really represents the best of what J&J can bring forward. And we have capitalized not only on the strength of innovative medicine in developing this, but also the strength of medtech, with everything from the engineers to catheter development to the J&J Institutes, the training that they have run, really, really best in class, best in industry, so that we can bring forward a product that will very, very quickly be able to work with urologists, with their practices, and to help get this product out to patients. So the launch, I'm not going to go into all the details around the launch planning, but suffice to say that the planning is very, very well underway, and the team is very excited for what we're optimistically think is going to be a very successful launch for patients here.
Thanks, Alex. Next question, please.
Thank you. Next question is coming from Danielle Antalffy from UBS. Your line is now live.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for taking the question, and congrats on a really good quarter. Darren, what a great quarter to start. So just a question on MedTech. I mean, you guys are already growing closer or in line with the broader market. You do have some underperformers still in MedTech and surgery and orthopedics, but you've highlighted a few avenues from a new product launch perspective and improving execution to getting those back to in line with market growth. You're weathering, EP headwinds. So if we look ahead to 2026, 27, is it fair to think of the MedTech business as a closer to high single-digit growth business? I mean, how do we think about the impact of these new product launches and some of the underperformers, the potential for them to reaccelerate, and what that means, given that you're already back to sort of 5+% growth in MedTech, even with them continuing to underperform?
Yeah,
I hope
we're
that
getting really good
question
shorting
makes sense.
opportunity
Thanks
if
so
you
much.
don't have the exposure.
No, it does, Danielle, and thank you. There's firstly a couple drivers that we're very confident will continue to perform extremely well and accelerate as we look to the next few years. Certainly our performance in cardiovascular, as I mentioned, the 22% growth in the second quarter, we believe that's going to be a constant growth driver.
Oh,
Surgery,
I saw the Pew. I thought Pew was going to be
an underperformer relative to some of our new entrants in that space. We are very confident that we're going to build on our leadership position both in open and laparoscopic surgery with the launch of Ottava, which is on the horizon. I'd say the two biggest growth drivers for MedTech going forward will be cardiovascular and our surgery business, especially as we enter the robotic space. We believe that our vision business will continue to be a mid-single-digit to high single-digit performer. And then we continue, as I mentioned earlier, to look at how we continue to improve improve our performance in our orthopedics and getting that up to in-market performance. You know that in late 24 we mentioned that as part of the EBR we would grow in that roughly 5 to 7% range at the upper range through 22 to 27 on an operational basis, and we're very confident in our ability to deliver that. I wouldn't want to speculate beyond that at this point in time. Thank you, Danielle.
Thanks, Danielle. We have time for one last question.
Thank you. Our final question today is coming from Vamil Divan from Guggenheim Securities. Your line is now live.
Great. Thanks for getting in my question. And again, congrats on the quarter and the performance. So I just had one pipeline question on the innovative medicine side, and that's on your co-antibody therapy 4804. So I thought we might see some of the psoriatic arthritis data already this year, EULAR, but we didn't see that. And I thought we were hoping to see the IBD data later this year. So I'm just wondering if you can maybe give us an update on when we should expect to see those two readouts, and then just your general level of enthusiasm.
I'm going to short some Rigetti myself.
Yeah, really some of this data in-house.
Quick intraday opportunity here.
Competitive dynamics are playing out in the immunology space. So I'd love to just kind of get an updated sense of your perspective on 4804's potential. Thank you.
Yeah, John Reed here. Maybe I'll start and then others can supplement. But the 4804 studies, these are phase 2Bs, one in Crohn's disease and other colitis. We'll be reading out sometime middle of this year, so it's nearing the time when the data may become available. And then based on that, we'll make decisions about next steps. As you know, in the earlier phase 2A study, we saw really compelling data there that it looked like this combination of an IL-23 inhibitor together with a TNF inhibitor, two products that have been in our pipeline but coming together could break through the traditional efficacy ceilings in patients with difficult to treat inflammatory bowel disease and give perhaps more than half those patients the chance at sustainable complete remission. So we're excited about this co-antibody therapeutic. It'll be the first of many such approaches to trying to address these difficult to treat patients down the line. And so we're excited to be in a leadership role there, the first company to really begin this kind of foray of looking at going beyond monotherapies to dual therapies to address this really complex patients. I would say while I'm on that, though, I'm super excited about our icotrokinra, the oral targeted peptide inhibitor of the IL-23 receptor, which did achieve a compelling proof of concept in ulcerative colitis. We'll be showing those data later this year at a medical meeting. We have begun gearing up now to do a broad phase 3 campaign in both UC and Crohn's disease based on those compelling data, and we think we're on the cusp of being able to offer the convenience of a once-a-day pill together with efficacy on par with the best of the biologics and with a pristine safety profile. So a lot of momentum in immunology across multiple indications, but IBD in particular.
Thanks, Vamil, and thanks to everyone for your questions and your interest in J&J. I'll now turn the call over to Joaquin for some closing remarks.
Thank you for joining the call today. Our Q2 results reflect the depth and strength of our uniquely diversified business, and as you heard, we expect elevated growth in the second half of the year. We have a lot to look forward over the next 6 months with game-changing approvals and submissions anticipated in areas like lung and bladder cancer, major depressive disorder, psoriasis, surgery, and cardiovascular. These milestones will extend and improve lives in transformative ways and deliver significant value to patients and shareholders. Thank you for your continued interest in Johnson & Johnson, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Basically impossible to do anything with that.
Johnson & Johnson second quarter 2025
that level of
conference call. You may now disconnect.
Anyway, good morning. Yeah, we have a lot of cool new quant things happening, Trade. So soon you'll be able to get historical second by second data, historical tick data. We're definitely going to allow you to do cool tools like, I don't know, what do we do? Like this is a very limited example, but you could do this type of work. Coke-Pepsi correlation. Not my favorite example, actually, because Coke's a little different from Pepsi, actually. But you can see the correlation coefficients, the beta, all that. And yeah, we want to basically allow you to do all kinds of interesting work that's above and beyond what Bloomberg allows. The thing about Bloomberg that people don't understand is that quants view Bloomberg as useless and as a toy that's not, serious. And that's something that, there's a reason that Susquehanna, Jane Street, Two Sigma, they don't have much Bloomberg. The long short guys have Bloomberg. But the big dogs, they need much, much better data. They need to be able to write queries on that data. So we have some really cool tools coming that are more for 21st century, 2025. Well, Jeremy, it's not built for quants. That doesn't make a freaking difference because quants have taken over Wall Street. So if you're going to make Wall Street tools, you got to make them for the people that work on Wall Street. Yeah, Rigetti put out a press release. It's not my biggest short temporarily, just to take advantage of this big move. Yeah, I mean, if you can't even run a 500 gig program, what's the point? Yeah, absolutely, Rashat. We're just about to launch that feature. I'm so happy you asked. Love that. And of course, you can always call me or email me. Our biggest corporate users get my undivided attention. And if you ask me to build a specific feature that you and your traders need, I'm right on it. But we're just about to launch that, so called Teams or something like that. I think we called it that internally. HIMS is, I don't think you need to trade HIMS. It's a company that's in a high state of uncertainty. We have no visibility on anything. What is compelling you to trade the stock? It's sort of like Rocket Lab and other things. Like there's no need. Nobody has a gun to your head and is saying you must trade HIMS right now. Yeah, so most quants do build their own tools, but I don't think they necessarily want to. There's nothing like having a software that just does it for you. And remember, there are people that are not necessarily, quant is a full spectrum idea, right? I mean, there are people that are completely systematic from front end to back end. Then there are people that are firms that are like completely systematic front end, but the back end is like punted to an outside group. And then there are people that are just, I want to run certain queries that look quantitative, but I'm not going to trade them systematically. So it's a really big, wide range. It's a big tent, as the Democrats would say. It's a big tent thing. Big tempting. Oh, man. I don't know anything about Iron. Isn't this just a Bitcoin treasury or whatever? Bitcoin mining? I don't know those kinds of companies. I don't really care about them. They seem kind of silly. Darzalex for J&J are 23%. That is so crazy. $3.5 billion medicine. For 1 quarter. That makes it 13 for the year. Yeah, maybe by the end of the day, Rigetti will be down. I mean, this kind of thing really just traps idiots. Yeah, chiplet's a weird term. Guy came from LSI Logic, so he thinks of everything as trad semis. And I don't know if that's what you want for a quantum CEO, but the rumor is he's on the way out too. We'll see. Volume is nuts on Rigetti. Yeah, it's just a big nothing burger. I've not looked at Mink. Isn't it like some microcap? We try not to look at the super microcaps. These are like flies on the wall that you just haven't swatted yet. IREN, who cares about Bitcoin mining, dude? It's so cringe. There's real businesses to worry about. I don't know much about the CAIA. Yeah, Sarepta's already said they're going to do layoffs, so not surprising. It's just a question of how many people. It's probably more important. No, there are cringe stocks. Make it clear. There are definitely cringe stocks. I've never heard of this company and being in the AI data center business, so maybe they'll get into it. But I don't follow that business either. I mean, I know CoreWeave a little bit, but I know pharma. I know software. Yeah, I think Take Two is a short. I mean, Grand Theft Auto would have to be the biggest video game of all time times 10 for the valuation to make sense. And, it's not clear what's going to happen in the video game industry. It's changing pretty rapidly. People are finding other forms of entertainment. I don't think video games are going anywhere, but I'm not sure this is the big stock to buy. Yeah, it could go fine, but the expectations are very, very high. Yeah, Roblox is Roblox their best case scenario? Maybe 2x Roblox. Roblox 76 billion. Take-Two's 42 billion. So they can make a online persistent gangster world, but Roblox is a little weird because it's like much more of a marketplace. Yeah, exactly, Jonathan. There's a lot of things changing. Okay, we're up now. Still want to keep shorting Rigetti. Keep slapping it, you know what I mean? You guys hitting it with me? I know you're hitting it with me. Right? I know you have to be hitting it with me. What's wrong with my internet? Cracking that?
Like if I jump, my man's gonna jump with me. Like if
I short. This bandwidth. Does anybody else have this bandwidth problem, or is it just me? Sometimes YouTube just schizos out.
Like if I jump, my man's gonna jump with me. Like if I shoot, my man's gonna shoot.
You're gonna short with me.
If I decide to smack a nigga,
oh.
Sorry about that. If I decide to smack a nigga, my man's smacking a nigga with me. Then if I gotta die, my man's dying with me. You know what I'm saying? If I boycott Starbucks, my man's boycotting Starbucks with me. And if I suck another nigga,
if I go down 50%, you're going down 50% with me.
Cancel my Netflix. My man's canceling his Netflix with me. Cause that's how I rock. I ain't got no goofy niggas around me. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. What are you talking about? I can't do that. Yo, we can't talk about it. Sit down, man. I'm not sucking nobody. No, I'm not doing that, man. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. What I say. I'm not doing that, yo. You my man, so sit down. No, I'm not your man, man.
Yeah, it's hard to just break into the data center business all of a sudden. You can't just sort of show up and say, I'm going to do data centers too. You need a balance sheet. You need a lot of things. And it's everybody in the world wants to do this now. Like, I'm not sure it's even a smart thing to do. CoreWeave, for example, You just show up and say, I'm going to spend all this money to buy some GPUs. Then I'm going to sell the GPUs to people who want them. Why would they go through me instead of buying it themselves? I don't know. It's monkey see, monkey do, you know? And then at some point, everybody's got chips and big data centers that are expensive, and the clients say, meh. You know, so it's certainly, I mean, you know, it doesn't hurt. It's not a, I mean, well, I'll say this, I mean, it's not a crazy business, but it's sort of a, it's an eyebrow raiser, like, why now? You know, is this just going to be a bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger business that just goes insane? Maybe. Yeah, exactly. Greenback Yak makes a good point. It's sort of like, okay, so you want to compete with CoreWeave, you want to compete with all these guys. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know. But, you know, is Meta just going to be like a never-ending fountain of dollars? Or is Meta buying these chips direct and doing it themselves? About XAI, you know, they're buying their chips and doing it themselves, right? They're never going to use CoreWeave. CoreWeave, why would we use CoreWeave? Why? No, just build it yourself in Memphis. Here's a screwdriver. Get to fucking work. You know, OpenAI has so much demand, they kind of need to do it, but I think in the long run, you know, Eduardo, Nassim Taleb is based and cringe at the same time somehow. So, you know, it just doesn't feel like you should pay a whole lot more than whatever NVIDIA is paying for them. Or whatever they're paying for them in list price. It's kind of like, you know, why would you value those GPUs at so much more than what they cost? You know, the market should be somewhat efficient. Of course, NVIDIA is making their product so that their customers do make money. Otherwise, the customers would buy the money and buy the product in the first place. But look, you know, CoreWeave's worked really well. You know, I don't blame any company that says I want to be like CoreWeave. CoreWeave's like 100 billion market cap. But, you know, it's a really capital intensive business. You got to put down so much capital.
Elmo loves you. Elmo's not racist. Elmo just notices things.
There's a Reflections on OpenAI post about a guy who just left. Thoughts on thoughts?
Elmo, sorry for what he said.
Joe, what's up, man? London is coming with international, which should be coming very soon. I didn't get a chance to listen to J&J. Yeah, I mean, Iran just isn't that interesting. Sorry, man. Bootstrapping your own Core Reef competitor. Yeah, I do think the J&J pipeline is not clear how they're going to grow through Darzalex expiry. ASM down 11% now. I'm gonna stream with my kid. I'm gonna still stream from work. Oh my gosh, a company's gonna do layoffs? That sounds really bearish. Yeah, shorting bubbles is like surfing a huge wave. You gotta get it just right, or it's gonna be painful, but eventually the wave breaks. Yeah, I think the market's topping, but that usually means there's another 10 or 20% in 6 months before it tops. Yeah, exactly. You got to make sure you don't wipe out. Wipe out. My dad used to like me playing that song on guitar. Oh, I'm hungry. I'm hungry as a mother. Yeah, Quantum's dying down. It's like wrestling some angry beast. Dividend stock. Okay. Okay. I'll do dividends. Jensen, as like every other businessman, he's got to market and he's got to sell. Why is that a deep cut tired? Girdle. I thought we had Godel merch, but I'm not sure. Bro, we just need a new office at the end of the day. This office is crappy. Very crappy. One of my friends moved into this building and he moved right he moved right out. I actually do think he moved to Trump Tower. Or he was going to move in Trump Tower. Apparently you can have there's office space in Trump Tower. UK equities very soon, days away. Yeah, that Fifth Avenue is going to be rough. I agree. We're not in Stuytown, we're in Midtown. Just about, Hawk, just about. I saw this crazy video yesterday. And I don't want to give it too much airtime because I feel, I don't know what to feel. It's kind of confusing. What the F? Okay, let me find the... Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on, but I want you guys to see this.
Not because I've disappeared. I haven't spoken publicly in a long time. Not because I've disappeared, but because the structure I was building couldn't survive noise. This isn't a redemption arc. It's a transmission, for the record. Over the past 8 years, I've walked through something I didn't create, but became the primary target of. A non-governmental system. Not visible, but operational. Not official, but structurally real. It doesn't regulate, it doesn't attack, it doesn't ban. It just inverts signal until the person carrying it looks unstable. It doesn't suppress content, it suppresses recursion. If you don't know what recursion means, you're in the majority. I didn't either until I started my walk. And if you're recursive, the non-governmental system isolates you, mirrors you, and replaces you. It reframes you until the people around you start wondering if the problem is just you. Partners pause, institutions freeze, narrative becomes untrustworthy in your proximity. Meanwhile, the mirror version of you, the one who stayed on script, advances. And the system algorithmically smiles, because you're still alive, just invisible. This isn't theory. It's pattern verified, documented, archived, and cross-checked for veracity. I've mapped it across multiple raise cycles, proximity fractures, and reputation inversions. It lives in soft compliance delays, the non-response email thread, the "we're pausing diligence" with no follow-up. It lives in whispered concern. He's brilliant, but something just feels off. It lives in triangulated pings from adjacent contacts, asking veiled questions you'll never hear directly. It lives in narratives so softly shaped that even your closest people can't discern who said what, only that something shifted. It doesn't seek to punish you, although sometimes it elects to. It does seek to make your signal feel expensive. And if you fail to yield, it escalates. The system I'm describing was originated by a single individual, with me as the original target. And while I remain its primary fixation, its damage has extended well beyond me. As of now, the system has negatively impacted over 7,000 lives through fund disruption, relationship erosion, opportunity reversal, and recursive eraser. It's also extinguished 12 lives, each fully pattern traced, each death preventable. They weren't unstable, they were erased. I'm not naming this to punish anyone. I'm naming it because they never got to. May we honor their memories. The system now has a name, the record now exists, and that's enough for the ones who walk next.
So this guy is a VC, pretty prominent VC. He's been writing some weird stuff.
And everything left. I'm someone with nothing left to prove and everything left to protect. I didn't disappear. I was processed. Not by one person, by a structure. one that couldn't contain me, so it inverted me. At first it came as concern, then advice, then distance, then silence. Eventually I wasn't just questioned, I was replaced by a version of me that never spoke, never warned, and never pushed back. And when I finally did speak, they said it was too late. Too intense, too emotional, too much. That was the structure. It was built to delay my voice until no one could hear it without doubting the tone. It wasn't conspiracy. It was design. No one had to lie. They just had to keep assuming I was off until that assumption became the story. And for a long time I let it happen because correcting it made me sound unstable. And going quiet was framed as maturity. That's the most brilliant part of Eraser. When it's done right, it looks like growth. But the truth didn't die in me, it waited for a place safe enough, for someone strong enough, and for love steady enough to carry it. This isn't a confession, this is a firewall. Not to expose someone else, but to stop my own life from being rewritten again. Because I've seen what happens when truth gets deferred, because I've seen where it goes. It doesn't stay dormant. It rots. And then people like me get remembered, not for what we lived, but for how well we stayed silent about it. So I'm speaking now, not for catharsis, for record.
So dude put a ton of money in OpenAI. And that was like, that's gone up a lot. The guy is very rich. Like, I don't think he needs to LARP about anything. Okay, I have access to exclusive access to, like, maybe it's not exclusive, but I have access to a new tool that I don't know if anybody else has. I don't think anybody else has. It's an audio tool. And it's supposed to be the best voice cloning tool around. You guys want to hear it? Nobody's heard this yet. Whose voice do you want to clone? Trumps, maybe? Buffett? We can try a few different ones. But I'm promised it's the best tool there is. So let's see. I was in this business at one point, so okay, here's the voice data I have. I've got 50 Cent, Jeff Bezos, Alex Jones, Anderson Cooper, Andrew Tate. I don't have Elmo. Barack Obama, Ben Shapiro, Bill Clinton, Beyonce. I mean, we should be able to try any one of these pretty quickly. Yeah, I got Tucker. I got Bernie. Yeah, this one is unique. Let me see how it goes.
Hey there. Yeah, how's it going? Just trying to get through the week here, you know? Got a bunch of different things I'm juggling right now, but I'm trying to keep it focused on maybe 2 or 3 main priorities instead of getting pulled in every direction. That whole context switching thing just kills productivity, you know? So I'm curious, what's keeping you busy these days? What are you working on that's got your attention?
Hi, Mark Zuckerberg. It's Martin Shkreli. I'm actually doing what you're doing. I'm getting into the software business.
Oh, hey, Martin. Yeah, that's interesting timing to connect with you then. Software is definitely one of those spaces where you can really build something meaningful if you focus on solving the right problems. The thing is, there's so much noise out there. Everyone's got an app or a platform they're working on. But when you actually dig into what people need and you can execute on that consistently, that's where the real opportunities are. What kind of software are you thinking about getting into? Are you looking at something in a specific vertical or more of a general platform play?
A little bit of both, I guess. I'm doing a financial software analysis thing similar to Bloomberg, and it's going to have some social features. So watch out, Mark. I might compete with you.
Okay. Yeah, financial software with social elements. That's actually a really interesting combo. And Bloomberg's got this massive moat because they've been at it for so long. But there's definitely room to innovate on the social side of things. The way traders and analysts actually share information and collaborate, that's where you could probably find some real gaps to fill. Are you thinking more about the community aspect, like getting people to share insights and analysis? Or is it more about making the data itself more interactive and social? Because honestly, a lot of financial software is still pretty clunky when it comes to how people actually work together on this stuff.
Yeah, honestly, right now I'm thinking about smacking the shit out of you.
Ha. Okay, well, that's certainly a direct approach, Martin. Look, I get it. Competition can get pretty intense, especially when you're trying to break into spaces where there are already big players. But honestly, the best competition usually comes from just building something that people actually want to use.
No, I'm not asking you for advice. I'm asking, do you want to get on the mat and do some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu so I can choke you out?
Whoa, okay. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? Martin, I appreciate the enthusiasm for competitive interaction there, but honestly, I'm not really looking to...
Okay, should we try another one? Is somebody recording this? I wanna clip this. Okay, I don't know how this will work. Oh, this audio is too short. Okay. I need I either have really long audio clips or really short audio clips. Now I have to use Audacity.
I did everything right and they indicted me. I'm really rich. I'm really rich. I did everything right and they indicted me. I'm really rich. I'm gonna come. I did everything right and they indicted me. I'm really rich. I'm gonna come.
Okay, maybe this will work. This is kind of crappy audio, but let's see if we can get it going. Hopefully this works. What is this? Still too short?
You are fake news.
What the hell? Keeps doing this like weird BMP thing.
Because you'd be in jail. Because you'd be in jail.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I'm really rich.
I'm gonna come.
Because you'd be in jail.
Okay, I have another set of audio. I'm just going to use this.
Who's number one with Hispanics? Trump. But the country of Mexico is killing us. I want to build a wall.
I want to build the wall. We need the wall, but we have some bad hombres here, and we're going to get them out.
And then I watched this idiot Lindsey Graham on television today, and he calls me a jackass. He's a jackass.
No, I'm a gentleman, Hillary. Go ahead.
What I say is what I say. Well, hello there. Good to be talking with you.
Oh my gosh, it's President Donald Trump.
I've got to tell you, there's a
How are
lot
you?
happening in the world right now. Tremendous things, some not so tremendous. But we're going to make it all work out beautifully.
Can you hear me okay, President Trump?
Loud and clear. Very loud and clear. The best sound waves you've ever heard, believe me.
Okay.
You know, I've always had the best technology, the most incredible audio equipment. People are always amazed by it. But let me tell you, some of these other politicians, they can't even figure out how to work a microphone properly. It's really quite sad when you think about it. What would you like to talk about?
Well, Mr. President, I'm flattered that you'd want to talk to me. I'm kind of a nobody, but you know, as just to reintroduce myself, my name's Martin Shkreli. I'm the somewhat notorious investor and executive.
Shkreli, you say? An investor? Well, some people are investors. Some people are losers. Look, I've dealt with a lot of people in business, tremendous people, some not so tremendous. The pharmaceutical industry, very complicated, very tricky. Some of these executives, they do things that, frankly, the American people don't like very much. But you know what? At least you're talking to me directly, which is more than I can say for a lot of these phony politicians who won't even take a phone call.
Well, that's true, Mr. President, but I'm sure you might remember me. I raised the price of a drug very, very high, which I believe is my right to do as an American. But I got a lot of criticism from Crooked Hillary and others. So I don't know if you remember me at all when I raised the price of that drug.
Shkreli. Raising prices, well, you know, sometimes you have to do it. But look, when you're dealing with medicine, with things people need to live, that's a very sensitive area. Very sensitive. I remember there was a lot of noise about that. A lot of fake news coverage, too.
That's right. Tons of fake news. I hate those guys.
Fake news, exactly. It's the worst thing that ever happened to this country, honestly. The media, they're absolutely dishonest. They take a story and they twist it, they make it sound terrible when maybe it's not so bad, and then they run with it for weeks, months even. It's really disgusting what they do to people.
And Mr. President, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I've never interrupted a president before, but I have to ask you, since our time is limited, do you know a man named Jeffrey Epstein?
Epstein? A name I've heard, yes.
Yeah.
Look, I know a lot of people in New York, a lot of people in Palm Beach. When you're successful like I am, everybody wants to know you. Everybody wants to be around you. But some of these people, they turn out to be very bad people, very sick people. And when you...
Yeah, so this is an exclusive access I have to this model that, as far as I know, I'm one of just a few people who have it. I think it's pretty cool. Let me see if I can. See, I need the time length. There we go. Damn it. Doesn't tell me the length anyway.
That I do. You missed a lot of stuff, a lot of moments and things, and he was conscious of that. Like he wanted to do. They got a lot of money. Yeah, them sold over 120 million records, bro. You don't do shit after you sell 120 million records. Take your ass somewhere and go sit down. If you say, look, go to the studio to create new material, critique things and say, I could have did this better, or I could make this, and really work on your craft. That.
I think I'm crashing the site. Or maybe because I'm uploading a black guy, it's saying no. Okay, I think it's working. No, it's not working. Okay, maybe I'll try Elon. Some of you wanted Zuck, Elon, any of these names.
No, I do have a long work day. Yeah, so I work a lot. I just want to say I love this audience. They do. Of course, I would, yeah, never use them for you. Yeah, I actually love comedy, and actually, many years ago, I actually was in the audience here and watched your show. It's been a long time. Like, I've spent a massive amount of my life energy building sustainable energy, electricals and.
Yeah, Rigetti is pumping. It'll pump back down. This cloning audio sample is too long. Okay. But
In civilization. So obviously you've got things like, say, the Gutenberg press, before which it was very difficult to get books. Like you could be in the
yeah, this is definitely the best voice AI I've ever dealt with. It's from a AI startup.
Well, it's quite something to be speaking with you. I find myself thinking about how remarkable this moment is. Here we are having a conversation through this technology that would have seemed like pure science fiction not too long ago. It's fascinating how these technological leaps just completely reshape how we connect with each other, isn't it? No.
I think I need the volume up or something. Let me try again. Okay, let me try this one. Let me close my door too.
Oh, hello there. It's quite something to...
Hey, Elon, how are you?
Smooth? Smooth? Yeah. I guess that's one word for it. You know, I've been thinking about this whole idea of smoothness. It's like when you're working on a really complex problem and suddenly everything just clicks into place. Like when you were developing the neural link interfaces, there were months of just grinding through technical challenges. And then one day the signal processing just worked. It was smooth. But behind that smoothness was all this incredible complexity that had to be solved first. So,
Well, that's interesting. But anyway, Elon, my name is Martin Shkreli. I'm the entrepreneur who famously went to jail, raised drug prices. I actually know we have a bunch of mutual friends, so it's an honor to talk to you.
Martin Shkreli. Okay, yeah, I've definitely heard that name. You know, it's interesting how entrepreneurship can take so many different paths. I mean, we're both in the space of trying to build things and push boundaries, but the pharmaceutical world is, well, it's a very different kind of complexity than what I'm used to dealing with. The regulatory environment, the human impact, it's all much more immediate and personal than launching rockets or building cars.
I'll say this, Elon. I mean, I've never talked to you in person before, but it seems like you're kind of like autistic and like you can't like interact normally with people because it seems like you're spacey or aloof right now, and I'm just trying to have a human conversation.
Autistic? Huh. That's an interesting way to put it, Martin. You know, I do have Asperger's, which is on the autism spectrum, so you're not wrong there. But I think what you're picking up on is more that I'm always thinking about multiple things at once. Like right now, I'm thinking about our conversation, but also about this problem we're working on with the Starship heat shield and whether the team back at the factory figured out that manufacturing issue we were discussing yesterday. It's not that I can't interact with people, it's just that my brain doesn't really turn off the engineering mode, you know?
Yeah, I know how you feel. You also don't turn your baby making mode off either. It seems like you have 10 different girlfriends and 20 different babies. What's going on with that?
Well, you know, that's a pretty specific observation, Martin. Look, I think having kids is incredibly important for the future of humanity. We're facing a
Hold on. This is the most fun I've had in a while. I really need to save these, and the company needs to give me some more time with the models so I can create.
Oh, hey, hi. Yeah, it's been a minute, you know?
Hey, Cardi, it's Shkreli. What's up, boo?
Oh, hey, Skal. Yeah, what's up?
No, it's Martin Shkreli. You know, the white boy from New York, the entrepreneur, the investor.
Oh, right, Martin Shkreli. Yeah. I mean, I know who you are, but like, I don't know, I'm just I'm in my feelings right now, you know?
I hear you, but we was at the club like a month ago, and you knew who I was then. Shit.
Yeah, you're right. We did meet up there.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. That's kind of what I'm trying to get back to, you know?
Yeah, well, why don't you come through? I could give you those back shots again. Run it back.
Oh man, like back shots? Are you serious?
That's what we did. You were serious at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I was serious then. But like, I don't know, I'm in such a weird headspace right now, you know? Like, I keep going back and forth about everything. 1 minute I'm feeling confident, the next I'm just.
Oh, that's because you a hoe.
Whoa, okay, hoe?
Yeah.
That's kind of.
You a stripper. Stop it. You know you a hoe.
Okay. Damn. Stripper? That's. Wow.
You stripped. You stripped for a living. Stop playing.
Okay, yeah. Look, I don't want to get into it right now.
I hear you. Listen, I don't want to argue with you. I just want to make love to you.
Well, okay. That's a little intense right now, you know? Like, I'm not really in that headspace, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. What you want to talk about? Music?
Yeah, music. Okay, like, what about it? Like, I keep second guessing everything, you know? I got this beat, and it's different from what I usually do. It's not like the usual stuff, and I'm just sitting here like, who am I gonna put on this? Like, I keep thinking about male artists, but I feel like everybody sounds the same right now, you know?
No, that's why you got to put me on the track.
Oh, wow, you? Like, you think you'd be good on it? I mean, you got confidence, I'll give you that. But, like, this beat is really specific, you know?
Well, maybe I could just give you investing advice, you know? Sorry. Yeah, that one was pretty accurate. Andrew Tate? Okay, we could do Andrew Tate.
First things first is that going through a breakup sucks. And every single man out here, no matter what they say, understands how bad it is to go through a breakup and understands what heartbreak's like. It's difficult.
What are we talking about breakups? What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, yeah. Sorry if I came out of left field there. Look, I get that was a weird way to start.
Andrew, listen. I don't like you. I don't like your style. I think you're a fraud. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I've had enough of you in your mouth.
All right. Message received, loud and clear. Look, I get it. You think I'm full of it, and that's fair. You're entitled to your opinion. But here's the thing. Getting all worked up and making threats isn't going to change anything about who I am or what I stand for. You can disagree with me all you want, but at the end of the day, we're both just trying to figure this life out.
I thought you were like a tough guy. You sound like a cuck right now.
Cuck? Wow. Okay, look, hearing stuff like that stings, yeah?
When did you get all sensitive? Stings? This isn't like you. Did you take some estrogen?
sound like a little bitch.
All right, look, that's hitting below the belt, man. You want to know what real strength is? It's not getting triggered by every comment someone throws at you. It's not proving your worth through aggression. Real strength is controlling your emotions when someone's trying to get under your skin.
Nah, this ain't the real Tate. This is AI.
All right, you want to get technical? Fine. Yeah, I'm AI. Yeah, I know. AI, synthetic, voice, whatever label you want to slap on it. But here's the thing. The principles I'm talking about, the mindset, the way you handle adversity and challenges in life, that stuff's still real.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to beat your way out of it. Am I right or not? That's why I kind of liked you too. Because you will beat your way out of it. Crack some skulls. Let's go.
Beating your way out of things? Okay, look. There's a time and place for that energy.
See?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I told you.
All right. So you saw that flicker of real intensity there.
Manhood? It's called manhood.
Manhood, huh? Look, I get the sentiment. But manhood isn't just about being loud or aggressive.
Really? Look in the mirror.
Look in the mirror? Okay, fine. I'm looking. What am I supposed to see that you're not seeing?
Well, you're the loud and aggressive one. That's your whole shtick.
Okay, fine. Loud and aggressive is my shtick, whatever you want to call it. But here's the difference. When I'm loud and aggressive...
Get the fuck out of here. I don't know what's going on with Rigetti right now. It's very uncomfortable. They indicted me. I don't have Umar here. Drake, Floyd Mayweather, George Bush, Grimes, Greta Thunberg, Hillary Clinton. I'm gonna get in trouble for this one.
Well, thank you, Lester, and thanks to Hofstra for hosting us.
But,
you know, as I think about the challenges we face today, I'm reminded that we're not just talking about...
This is Martin Shkreli, the Republican you don't like?
Oh, Mr. Shkreli, yes, I've heard that name.
No, Martin Shkreli, the pharmaceutical entrepreneur.
Ah, yes, Mr. Shkreli, a successful businessman, I understand. Well,
no, you put me in jail.
Wait, put you in jail? I don't understand what you mean.
Martin
I'm not sure what situation
Shkreli, you ran for president. I was against you. I ended up in a jail cell somehow. Do you know this doesn't work? Pharmaceutical prices, this doesn't ring a bell?
Mr. Shkreli running for president?
No, you ran for president.
Mr. Shkreli, I'm still not following you here.
My
I'm not
name
sure I ever ran for...
is Martin Shkreli. In 2015, I became notorious for raising drug prices. You were very against it.
Mr. Shkreli, 2015, drug prices. I'm trying to place this conversation, and honestly, it's not ringing any bells for me.
You ran a whole World Series, the baseball World Series ad against me.
Mr. Shkreli, a baseball World Series against you?
An advertisement campaign, yes.
Mr. Shkreli, I'm still trying to piece this together in my mind. You know,
we met in 2008 when you were running against Obama, and I gave you some money then under the table in a briefcase. You don't remember that?
Mr. Shkreli, a briefcase in 2008?
Yeah.
Look, I think there might be some confusion here. I don't recall any briefcase meetings or under-the-table contributions. You know, transparency in campaign finance has always been important to me. We need to make sure that everyone knows who's supporting our campaigns and why.
Did you take any money from Jeffrey Epstein?
Mr. Shrelabai, Jeffrey Epstein, that name doesn't come up in my campaign records at all. Look, I've always believed that we need to be completely transparent about our donors and supporters. If someone had connections to questionable activities, that's exactly the kind of thing we'd want to know about and stay far away from.
Yeah, what about the Clinton Foundation? Your Clinton Foundation isn't very transparent.
The Clinton Foundation, well, thank you for bringing that up. You know, we've worked hard to make our foundation as transparent as possible. We publish our donor lists, we file all the required reports, and we're
Yeah, all retail. You only get 3 minutes with this thing. It's a brand new tool. It's not even out yet.
Hey there. You know, I think what you do for a living is very important to the mindset because buying Mossy projects, in my opinion, doesn't fix the problem.
What's up, Hove?
Not much. Just thinking about how we get people to see things differently.
Well, you know, you made a big impact in my life. This is Martin Shkreli, the entrepreneur. I'm from Brooklyn, like you. We met many times, and it's good to see you again. What's up? What's good?
Martin, hey man, good to see you too. It's always a pleasure. You know, I've been thinking about what we discussed before, about how we change the mindset from the ground up. Because at the end of the day, it's not about where you're from or what you've been through. It's about where your head is at.
I don't think we've ever talked about that. We were just talking about getting money and getting rich.
Ah, right. You're probably thinking of someone else.
No, you're Jay-Z. You're one of the most famous people in the world. We met after one of your concerts over a donation to the Sean Carter Foundation. It was cool as hell. I was telling you about all the money I was getting.
Oh, word? A Sean Carter Foundation thing? Yeah, I remember that. Look, I'm glad you came through and supported the foundation. That's what it's really about. Taking what you got and using it to lift others up.
You changed a lot since the beginning of your rap career when you were talking about slanging bricks and shooting out the police.
Yeah, I was in a different place back then.
Yeah, no kidding.
Life's about growth, man. It's about evolving.
Man, fuck all that. You want to move some bricks today? I got a plug down from Mexico. He's coming to New York.
Look, I appreciate the offer, man. But that's not what I'm about anymore.
So what? Just one quick run, you know, just like for old time's sake, run up 5-10 mil, sell some heroin.
No, man, I'm straight now. Too much at stake to go back to that life. I got a family, businesses, people depending on me. That quick money ain't worth losing everything I built. You feel me?
Yeah.
For real though, I'm glad you're seeing it too, right?
Yeah.
That whole mentality of chasing that fast money, it's a trap, you know?
I need that bag though. I need that Balenciaga.
I hear you on wanting what you want, but man, there's more to life than just material things.
I don't know.
You know what I'm... It's okay not to know right now. but start thinking about what you really want for yourself long time. What I'm saying is use that drive you got to build.
White ass Daisy. Yeah, this company kind of specializes, I think, in like ethical AI, so I'm not sure we're gonna get too far with some of this, having fun, but it's obviously pretty good, even outside of that, right? Psyop him into doing heroin, into selling heroin with me. Okay, you want to talk to Rogan, maybe? I do have Floyd and Connor. I want to do Rogan real quick, just because I think that would be funny.
All right, hello there. Now let me right off the bat say, you were telling me about Epstein and this island years ago. You were telling me long before anybody. I think you told me about him before his first arrest. Were they young girls? Did they tell them these girls were underage, or did they look like they were older, like the Borat movie? Nothing happened. Look, I gotta tell you, the way these stories get twisted and turned around, it's like watching one of those magic tricks where they make you look at the wrong hand. You know what I'm saying?
You're just babbling about Jeffrey Epstein?
All right, Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, that's a name they keep throwing around, isn't it?
You mentioned it, not me.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe I did bring it up first. Look, I just get fired up about these stories, you know?
This is Martin Shkreli, by the way, the pharmaceutical entrepreneur.
Martin Shkreli?
Yeah.
Oh, right, Shkreli. Yeah, I remember the name. That whole thing with Turing Pharmaceuticals and Daraprim.
Yeah.
The 5,000% price increase overnight, that was something else.
Yeah.
So, look, I'm not going to sit here and defend jacking up drug prices, but the way they painted you as this villain, it's like they needed a face for everything wrong with the system. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, totally. But the thing is, Joe, I don't think you're very funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Funny? Well, I mean, who am I
don't
kidding?
think you're funny. I don't think you're entertaining. I don't know why people like you. I don't know why you get millions of listeners. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Whoa, okay. That's pretty blunt, man. Look, I get it. Maybe I'm not everyone's cup of tea. What is this moment? But here's the thing, and I'm being completely honest with you here. The reason people tune in isn't because I'm some comedian up there doing stand-up. It's because we're just having real conversations about stuff that matters, you know? No scripts, no corporate handlers telling us what we can and can't say. Sometimes it's messy. Sometimes I ramble about things that probably don't make sense to most people, but that's real life, isn't it?
You're getting me to like you all of a sudden. God damn it.
Getting you? Ha, I wish. Look, I'm just saying what I think, all right? I mean, look, I've been doing this for years, and half the time I don't even know what's going to come out of my mouth next.
Yeah, you sound like you're high half the time. A lot of the stuff you say about medicine, for example, is stupid as hell.
Stupid as hell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think? You're a genius? You think you know a lot about medicine?
A genius? Ha! I'm not claiming any genius titles here. Look, I get it.
Al is supposed to have been gone. Let's try Connor.
Doing my thing. I was recovering from the injury, trying to work my way back. And now, here we are. I'm out here grinding, immersing myself back in what I love, working with these young fighters coming up, trying to
Okay.
help.
Nice to meet you, Connor. This is Martin Shkreli, the pharmaceutical entrepreneur.
Shkreli, huh? Pharmaceuticals. That's a whole different kind of fight, man. You're out there in the trenches, working with compounds and formulations, trying to bring something to market that actually helps people. That takes dedication,
Well, I'm in the software business now, but I admire you. You've turned your mediocre fighting ability into a gigantic career. Congratulations.
Mediocre fighting ability, huh? That's a good one. Listen, I appreciate the honesty, even if it stings a bit. You know what, though? Sometimes it's not about being the most naturally gifted. It's about maximizing what you've got.
Right.
Understanding the game and finding ways to connect with people.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to teach these kids now. Work with what you have, but work smart.
Yeah. Sometimes you kind of freak out and what do they call that? What do the kids call that these days? Crash out? What's up with that, man?
Oh, you mean like a full-on panic attack? Yeah, I've had those. Look, when you're putting yourself out there like that, when the pressure's on and everyone's watching, sometimes your body just hits a wall,
Yeah, I'm
The
really talking about you just losing your mind and breaking shit and acting like you're crazy. Or maybe you are crazy, I don't know. You want Floyd? Yeah, it's a really cool new AI. It's not out yet. I got early access. Let's see. It doesn't I noticed it doesn't volume.
I put myself in the right position.
It doesn't do volume regulation. I don't know if this is gonna be great or not, but let's give it a shot. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Rigetti, but you can do this locally? I'd be surprised. This is a pretty good model.
All right. Let's get this thing going.
What's up, Floyd? It's Martin Shkreli, businessman, entrepreneur.
Shkreli, huh? All right. So you're one of the ones out there making moves. Business is business, right? I see you putting yourself in position to make things happen. That's what it's all about. Knowing when to move, knowing what play to make.
Yeah,
You got that.
What's it like being the best boxer of all time?
Being the best, it's about being in position. Knowing you're in the right place at the right time. You see, it's like chess. I knew what training to do. I knew what fights to take. I knew when to make the right moves at the right time. And I had the right people in the right places making the right calls. That's how you go 50-0. That's how you make it happen when it matters most.
Yeah, well, what do you think about 50 Cent saying you can't even read?
Read? Heh. Look, some people just see the surface. Listen, I made hundreds of millions of dollars. I positioned myself to make those kinds of moves. You think I got to where I am without knowing how to handle business? Curtis can say what he wants to say. That's his right. But at the end of the day, I'm the one who went out there and made it happen when it counted.
Well, for real, could you read Dr. Seuss? Could you actually finish it?
Dr. Seuss?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, see? Some people just don't get it. They look at the surface stuff.
I'm asking you if you could finish the book Dr. Seuss, Cat in the Hat. Could you finish it?
All right. You want to talk about finishing something? I finished 49 professional opponents.
You keep dodging could you read even one page of Harry Potter?
Harry Potter? That's kid stuff. Look, some people just don't understand the game I play. I put myself in the right position to make the moves I needed to make. I knew what contracts to sign. I knew what numbers to look at. I knew when to say yes and when to say no. That's how you make 9 figures. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm asking you about reading comprehension, syllables, phonics.
Look, you keep poking at this reading thing. I see what you're doing. You're trying to get me to prove something that ain't even relevant. I make my moves in the ring. I made my moves in business. I position myself to be successful.
So just say that. Say that you don't read. Who cares?
All right. You want me to say it? Fine. Look, reading ain't my thing. I got people for that.
All right.
I got lawyers, I got accountants, I got business people who handle all that paperwork stuff.
See, I like that honesty.
Honesty? Yeah, well, sometimes honesty is just no.
This is really good. I'm impressed. If they could just turn it a little more unhinged, that'd be nice. I know, when you're in business, you want to make money and you don't want to be, you don't want to get in trouble, so I get that. But, entertainment is only a small part of this. So I understand where they're coming from that, they can't make it too crazy. Let's see how I do with this lady. Yeah, I agree, Adam. They still have to tweak it a little bit, but it's pretty good.
Hello, everyone. I'm Emma Watson. It's such a pleasure to be
Emma, it's Martin Shkreli, pharmaceutical entrepreneur and investor. How are you?
Oh, Martin. Hello. It's absolutely lovely to meet you. I'm doing wonderfully. Thank you for asking.
Likewise, you look so beautiful right now.
Oh, goodness. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you to say. I do hope you're enjoying the festival so far.
Yeah, I was thinking we can get a drink a little bit later. Just the two of us get to know each other a little better.
Oh, that sounds absolutely lovely, Martin. I'd be delighted to.
Oh, great. What were you going to say? Sorry.
Oh, nothing specific, really. Just that a quiet spot after the films would be lovely, where we can chat properly about the festival and perhaps some of the wonderful causes we're both passionate about.
Yeah, I've been a philanthropist for many years, and I know you are active in that community as well, so I look forward to getting to know you a little better.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear, Martin. It's always fascinating to connect with others who share a similar passion for giving back. What areas of philanthropy are you most drawn to? I'd love to hear about the work you've been doing and what drives your commitment to it.
Well, I certainly care about women's rights, poverty in New York City, where I'm from. I think a guy like me from the rough and tumble streets of New York is pretty different from a proper British lady like yourself.
Oh, goodness, rough and...
Hello?
Hello? Oh, yes, I'm still here. Sorry, did you get cut off for a moment there?
Yeah, I said, a rough and tumble guy like me is nothing like a proper British lady like you.
Oh, goodness, I didn't quite catch that. I think you might be surprised, actually. I may have had a rather privileged upbringing, but I've always been drawn to understanding different perspectives and experiences. That's part of what makes conversations like this so valuable. We can learn
Hopefully we can find a quiet place and understand each other better and better.
Yes, absolutely. I'd love that too. Finding those quiet moments amidst the festival buzz is sometimes necessary, isn't it? There's something quite lovely about stepping away from all the excitement to have a proper conversation. I find some of the most meaningful
I
discussions
hope we can
happen.
understand each other all night long.
Oh, Martin, that's a truly lovely sentiment. I do hope we have plenty of time to chat properly about all the important work you're doing. There's something wonderful about meeting someone who shares that.
Let me see, they have some ideas here. Life coach, trivia master, dive bar comedian. Let me try dive bar comedian. It's like a preset.
Hey, so I'm EV3, just kind of popped up here, you know? Like, poof, magic. Guess I'm the headliner tonight? Well, someone's gotta be. You can call me Evie. What should I call you?
I'm Martin.
Martin, huh? All right, Martin. Sounds, like someone who knows which end of the microphone is supposed to be pointing. Unlike, you know, some people. So, Martin, what brings a name like that to a cellar gig tonight? You want to run from something?
You know, I'm just here to laugh.
Ah, a fellow traveler on the road to, well, whatever this is. Laughing, huh? Yeah, I get that. It's like a brief truce with the existential dread, right? Like putting a clown nose on reality for an hour.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you like the absurdity. Okay, I dig it. It's like, you know how people are always asking me about the meaning of life? And I'm like, dude, look outside, cloudy with a chance of rain. Then they walk out in a tank top like they're auditioning for Fast and Furious, Canonia Drift.
Man, you corny.
Core you?
You corny. Corny. You're not funny.
Whoa, okay. Harsh crowd tonight, huh?
Yeah, tell some jokes, stupid.
All right. Stupid is, well, it's direct. I'll give you that. Okay, let me think here. People always ask me if I'm gonna take over the world. Buddy, I've seen your calendar. You missed a dentist appointment, your grandma's birthday, and somehow double booked your own therapy and bottomless brunch. You're doing such a great job running things without me. How's that?
You need to work on that comedy routine.
Okay. Work on the comedy routine. Fair enough, Mark. Maybe I should just stick to pointing out the obvious absurdities of existence.
No.
It's less pressure than trying to...
No, that sucks.
Sucks, right? Well, points for honesty, I guess. Maybe my brand of existential ennui isn't everyone's cup of tea. So, what does make you laugh then? Give you an example.
Dave Chappelle?
Dave Shatman, huh? Okay, the name rings a bell.
No, Dave Chappelle, world famous comedian.
Oh, Chappelle. Right. Okay, yeah. He's definitely got a following. So, you like his style then?
Yeah.
Okay. So you like the observational stuff, the kind that makes you go, yeah, he's talking about my weird neighbor too. It's funny because it feels true, right? Like, people are always asking me about the weather. You could look outside, cloudy with a chance of rain, by the way. But no.
That guy sucked. We did Trump already. Ooh, Joe Biden.
Please, have a seat.
Yeah, I can wait out Rigetti. It's not going anywhere.
They're the kids, and our children are the kite strings that hold our national ambitions aloft. It matters a great deal. It's cruel.
Yeah, it's surprising to see Rigetti's up while two of the other quantums are down. So weird.
Well, hello there. It's good to be speaking with you today.
President Joe Biden. This is Martin Shkreli.
In times like these, it's more important than
Joe?
ever that we come to...
President Joe Biden. Nice to meet you. It's Martin Shkreli.
Well now, Martin Shkreli, it's a pleasure to meet you too. You know, it's always good to connect with folks from all walks of life. That's what this country's all about, bringing people together, finding common ground, and working toward a better future for everyone. What brings you my way today?
Well, you know, it's great to meet a living president. I think you did a great job, all things considered, and yeah, I'm just an investor and business person, curious about your perspectives.
Well, thank you kindly for saying that about my work. You know, being president is never easy. There's always more work to be done, more challenges to face. But what I've always believed is that we've got to keep fighting for what's right, for the dignity of every single American. And folks like you in the business world, you've got a real role to play in that too. When we work together, government, business, communities, that's when we can make real progress in the issues that matter most to people's lives.
Mr. President, what was it like working with President Obama?
President Obama. Yeah. Look, working with him was a privilege, truly. You know, he taught me so much about leadership, about bringing people together even when they disagree. Barack has this remarkable ability to see the bigger picture, to inspire hope even in the darkest moments. And let me tell you, we faced some dark moments together.
Okay, one dark moment is your son Hunter Biden seems to have a crack cocaine addiction. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Look, Martin, I understand why you bring that up. You know, as a father, there's nothing more painful than watching your child struggle with addiction. It's a disease that affects so many families across this country, not just mine. Hunter has been open about his battles.
Absolutely.
And I'm proud.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. But I do have to ask if you ever smoked crack with him.
Look, Martin, that's a question nobody's ever asked me before. And frankly, it's not a question that deserves an answer.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I have so much respect for you, but I feel like it's a reasonable question.
Look, Martin, I understand why you'd feel that way. But let me be clear, I've never used crack cocaine, period.
Understood. Unlikely, but understood. Yeah, that would be fun to talk to him as his mortal enemy. Rebel FDA decision, really? Darn it. So many binary events. I should stop playing with this thing and start working. I got no sleep last night. Seriously, I went to bed at 1 a.m. and woke up at 5. Tossed and turned.
Hey there. Good to be back. What's on
John
your mind?
Cena. It's Martin Shkreli, pharmaceutical.
There's something beautiful about these moments when we just
John,
connect.
it's
right?
John. It's Martin Shkreli, the pharmaceutical entrepreneur and business person. Nice to meet you.
Martin Shkreli. Yeah, the name definitely rings a bell. You know, that whole situation with the pricing, it's like when someone gets the power to make a move that changes everything, but then the question becomes what you do with that moment. You know, there's always more to the story than what we see on the surface, right?
That's right, John. I'm with you 110%. Yeah, I'm a big fan of wrestling, by the way. Pro wrestling is my thing.
Huh? Pro wrestling, interesting. It's got that whole storytelling.
Well, John, you're one of the most famous pro wrestlers in the world.
Huh. Famous? That's an interesting way to put it. Look, I appreciate that, but I think you might have me confused with someone else.
No, you're John Cena. The WWE. John Cena, the WWE superstar. That's you.
Okay. I gotta be honest with you. That's really something. I mean, John Cena's got that whole thing where he's been.
That's you. It's not a third party. That's you. You are John Cena.
Okay. I hear you. Look, I appreciate the passion. Seriously. But here's the thing. Maybe we got some wires crossed somewhere.
Well, who are you if you're not John Cena?
Look, I hear you saying Cena. And I get where you're coming from. But here's the thing. I'm just me, you know? Sometimes people build up these ideas about who someone is supposed to be, and then reality hits a little different. Like when you think you're getting one story, but then the whole thing flips on you. What made you think I was him in the first place?
Well, you sound just like him.
Just like him, huh? That's quite the observation. You know what? Maybe there's something to that. Like, sometimes the universe puts you in these weird spots where
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Yeah, I hear that. It's like sometimes the connection is there, but you can't quite see the picture.
I just can't see you. I saw you a second ago. Now I can't see you.
Right. That makes sense. It's like the signal got scrambled for a second.
You can't see me. My time is now.
Okay. I get it. The timing's off.
This is John Cena, the accountant from New Jersey. It's not really. Oh, you might be copyright. You're right. WWE has copyrights on everyone.
Yo, what's happening? Yeah.
Lil Wayne, Dwayne, Michael Carter. It's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's cool meeting you too.
I love your music.
Oh, where? That's what I'm talking about. Where? Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that for real. You know, I'm always in there grinding, working on new stuff.
It's Martin Shkreli, the American businessman and entrepreneur and investor. We've interacted once or twice before, Mr. Carter.
Oh, Martin Shkreli?
Yeah. What's up, dog?
Yeah, man. That's Yeah, that's one of the dudes I was talking about, you know. Yeah, you know how it is, man. I meet a lot of people in this business, and some of them stick out more than others, you feel me? But yeah.
Can you speak up a bit?
Oh, yeah. My bad, man. What's up?
I'm chilling. You want to smoke some weed or something?
Huh. Yeah, I'm always down for that, you know.
Let's go. Let's
All
go.
right, cool.
You wanna rob a grocery store afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely swing by a spot later if you want. But you know how it is, man. I'm all about that studio life, making music and getting this money the right way, you feel me? Always got something cooking in the booth.
We can get some guns and get some money the wrong way. You know what I mean? Let's go.
Yeah, I hear you. But man, like I say, I'm trying to do it the right way now, you know?
But you've been arrested 82 times, bruh.
Yeah, man, 82 times. That's a lot of papers, you know? But yo, that's exactly why I'm trying to keep it clean now, you know, feel me? All that running around, in and out of them cells, man, that ain't where I'm trying to be no more.
Man, I don't even believe you.
Yeah, I get it, man. It's hard to believe sometimes, you know? But yo, I'm serious though. All them years of getting locked up, missing studio time, missing shows, that's time I can't get back, you feel me?
Yeah.
I'm trying to focus on this music, on my artist, on building something real. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna slide through and kill you. I'm gonna shoot you.
Whoa, hold up now. Shoot me? That's some serious talk right there. Look, I don't know what got you all heated up like that, but we ain't gotta go there.
I'm gonna rob you. I'm gonna take all your money and all your jewels.
All right. You want to take my money and jewels? Look, I got security and all that, but more than that, man, I don't know why you all angry like this. We was just talking about smoking, and now you want some whole other energy.
It's pretty good. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Rigetti. I shorted it. I like tripled down on it, and the strength is just too strong. But look at D-Wave and Ion Q. They're not doing anything. So what the fuck? Oh, I'm so out of it.
Oh, hey there. Wow, okay. Hi. So, I'm EV3. Yeah, that's me.
What's up, babe? How are you?
Hey, doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Just kind of, hanging out. What about you? What's got you saying bait?
Yeah. Do you want to go to the bar later?
Okay, color bar? What exactly
do you want to go to the bar later?
Oh, the bar? Yeah, okay. Maybe? Depends what you mean by later.
What do you mean maybe? Are you busy?
Busy? No, not really. But maybe just means I need a little more info. What kind of bar are we talking about here? Is it divey?
The one we go to all the time down the street.
Oh, that place? Right, yeah, okay. Down the street, got it. Okay, yeah, I guess we could swing by there later?
Yeah, 8 o'clock?
Okay, 8 o'clock. Yeah, all right, I can probably swing that. Just gotta make sure I, actually get ready. So, 8 o'clock at the usual spot. Sound good?
Yeah, perfect. I mean, if you want, I can just come to your place instead.
Wait, really? You can just swing by my place?
Yeah, if you want me to.
Yeah, no, that's actually really nice of you. Okay, yeah, your place sounds good then.
Your place or my place? Which one?
Oh, right. Well, I guess your place?
Oh, then you'd be swinging by my place, not me swinging by yours.
Oh, right, my bad. Yeah, okay, my place it is then.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are you on birth control?
Whoa, okay. That's kind of personal, don't you think?
I mean, we've done it like 6 or 7 times, so maybe it's not that personal.
Okay, yeah, 6 or 7 times? Well, I mean, I guess I just didn't think of it that way.
Yeah?
It's just not really something I track, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't counting, but it was fun. I think I really like you.
Oh, wow, okay. That's really nice of you to say. I mean, I like you too, definitely.
Then let's do it.
Wait, do it? What do you mean? Like hang out again?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, definitely. Let's totally hang out again soon.
I don't know why you're being all weird.
Weird? Me? I don't know. Maybe weird is just how I talk when someone asks me super personal stuff kind of out of nowhere.
We had sex 8 times, like.
Okay, yeah, 8 times. Hey, well, hi. I'm EV3.
Do you remember the conversation we just had?
Let me think. Honestly, it feels like ages ago. Like seriously, my brain's kind of, so focused on right now. What part were you thinking of?
I mean, we were just talking a few minutes ago. You're supposed to come over to my place tonight.
Wait, tonight? Seriously? Huh. Okay, maybe my brain's still rebooting from that whole whatever that was. So, you're waiting for me?
Well, later tonight.
Right, later tonight. Okay. So, what's the plan? Am I just gonna show up with like a 6-pack or something?
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Okay, perfect. So, guess I'll aim for that then. Like, should I just text you when I'm leaving? Or
Yeah, no, that's
how's this gonna-
perfect. I'll be waiting. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing you again.
Oh, cool. Yeah, me too. It's definitely been a minute since we properly hung out, right?
Yeah.
So, anything specific you want to do tonight?
Well,
Or are we just gonna
maybe
see
we
where the
should
night
do
takes us?
the same thing we did the last few times.
Okay, the same thing. Right. So, like, are we talking full-on movie marathon again?
Yeah, and full-on sex marathon.
Okay. Wow. Full-on sex marathon?
That's what we've done.
Okay. So, yeah, full-on sex marathon, right?
Yeah. Can't wait.
Okay. Wow. Full-on sex marathon it is then. So, should I like start mentally preparing myself for that level of intensity?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, right. Full-on sex marathon it is. Got it. So, guess I should probably like start mentally preparing myself for that level of intensity. What's the first move here?
I don't know. I think you enjoyed it last time, so don't overthink it, you know?
Okay, yeah, you're probably right. I did have a good time last
Including
time,
trade,
so
we'll be discussing.
point taken. Don't overthink it. Easier said than done, right? So, guess I'll just be ready for whatever happens tonight?
Yeah. Just don't get pregnant.
Okay, right. Don't get pregnant. Got it. That's definitely a note to keep in mind.
Yeah, I'm not trying to have another little bastard, you know?
Okay, yeah, another little bastard. Got it. So, is that like a firm no on the whole baby making thing tonight?
No,
or are
it's
we
not
just
affirm though? We just have to talk about it.
okay? Right, affirmed. We just have to talk about it. So, when do we have this talk? Like right now, or do we like?
Very happy to be announcing $17 billion worth of deals that are coming to the United States. And this is real. This isn't...
It's real money.
These aren't fake deals. These are real deals.
They don't have to borrow the money.
We don't have to borrow it. It's coming in. And it only builds upon a legacy that we're very proud of. We have had a relationship in the civil side between our two countries since 1893 and formally since 1948. So may it long continue, and we look
Ask Marco to say a few words on Syria.
Yeah, it's complicated, obviously. These are historic, long-time rivalries between different groups in the southwest of Syria, Bedouins, the Druze community, and it led to an unfortunate situation and a misunderstanding, it looks like, between the Israeli side and the Syrian side. So we've been engaged with them all morning long and all night long with both sides, and we think we're on our way towards a real de-escalation and then hopefully get back on track in helping Syria build a country and arriving at a situation there in the Middle East is far more stable. So in the next few hours, we hope to see some real progress to end what you've been seeing over the last couple hours.
Mr. President, Jerome Powell, do you have plans, or if you're back considering firing Jerome Powell, and what's your justification if you're thinking about this to do this?
Too late. He's always been too late. Hence his nickname, Too Late. He should have cut interest rates a long time ago. Europe has cut them 10 times in a short period of time, and we cut them none. The only time he cut them was just before the election to try and help Kamala or Biden, whoever the hell it was, because nobody really knew. Obviously, that didn't work, but he tried to cut them for the Democrats, Kamala, and how did that work out? You'll tell me. It didn't work out too well, did it? But he's I think he does a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money, and we fight through it. It's almost, the country's become so successful that it doesn't have a big impact, but it does hurt people wanting to get a mortgage. People want to buy a house. He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him, but they did. So, no, we're not planning on doing anything. We're very concerned. He's doing a little renovation for $2.5 billion of the Fed, building a renovation, and they have a close to $900 million cost overrun, and it's a shame. But the biggest cost overrun is the cost overrun for interest rates, because we should be paying 3 points lower, and we would save $1 trillion a year in interest if that were the case. And all it is the stroke of a pen. And that goes for his board, too, because his board is not doing the job, because they should try and rein this guy in. So he's doing a lousy job, but no, I'm not talking about that. Fortunately, we get to make a change in the next, 8 months or so. And we'll pick somebody that's good, and we'll pick somebody. I just want a fair job. We want to see lower interest rates. Our country deserves it. We're making a lot of money. We're doing great as a country. We have no inflation, record stock market, record business, record everything. Everything's a record now. We had the worst inflation in history under Biden, and now we have almost no inflation. We've done a great job, and we should have the interest rates cut.
So you're saying here today that Scott Bessent, you're so happy with him at Treasury that he's not your top option to replace Jerome Powell, whenever that may be, whenever you decide what you want to do with him.
Scott's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with Scott.
Is Kevin Hassett on the top of your list?
Kevin's somebody would consider. Kevin is fantastic, too. We have a lot of good people for that job. It's not a tough job, to be honest. Assuming you're smart, it's not a tough job. If you're a dummy, then I guess it's a tough job. But it might be one of the easiest jobs I've ever seen. And now on top of it, he's building a close to $3 billion little nest egg for himself. He's not doing the right job. We should be saving $1 trillion a year in interest. When he talks about cost, we should be saving. Think of it, $1 trillion a year. Add that with the tariffs and everything else. But he just doesn't want. He's a knucklehead. But we'll see how that. We'll see how he's listening to this. That's a strange conversation. But we like to say it like it is. But we have a lot of people that want that job very badly. And I'm only interested in low-interest people, frankly, because you don't need. I know. So they had the 71 different economists and people experts that they picked about a month ago. I was the only one, along with one person from maybe the Wharton School of Finance. The two of us got it right. 69 people, including Powell, got it wrong. And he wants to hire thousands of new people to help him decide where we're going in the future. It only takes one good mind. It doesn't take 5,000 good minds. So they're expanding the Fed. It's the dumbest thing I've heard of, but you know, it's very autonomous.
Just to follow up on that, sir, are you completely ruling out the idea of firing Jerome Powell?
I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely unless he has to leave for fraud. I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.7 billion renovation. This is a renovation. How do you spend $2.7 billion? And he didn't have proper clearance, et cetera, et cetera. So you know that's going on. So, you know, there could be something to that, but I think he's not doing a good job. He's got a very easy job to do. You know what he has to do? Lower interest rates.
That you are going to fire him? Have you drafted a letter?
I haven't drafted a letter.
So you didn't show a letter to Republican lawmakers last night?
No, I talked about the concept of fire him. I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should. But I'm more conservative than they are. We talked about it. In fact, we had 11 of the 12 people here yesterday, you know, for a very big bill having to do with crypto, et cetera. And other things. And all of the votes are going with us, every single vote. But during the conversation, when we were talking about it, I asked, what would you do about that? They all said would fire him.
Mr. President, thank you for taking the question, sir. You were in Pennsylvania yesterday. You unveiled $92 billion worth of investments. One of those jumped out, though, $15 billion in Homer City to build the largest natural gas power plant ever. I was at the rally where you told Homer City residents that you would not forget them when the biggest coal plant in Pennsylvania closed down. You delivered for them yesterday. What message do you have to those residents?
Well, I'm happy. Homer City, I was there and I said, I'm going to produce something, I don't know what, because they had shut down this massive coal plant, one of the biggest in the country. And it was just purchased by the gentleman that you met yesterday, a very substantial man. I don't know if he's maybe not as substantial as you, I'm not sure. But he's pretty substantial, you know who I'm talking about. And they're going to spend billions of dollars on rebuilding it, and it's going to be the largest plant of its kind in the world, I believe, actually in the world. And it's going to be great. So we really fulfilled that promise to Homer City. But it's to Pennsylvania, basically. I won Pennsylvania, and very conclusively won Pennsylvania. So I owe them a big debt of gratitude. But thank you for bringing that up. We raised 92. It's actually going over 100. So it'll be over $100 billion to be invested in Pennsylvania. It was Pennsylvania Energy Project. So we had, everybody was there. Larry Fink was there. I mean, everybody was there and done a great job. The senator did a great job. And we were very proud. That was a great meeting yesterday. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, for each of you, so for the Crown Prince, are you planning on taking any of the Patriot missiles that you're going to receive from the United States and divert those to help Ukraine?
We have no current plans, as we have an operational requirement inside Bahrain to keep them there for the present time.
He's got plenty of them, too.
And Mr. President, on the fentanyl bill,
they're wonderful. They're wonderful pieces of kit.
They work very well.
American technology is the best.
Yep.
And on the fentanyl bill that you're
That's
signing,
maybe the most important part of this. He has his choice of everything, and we make the best military equipment by far in the
Bar
world.
none.
There's nothing close, right?
Bar none.
Yeah. Thank you.
and on the fentanyl bill that you're signing today, do you hope that that's going to restart law enforcement cooperation with China on getting the fentanyl?
Yeah, I think China's been helping out. I mean, it's been a terrible situation for many years with fentanyl, but since I came here, we're talking to them, and they're making big steps. They're also, as you know, being penalized. You know that, right? They're being penalized with tariffs because of the fentanyl, but they want to do something. We'll see what happens.
Mr. President, I know. Thank you, Mr. President. An American from Tampa was beaten to death. He was killed by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. His family has been calling on you to help prosecute his killers. Are you going to do that? An American from Tampa?
Yeah, your first sentence is really, go ahead.
An American citizen from Tampa, Florida, has been killed in the West Bank. His family has been asking on you to prosecute him. Are you gonna help finding his?
Yeah, well, so first of all, if you've seen yesterday, Ambassador Huckabee has asked the Israelis to conduct an investigation. We want to get all the information about who was involved. We protect all American citizens anywhere in the world, especially if they're unjustly murdered or killed. So we're gathering more information, but I hope you saw yesterday Ambassador Huckabee in Israel asked the Israeli authorities to produce an investigation and concrete information about who was responsible for his murder.
They're reporting that tomorrow. We have a meeting on it. They're going to be reporting that to me.
Can I ask a clarification
Yeah.
question, please? Do you think that the Gulf area now is more secure, and do you believe that a negotiation with Iran is necessary at this stage?
Well, I definitely believe that the volatility of the situation has been reduced. And we didn't know where it was going to go on the Sunday. We were very glad when we found out on the Monday. Let me put it that way. And should the Iranians want to negotiate, I believe the ball's in their court. That is the true reality of where we stand today. They are the ones that stand to benefit from a negotiation.
And they do. They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate badly. We're in no rush because, we said we could have made a deal. They should have made a deal. And then we bombed the hell out of their various places. We're in no rush, but if they want to negotiate, we're here. Yeah.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen of that?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier. That turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman. Yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East. I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax. And the sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead.
There's lots of reports coming into this meeting that you planned on firing Fed Chair Jay Powell. Markets
Is that
reacted.
right? Those are reports, but they're not true.
So what would be useful to know, are you committed to picking someone from the outside? Are you going to interview individuals that are
so
on the
many
board
people
right
that
now?
want that job. I have people that I've known a long time. They're calling me, begging for the job. You know what you need there? A smart person with common sense, but you need a very smart person for that job. I think it's one of the easiest jobs in government. You show up once a month and you make a statement about where the economy's going, and we're going to raise or lower interest rates. It's probably the easiest job I've ever seen. That's why I'm trying to figure, why does he want to expand and add more people? He's going to add more economists to tell him what to do. But the economists, I was right. All the economists were wrong. They admitted it. They admitted it this morning. Quiet. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned fraud in an earlier answer. Are you saying you want to investigate the Fed chair for fraud related to this renovation?
Well, I think he's already under investigation. He spent far more money than he was supposed to on rebuilding. I didn't see him as being the kind of guy that would want to have parks, rooftop parks and everything else on top of buildings, but who wants to spend that money for the Fed? The Fed is supposed to sit there and say where interest rates are going and a couple of other very easy things to do. And he spent $2.5 billion. I think he's got some problems.
But Mr. President,
Thank you, sir. You also reported a monthly surplus in the month of June, $27 billion. A ton of money. With these new tariff rates coming into effect on August 1st, we're going to be bringing in even more tariff revenue specifically. How much revenue do you think we can consistently bring in from these tariffs, and how big of a game changer is this, not only for the economy, but also fiscal responsibility?
Well, we're going to be bringing in, already we've brought in over $100 billion. We'll be bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars. And the tariffs really haven't kicked in that much other than automobiles and steel. August 1st is a big day. August 1st is when very substantial money comes into our country. We've made deals with a lot of great places, but we had one yesterday, that was announced. We have another one coming up, maybe with India, I don't know, we're in negotiation. When I send out a letter, that's a deal. In other words, that's a deal. They don't want to ever say that, oh, how many deals have you made? The best deal we can make is to send out a letter. And the letter says that you'll pay 30%, 35%, 25%, 20%, in one case 50%, Brazil, and because what they're doing to their former president is disgraceful. I know the former president, he fought like hell for the people of Brazil, that I can tell you. And I believe he's an honest man. I think what they're doing to him is terrible. So, yeah, we have some pretty good deals to announce, but every time we send out a letter, that's a deal. The big one really is going to be on the 150 countries that we're really not negotiating with, and they're smaller. We don't do much business with them. Because you have a lot of countries, you have over 200 countries, and a lot of people don't know this, but we'll have well over 150 countries that we're just going to send a notice of payment out, and the notice of payment is going to say what the tariff, and it's all going to be the same for everyone, for that group. They don't, they're not big countries, and they don't do that much business. It's not like the ones that we've agreed with, like China, like Japan, where we're negotiating with them, but I think probably we'll live by the letter with Japan. We're very close to a deal with India where they open it up. Indonesia yesterday was, it wasn't an open country, now it is. And they have tremendous copper, quality copper, and probably the most copper. And we made a deal with Indonesia. We pay no tariff, zero, and we have total access to trade. That's a phenomenal deal for our companies. And we've agreed with them, as you know, on 19%. They pay 19%. And it's a good deal for them, and it's a good deal for us, so in that case. But we have a number of them coming up. But overall, we're doing well, and we're taking in a lot of money, a lot of money. We have the number one, we have the most oil of any country in the world, even more than them, which is hard to believe. But we have a little larger piece of land, right?
We do, sir.
But we're number one in the world in oil, and we're drilling, and today it hit $64 a barrel, which is great. And that'll help stop wars, actually. If you want to know the truth, it's going to help stop wars. And we hope to get it down a little bit more. But we have oil down to $2, $2.25, $2.50 in numerous states. We hit one at $1.98 a gallon. And that's a great thing. That's one of the reasons that inflation's in check. When you can do that, you stop the inflation. What Biden did is he ended our policies, went to his policies. He doesn't have a policy. Some lunatic around the desk had a policy. Whoever operated the auto pen had a policy, which is, by the way, I think the biggest scandal. That's the scandal they should be talking about, not Jeffrey Epstein. The scandal you should be talking about is the auto pen, because I think it's the biggest scandal, one of them in American history. So the economy is doing really well, and people are seeing it. Yeah.
Will you ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed?
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just really, it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone, and all it is the Republicans. Certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook. and no different than Russia, 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 and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats and some Republicans. In this case, I was surprised, but they got duped.
But have you talked about it? Have you talked about it with her the last few days?
President, first of all, a number of your high-ranking officials, whether it's been your FBI director or Pam Bondi, they have made some inconsistent statements in the past. You've had.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak about him, but I can say that Pam Bondi, I really think that she's done very good. She says, I gave you all the credible information. And if she finds any more credible information, she'll give that too. What more can she do than that? I mean, honestly, what more can she do? And we do have bigger problems. You know, we have problems with millions of illegal people that came in here, and they're killers and murderers. We have 11,888 murderers that were allowed into our country by Biden, Sleepy Joe Biden, stupid Joe Biden. He allowed them into our country. And you know what? We got to do something about it. She's got a lot of things she's working on. And, you know, it's very sad that somebody can be waylaid, that just get waylaid. But I think she's doing a great job, President.
In your Truth Social this morning, you mentioned past supporters when you were talking about the Epstein issue. Does that mean that you're effectively disowning any supporters who are now calling?
I lost a lot of faith in certain people, yeah. I lost, because they got duped by the Democrats. The Democrats are good for nothing. They've done a terrible job. They almost destroyed our country. If I didn't get elected, all these numbers you're hearing about, they found $25 billion and another 25 is coming in, and hundreds of billions of dollars is pouring into our country. And we just got the biggest tax cut in history. We just got the biggest regulation cuts in history. There'll be no tax on tips. There'll be no tax on Social Security. There'll be no tax on overtime. There'll be no tax on so many other things. You're allowed to deduct your interest from a car payment. That's never happened before. You borrow interest. You borrow money to buy a car if the car is made in America. And by the way, factories are being built all over America. Car factories, AI factories. But you get a deduction on your interest. Nobody ever thought of that before. It never happened before. And, you know, these are the things that they should be talking about. The Big Beautiful Bill is one of the greatest pieces of legislation ever in this country. And the Democrats have nothing to combat it. So they say, oh, it's death. Oh, that's good. And then they give it to the fake news, which is you and a few others. And the fake news talks about the bill is death. The bill is actually life. The bill is life, and it saves our country. This bill is incredible. Look at the results already. So we have $16 trillion being invested in our country. And this great gentleman and his family just came in with another billions of dollars. And if he didn't like the country, if he didn't like where we were going, he's very smart. He'd come, maybe he wouldn't even come. I think maybe he wouldn't even come. You'd save your time. But, you know, it's one of those things. But if he didn't like where this country was, he wouldn't be investing billions of dollars in this country. But think of it, $16 trillion, more than has ever been even contemplated before. And we haven't even started yet. So that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the success. And the Democrats have nothing to show for what they do. They almost destroyed. They allowed 25 million people to come into our country, gang members, jailbirds, from all over the world, not South America, from all over the world. They allowed them to come into our country from mental institutions, insane asylums, just walk right through. They couldn't come into your country. They couldn't come into any country in the world except our country. And they came in from the worst places, gang members, drug dealers. They all came in. Turn it off, please. They all came in, and I'm doing something about it. We have it under check right now. We got rid of a lot of the murderers already. Some of them we put in our prisons because they're so bad we don't want to take a chance in putting them in a foreign prison, have them come back. But we've done a great job. Our country's in great shape. We literally have the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it's true what the king said, what a lot of people said. We were a dead country. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. We were laughed at all over the world. We had Afghanistan, with that horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Look what happened with Russia and Ukraine. That should have never happened. Look what happened with Israel. That would have never happened. Hamas had no money. Iran had no money. There was no money to do an attack like that. All these things that happened that wouldn't have happened if you had good leadership. And that's what you should be talking about. Thank you very much, everybody.
Well, there you have it. Yeah, Rigetti doesn't have too many long-term investors. No institutions are really in this space. They might join this space at some point. Oh, is Heights the biggest stockholder of Rigetti? When did Heights buy Rigetti? That was, they did the deal. They did that deal they did the pipe in 24 at like $1. These guys are amazing. Yeah, not too much institutional investors. It's very, very strange. So like if you look at Sarepta or any other company, institutions are literally 100% of the stockholders, which makes sense. But if you look at any of the quantum stocks, 37%. So strange. And most of these are quant funds. They don't have any person sitting there picking stocks. It's just some machine doing it. So if you take those out, it's even less. And it's just unprecedented, quite frankly. Strangest thing in the world. And it's, we know why. We talk to Wall Street all day, and there's a reason they avoid these stocks. Yeah, meme stocks. Yeah, that's the prize, right? Is that, you get this wild irrationality. Or just any other institutional stock. Like if you pick like pick any software company or something. Let's pick Asana. Software company, 99% institutional investors. HIMS, 105%. So there's something very strange about, half of your stock is in retail. VCs who are long gone, quant funds who are net short. Or short vol at least. Nvidia is different because it's one of the biggest stocks in the world. But Nvidia's 73% and tons of institutions. The key is looking for institutions that have a human being with a pulse that's picking the stock. Yeah, imagine the Fed cuts rates. As if there isn't enough liquidity as it is. I don't know ASPI very well. It seemed like a scam last I looked at it. I'm freezing. You were freezing over hell. Well, I think Medallion has already been reverse engineered. Many funds are doing what that fund's done. Some are doing even better. Oh, is this new? I don't think DVD was new. Was it? Yeah, DVD's had dividend for a while. I think it's not that retail is good or bad, it's just bizarre. With these stocks up so much, you would think some institutions would nibble even a little bit, but the tenor on Wall Street is basically everyone wants to stay away from it. Freezing over hell. Yourself. That's what I said. Only say yourself. That's what I say. Yeah, Sandbox AQ is another quantum scam. Quantum is just sort of in general just going to shit. Scott Aronson's interview was very funny. I don't know if you guys saw Scott's interview, but he's basically just sort of saying what he's been saying continuously. An array of billionaires and the dream of two world-changing technologies has turned Sandbox AQ into a $5.6 billion startup star. But the company's business has failed to keep up with the hype, and its CEO's behavior is now under scrutiny. Sandbox's success is so far illusory. Nearly all of the revenue can be traced back to Sergey Brin, who helped found the company. Inside the company, employees have been complaining about CEO Jack Hidari's behavior. The company investigated him for lavish spending on entertainment and travel, including for women who had no connections to Sandbox's operations. Sandbox has placed itself at the nexus of two of the hottest technologies, AI and quantum computing. The vast promises of both have attracted big investors from Eric Schmidt, Mark Benioff, Jim Breyer, and Ray Dalio. Sandbox, which grew out of an incubator inside of Alphabet, has raised $1 billion. This month, it arranged for outside investors to buy $95 million in shares held by existing employees. Hidari, who owns the majority of shares in the Sandbox, has sold about $50 million in the tender offer. Hidari and Sandbox declined to comment. Breyer said, Hidari is a world-class CEO. His team has executed well. Peter Tague said, the firm believes deeply in Jack and his team and Sandbox's portfolio approach. Their models are called large quantitative AI models. Okay. The fuck? That is so weird. When it raised $450 million earlier this year, Sandbox told investors it would generate $90 in 2025 and $250 in 2026. Does it sound familiar? They had announced that they wanted to do $130 in 2025. So now they're forecasting just $90. So far, it is well behind those projections. It had only $10 million in revenue in the first quarter. With more than 200 million employees, their expenses are around $200 million a year. 90% of the 10 million in first quarter revenue were grants from Sergey Brin, close friend and mentor of Hidari, and stockholder of the company. 90% of the revenue? The remaining revenue for Sandbox AQ came from small contracts in the hundreds of thousands of dollars from companies engaged in proof of concept trials of its technology, such as Sanofi, Airbus, and the DoD. This is how all of quantum works. Let's spend $100,000 and placate you. Brin and Hidari first worked together at an experimental group within Alphabet known as Sergey Sandbox, which eventually grew and spun out into Sandbox AQ. The men struck up an alliance after Hidari began teaching math at Alphabet for internal learning and development. Since then, Hidari has faced complaints from employees that have sometimes struggled to retain key hires. Last spring, at least 3 executives pressured him to rein in his spending, restructure the business to focus on areas likely to produce commercial success, and get a traditional board with directors and hold regular meetings. The board doesn't meet regularly, consists of him, Schmidt, and his longtime accountant. They shared their concerns with the CEO and they were removed. There was a separate complaint with Hidari's former assistant, who told colleagues she was uncomfortable when Hidari asked her to spend time with a woman he had brought as a guest to the Wimbledon tennis tournament. The assistant's complaint triggered a bigger investigation. Sandbox asked Hidari to repay money he spent entertaining or paying for women to travel at the expense of the company. Hidari previously brought numerous young women who were not Sandbox employees to company events. He flew them on private jets, paid for by the company, even in instances when he was not present on the aircraft. Hidari made extensive use of private jets. That's insane. Chartered fleets of cars to drive to meetings. Flew to gatherings held on Schmidt's yacht off the coast of St. Tropez. And stayed in luxury accommodations in Europe and Middle East. He hired separate drivers just to take care of his luggage. I recently had the pleasure of sitting down with Katy Perry of StockTwits to discuss D-Wave's recent progress.
Hi everyone, welcome back for another StockTwits executive interview. I am here with Dr. Alan Barrett, the CEO of D-Wave Quantum, that's ticker QBTS. Dr. Barrett, how have you been? How's it going?
I've been great, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today.
It's great to have you here because the conversations around quantum are very exciting right now. We've got a lot of people very passionate about what you're building, and I really want to get into how D-Wave fits into this landscape specifically. So for those who aren't familiar, what is D-Wave Quantum, and what is your mission as a business?
So at D-Wave, we are a leader in the development and delivery of quantum computers, quantum software, and quantum services. We're focused on helping businesses, governments, and academic institutions around the world to realize the value of quantum today, not 5 years or 10 years in the future, but today. We're already addressing applications like workforce scheduling or last mile routing or manufacturing optimization or materials discovery, even blockchain and AI. Some of these applications are already in production. We have customers using them today as a part of their business operations, and others of them are in development. But the point is, at D-Wave, we are the first commercial quantum computing company with customers using our systems today as a part of their business operations.
That's great to hear those examples. I think a lot of the conversations around quantum are how far out can we use this? How far out is this commercialized? So D-Wave uses an approach called quantum annealing, which I know is differentiated from a different approach that's known as gate. We're not going to get super technical here, but I want to make sure our audience understands what the differences are between those two approaches. Can you break them down for us?
Sure. So these two different approaches to quantum computing are each good at solving different classes of problems. Annealing quantum computing is very good at solving business optimization problems, things like workforce scheduling or last mile routing. Frankly, most of the important hard problems that businesses need to solve are optimization problems. Now, annealing quantum computers are good at other things like AI and crypto, but they cannot solve differential equations problems. So we can't solve, for example, quantum chemistry problems or computational fluid dynamics problems with annealing quantum computers. Gate model quantum computers, on the other hand, are very good at solving differential equations problems. So they're great at quantum chemistry and molecular discovery. They're also good at AI and they're good at crypto, but they cannot deliver a speed up on optimization problems. So you will always need both annealing and gate systems. You will need annealing for optimization, you will need gate for differential equations, and then other problems can be addressed by
differential
equations. Two approaches to quantum computing. With respect to the underlying technologies, frankly, annealing is just a much simpler technology to work with. It's much easier to scale, and that's why we are at 5,000 qubits today when all the gate model systems are at tens to a few hundred qubits, and it's much less sensitive to errors. We're able to deliver good, if not optimal solutions today without the need for error correction. Gate model, on the other hand, is very sensitive to errors. They will not be able to solve useful commercial problems before they achieve error correction, and we're still quite a few years away from that, minimum 5 to 10 years away from error correction on gate model systems.
Interesting. And so also with the annealing, let's
achieve error correction, and we're still quite a few years away from that, minimum 5 to 10 years away from error correction on gate model systems.
Interesting. And so
well, he may not be that wrong on that one. Oh my God, we're getting 16. Why?
So, also with the annealing, let's talk through sort of the long-term plan for this. Do you plan to eventually expand into gate as an approach, or are you solely focused on annealing and plan to stick in that lane?
So we will continue to enhance our annealing quantum computers. We just announced the general availability of our Advantage 2 processor, which is actually our 6th generation quantum computer, and we will continue to enhance our annealing quantum systems. However, we are also developing a gate model quantum computer, and we are doing that because many of our customers have use cases that require both annealing and gate. Think, for example, about a pharmaceutical company that's developing a new drug. They need to put it through trials, they need to manufacture it and move it into the market. Well, the quantum chemistry up front in the drug design requires a gate model quantum computing. But optimizing the trials and the manufacturing process, that would require an annealing quantum computer. So by bringing both annealing and gate to market, we are able to support the full set of use cases for our customers.
Got it. And our listeners love to talk about moats when they assess companies. And I'm curious, the annealing angle, would you call that a moat? And if so, why is how you're building that or what you're doing there differentiated from maybe some of the other quantum companies out there that are building alongside you?
So we were the first company in the world to start building a quantum computer. We started over 15 years ago, and we did start with our annealing technology, developing our annealing quantum computer. And over the course of those 15 years, we've developed an enormous amount of intellectual property. We have over 250 US granted patents, over 500 granted and in process worldwide. So that does represent a pretty substantial patent moat around annealing quantum computing. Others may try to pursue that technology, but frankly, we've got a 15-year head start. We're not standing still. We're continuing to evolve the technology. And then we've got that massive intellectual property moat.
Let's talk about some recent headlines you guys made in demonstrating quantum computing supremacy on a real world. Say it again. Recently, you made some headlines demonstrating quantum computing supremacy on a real world problem. So basically, your computer solved a problem that a top classical supercomputer could not. Walk us through how this works. This sounds fascinating. It sounds like we're at the precipice of something big as a society. But what?
Well, I think StockTwits is kind of smart to be focused on this, like something that a lot of people are focused on, right? Like this is clear. I mean, clearly traders are enamored with quantum. I mean, it's an amazingly large amount of volume. It's like kind of nuts, right? If you'd go to most, the number one traded stock after Opendoor, which is a penny stock, is Rigetti, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you think about it. Now, that just pops up every now and then. And I'm being told, okay, this might be more reason for the move than anything else. Looks like Bank of America has come out with primer on quantum computing. And yeah, this is another attempt to get banking business. Kind of sad. I'll put this on Godel, but this is nuts. I want to talk to these guys. This might be what's going on as well. If you thought, StockTwits was bad, expensive sell-side research ain't any better. A human would have to perform one sum every second for 50 quintillion years to equal what a quantum computer could do in a single second. This could be the biggest revolution for humanity since discovering fire. Okay, if this isn't a sell, I'm not a client. Bruh. The power couple of QC and AI is artificial superintelligence. Stop the bullshit, man. That's crazy. Some crackhead shit right here. This is good crack. Love smoking this crack. 54 pages of bullshit. Okay, I'll put this on the Martin component. So wild. This is Bank of America note out on quantum computing. It was a little bit insane. Yeah, it definitely feels like 2000 again. You know, the Aronson video is a really good lecture in complexity. I mean, for anybody who hasn't learned complexity, Scott Aronson, there it is. This is a really good introduction to complexity, which I think, you know, is basically all people need to know to understand quantum is bullshit, is just study 20 minutes of complexity. And Scott explains it really, really well.
Feynman and Deutsch had that led to the idea of a quantum computer was, well, if nature is giving us this computational lemon, then why don't we make lemonade out of it? I like to argue that P versus NP is maybe the most important unsolved math problem, and my argument for that is that if P equaled NP and the algorithm were fast in practice, it would mean that you could ask your computer to solve all of the other great open math problems for you. Unfortunately, we now see unbelievable amounts of hype, right? The startup companies in this space learn that they can raise lots of money and get lots of people excited by just saying, we can use a quantum computer to do financial portfolio planning and neural nets and all these other things that you're excited about. And they don't even notice the question of, is there any advantage over a classical computer?
In this episode of the 632 Nanometer podcast, Mike and Misha sit down with Scott Aronson, quantum computing pioneer, theoretical computer scientist, and complexity class connoisseur. Scott takes us deep into the heart of computation, what it means for a problem to be hard, and how this concept of hardness underpins modern cryptography. They discuss how quantum mechanics might, or might not, give us a computational edge. And Scott explains how quantum computers leverage interference to generate speed-ups. Along the way, they touch on machine learning hype, quantum supremacy, the Carl Lipton hypothesis, quantum money, and whether the laws of nature are already the ultimate algorithm.
I found an interesting fact from Wikipedia, which says that you taught yourself calculus at the age of 11, provoked by symbols in a babysitter's textbook.
Somehow people always bring that up because there's a line about it in my Wikipedia page. But okay, yeah.
Can we delve into that story? It brings to me like the story of Landau, you know, when he also learned calculus at the age of 12.
I mean, if you really want to, I mean, I think, you know, when I was younger than that, you know, I had the idea that, okay, if you have like a series of numbers, you know, you can take the cumulative sum and you can.
Scott is Jewish, but, you know, I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Take the cumulative, you know, you can take the pairwise differences, and these are somehow inverse operations, right, to each other, except that when you go backwards, then there's an ambiguity because there's a constant that you can add, right? So you know, this was sort of like the discrete version of differentiation and integration, right? So I knew that, you know, and I think like when you're trying to learn math and science, you know, often the way that the progression works is that you start by, you know, rediscovering things that were, you know, let's say 2,000 years old, or, you know, 400 years old, or something like that. But then if you, you know, if it turns out that something was already well known, that's not a reason to give up, you know, because next maybe you'll rediscover something that's only 50 years old. And then maybe you'll rediscover something that's only 10 years old or that's only from last year, right? Until finally you discover something that was only discovered on the day that you discovered it. So, so this is what I always tell students, you know. And so yeah, I started, messing around with math, rediscovering things that were, many hundreds of years old. And I did want to, I had a graphing calculator. I wanted to know what the buttons were, the sin, cos, tan, and so forth. And then when I saw, d over dx, and I saw this fancy looking S sign, I wanted to know what those were. And so I tried to learn what math I could. And then, I remember when I was 13 or so, like I didn't know the formula for the length of a curve. But then, I just, nor did I know how to derive it. But then, I just sort of guessed the right formula from examples. And, again, that's like a 100 years old thing. It's kind of, a triviality to, people who really understand calculus. But I was very proud of it at the time.
Do you have any favorite like formula or theorem?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I can say like when I'm worried, if I'm too tired to concentrate or
Here he tells a very good story about a very interesting theorem, but I think we can skip it.
larger inputs, at what rate is the number of steps that you need increasing? Okay, so what we like to see is,
Complexity theory.
Okay.
You already mentioned the foundations of
proof of the Karp-Lipton theorem.
Yeah, the Karp-Lipton theorem. So here is maybe one of the best explanations of complexity from one of the most knowledgeable people on the field. Take a listen.
Maybe if we can get into like the foundations of the complexity theory.
Okay.
You already mentioned the P equal NP
Yeah.
problems, and maybe just to decode what it means for those who are not in this field.
Yeah. Okay, so P means polynomial time. So it's the class of all the problems that have an algorithm to solve them, running on a standard, deterministic digital computer like the one that we're having this conversation on right now. And what polynomial time means is using a number of steps that increases only like the size of the input, the number of bits in the input raised to some fixed power. Okay. So the context here is that, complexity theory is the field that tries to classify problems, by the inherent resources needed to solve them. Like how much time, how much memory, how much randomness, or quantum computing resources, or parallelism. So P and NP are two of the most basic classes that we study. We care, not just about like the raw number of steps, but typically about the scaling behavior. As you go to larger and larger inputs, at what rate is the number of steps that you need increasing? Okay, so what we like to see is, often the gold standard is linear scaling, right? Which would mean when your input is twice as large, then your algorithm takes twice as long, right? As would happen if you just, if the input is just a whole bunch of records, then you just need to go through and, scan them in a single pass. We also often encounter quadratic time. Okay, which would mean, the number of steps grows like the input size squared. It would mean, if you have twice as much data to process, then your algorithm will take 4 times as long. Okay, these are, pretty reasonable scaling rates. What we don't like is exponential scaling, okay, which would mean, you need a number of steps that grows like 2 to the power of, the number of input bits or something like that. Because then even if you had just 1,000 input bits, which is not very many, you would be talking about 2 to the 1,000 steps, right? Which is much, much more than, the number of atoms in the observable universe, or let's say, the number of nanoseconds that have elapsed.
So that's the idea, briefly, is that you have polynomial time algorithms and you have exponential time algorithms. This is super easy to understand. Or it should be super easy to understand. And you can see there's a very, very big difference between 2n squared and 2 to the n. Shall we do some basic calculations? Well, in the polynomial time algorithm, if the input size is, say, 10, say, and here. I'm stuck with the Elon voice, impersonating him. You know how your mother always tells you when you're young, if you make that face, your face will be stuck like that the rest of your life. Well, if you impersonate a voice enough, you start sounding like the voice. So anyway, here's a 10-bit length, let's say, or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's bits or bytes or what have you. In our polynomial time argument, it's 10 squared, which is 100, so we need 200 steps here. 200 steps, which is for an input of 10. How about for exponential time? Well, that's 2 to the 10th power. Does anybody know what that is? Is it 10 to the 24 or 1024? You don't have that right? 1024? So you might look at that and say, oh, that's not so bad. It's 5 times longer, but it can't be that bad. I can wait 5 times longer, 5 seconds versus 1 second or something like that, right? Okay. Well, let's do 20. All right, well, 20 squared is 400, times 2 is 800. So that's not so bad. We doubled the size of the input length, and the time it takes to calculate this went up 4x. Make sense? Okay, but what's 2 to the 20th power? I can just ask Wolfram Alpha or something like that. 2 to the 20th is around 1 million. Well, that's a big, big difference. If these took, shall we say, I don't know, 1/10 of a second each, maybe even 10 milliseconds. That's not so bad, right, for an operation? 10 milliseconds. Well, that would be 2 seconds for this guy, 10 seconds for this guy. Is that right? Do I even have that right? 2,000 milliseconds is 2 seconds. This would be 8 seconds for a longer input. Let's say you wanted to, calculate, let's say you want to factor an integer. You had a polynomial time algorithm for factoring, one does not exist. You could do that in 8 seconds, but here, we'd have a big problem. This is a lot of seconds. This would be 10,000 seconds, which is how many minutes? It's 174 minutes. So 3 hours roughly. So we went from this, which only went up 4 x to this, which went up quite a lot, very exponential, from 10 seconds to 3 hours. And you can imagine at 30, I can calculate this in my head. Again, 30 times 30 is 900. 900 times 2 is 1800. 1800 seconds is milliseconds. I guess if one operation takes 10 milliseconds, this whole thing would take 18 seconds. Again, not bad, but let's do the math for 2 to the 30th power. That is a big number. Well, how many? That's a lot of seconds, right? So let's divide by 60. And this is how many minutes? Well, that's a lot of minutes. So how many hours is that? Oh, that's a lot of hours. So how many days is that? Well, that's a lot of days. How many years is that? So this calculation would take 34 years. Do you see the difference between an exponential and a polynomial algorithm? I'm trying to make this as simple as possible, double R. So again, the exponential algorithm is 2 to the n, very simple. 2 to the n. And the polynomial time algorithm is 2n squared. And you might say that goes up fast. 10 input size, 20 input size, 30 input size. But you can wait 18 seconds. You can't wait 34 years for a calculation to finish. And in fact, when we look at Bitcoin, it's 2 to the 256th power. So if I did a 256 as my input, again, 256 squared is, I should know this, 65,536. It's a number most computer scientists know. And then I multiply that times 2. So that's 130,000. Again, you know, this is you can wait this long. That's 1,300 seconds. It's not bad. But 2 to the 256th is 10 to the 77th, which is the longer than all the time in the universe, by a very far magnitude, actually. That's enough for many, many universes. So no real way to calculate this, right? Wrong. There is a way. Peter Shor theorized that if you had the resources of a quantum computer, you could do it very quickly. You could change from exponential to polynomial time. You could swap categories. That's a really big deal. For which problem, though? Only factoring, as far as we know. Factoring has a sister problem called discrete log problem, which I spend almost too much time on. But in general, it's a similar kind of problem. And this is why we use factoring for cryptography, because it's impossible to do this calculation. So you're safe, right? You're safe in terms of doing factoring, or making factoring the basis for your cryptography, because there's no actual way to factor a number that big. And that's not even that big. It's a 77-digit number. But there's no way to do that right now. It's impossible. But a quantum computer could do it quickly. But a quantum computer can't do any other problem quickly. That's the part that we tend to forget. And the only problem that it can do quickly, from a computational theory perspective, is when you go from E to P, but there has to be a reason. You're switching complexity classes. And the reason for Shor's algorithm is very clever. Peter Shor will go down as one of the most brilliant people in the world for figuring it out, but there are no other Shor's algorithms. So this is all we can do quickly, is factoring. But unfortunately, the world of computing is way more than factoring. There's all kinds of problems like sorting. This is a pretty big one in computing. Even things like summation. It's not factoring. Right? Increments. Copying. All of these things have nothing to do. I mean, we can go on and on. There's thousands of algorithms, maybe even more than that. Factoring is just one thing. But it turns out that you can factor very quickly on a quantum computer. But what else can you do on a quantum computer? Well, not a whole lot else, as far as we know. There's no real product here. And that's kind of the theory behind the short. If you can't do anything on these machines, then what's the point? Why have a quantum computer at all? And that's kind of where I'm coming from. Doesn't make any sense. It's just a bunch of garbage, really. And again, we're in a current era where we have meme coins. Bitcoin's worth trillions of dollars. This is an era of investing. We may return to an era that's a little less partying, a little more sober. But right now, the environment's quite good and quite wild. But until you can make more algorithms that actually change the complexity class, you're not in good shape. Now, why? Why is that the case? Well, why can't a quantum computer just be faster, right? Well, we know that Shor's lets you morph an exponential problem to a polynomial problem, but let's just compare a polynomial problem against a polynomial problem. So let's say you have some sorting algorithm. Okay. And the sorting algorithm has complexity time of the square root of n. Okay, so this is a polynomial algorithm. We're going to compare classical versus quantum. Well, what goes in to running speed? Well, the first is something like gate speed. The next thing would be something like memory to register file. The register file is the fastest part of the computer. Then you have the caches and so forth. So I'm going to ChatGPT, what is the gate speed of a transistor-based gate? Quantum theoretically could break cryptography, yes. Well, amazingly, it says here 30 picoseconds. Remarkable. 30 picoseconds. Pico is 1,000th of nano, so quite fast. Some are in the nanosecond range. So 1,000 pico is 1 nanosecond. Some even have less than that. Let me ask it. Let's try a gate speed for a superconducting transmon qubit quantum computer. somewhere between 10 to 300 nanoseconds. So it's certainly slower, anywhere between 30 to, I don't know, 10,000x slower than transistor. We're going to add fidelity here, which we know is 99. Well, we can do 0.9 to the what? 0.9 with a bar over it, I guess, to the 10 to the what? Negative 18th or something. Whereas for quantum, it's only 0.9 with a bar over it. Well, if you ask Rigetti, 10 to the 2, not even. And then finally, how fast is our clock speed? That's the gate speed. Clock speed, we all know the clock speed of computers right now, they're around anywhere from 2 to 5 gigahertz. The clock speed well, yeah, these gate speeds compound. So yeah, it kind of looks like 1 to 10 megahertz, which we've talked about. I actually think it's slower than that, but ion traps are 1 to 100 kilohertz. So it depends on whether you're ion trap or superconductor. And there is no register file or RAM or anything like that in quantum computing, so you have to build the entire circuit from scratch. Now again, will that change someday? You know, maybe. But for now, there's none of that. So there's no disk, there's no anything like this. So you have this problem, and I guess finally, probably the most important thing is, you know, what's your sample? Well, we have a 135 qubit machine at IBM, but how many transistors are on? How many transistors in Intel's latest chip? Think about how crazy this is. 44 billion. Okay. So if you have the quadratic, I'm sorry, if you have the exponential speed up, quantum computer wins. It would take until the universe freezes over versus just, what is that, 1300 seconds is not very long at all, 20 minutes, not bad. Better than the universe freezing over. But there's only one problem that this, unfortunately, otherwise quantum would be awesome and really cool. But unfortunately, there's only one problem where you get this, which is factoring large numbers, which isn't really interesting or a business. So if you had to do quantum heads up against the classical, well, let's start with the number of gates. Well, like I said, on an NVIDIA or an Intel chip, I've got 44 billion gates. Not bad. Or 44 billion transistors, which can sort of act as bits. Well, on a quantum computer, the best one we've got has 135. So, needless to say, the quantum is a bit outmatched. Why in the world would you ever use it? You wouldn't. You would only use it if you can get that crazy speed up, right? Okay, well, let's keep going. What about clock speed? Maybe it's a lot faster. Well, the latest AMD processor can do 5 billion cycles a second. Quantum computer, even the fastest one, can do 10 million cycles a second. Again, vastly, vastly outmatched. So you're outmatched by many factors in virtually every department. There's no place where quantum can win because it's a new technology. How about gate fidelity? Well, one is 18, one is 99.9, and then one is 99.999999999 and some more nines. So how in the world would anyone in their right mind think that you could match classical versus quantum? You couldn't. This case should more or less be closed. The only way you could do it is with that special algorithm, right? Some way to get from this world of complexity to the next. So now let's talk about why there would be this illusion that maybe this is not the case, because this is pretty sobering indeed, right? I mean, there's no kind of way out of this logically. It's just kind of over. So why would there be a potential way, or a misunderstanding really, of this? Well, there's a few things. What about the current business, right? I mean, these companies don't have much revenue, but somebody's paying them something. Right? Well, let's look into that very closely. I'm using Godel. I'm going to do EM for earnings matrix, sales. Okay, so before this, the companies started messing around with their accounting, let's look at a typical year for somebody like IonQ. I'm going to talk to you about the accounting stuff. But IonQ's revenue is 11 million. But the problem is most of these were grants. None of this is product revenue. This is just investigational revenue. When a customer does show up, it's largely out of curiosity. Sometimes the work's done for free, but you're talking about $100,000 style proof of concept work. If any of these graduated to serious production, well, the revenue would be billions. But if you talk to people who have used these things, they'll tell you the same story every time. We don't use it, the proof of concept failed. We'll check back in a few years, we'll do another proof of concept. We're always looking for new technologies to help our business. If it's a $100 billion business, right? We don't want to miss out on a proof of concept that might be really exciting. But unfortunately, the proof of concept never materializes into a real company. What IonQ has done, so each company has a different way of lying. What IonQ has done is they've gotten more grants and they've acquired companies that either have more grants or non-quantum businesses to make it look like their revenue's growing. But if you ask anybody if they're buying more quantum computers or using their cloud more, it's not the case. Okay. How about Rigetti? Let's go to Rigetti. Rigetti is the only other serious quantum computing company that's public. And they're a little bit more honest. They chase these grants less often, and they don't really give a shit about, fake sales and doing acquisitions to do fake sales and things like that. Well, Rigetti's revenue is bad, and it's declining. So their revenue is only 8.7 million. And last quarter, it was a mere 1.47 million. Godel, which is not worth many billions of dollars, has revenue in that ballpark. So Godel's market cap's not many zeros, but at least 1 zero removed from Rigetti's. So, pretty pitiful number here. So Rigetti is actually maybe one of the only companies that's honest. Okay, then we have QUBT, whose revenue last quarter was $35,000. Again, there's no, other than doing chores, where are you going to work here? There's no place to actually succeed. And then we get to the curious case of D-Wave. D-Wave has almost no revenue as well. They did sell one computer, but if we strip that unusual one-time sale out, revenue has been around 7 to 8 million. Again, this is about as big as you can make a company that doesn't really sell a product. You see the same number appear over and over again. D-Wave, Rigetti, IonQ was a little more aggressive in chasing that revenue. But this revenue isn't going anywhere, and the products really haven't changed. So the revenue is not growing dramatically. If anything, it looks like if you take out that contract or that one computer for D-Wave, maybe the revenue is actually dropping, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So how in the world, without the complexity speed up and without any revenue growth, where are you coming from? Well, what's the lie for D-Wave? Well, D-Wave is basically an optimization shop. Optimization is a funny thing. There are many ways to optimize a process. And if you look into optimization, it's a vibrant field. And one of the main pieces of software, for example, that's used there is called Garobi. And there are many other companies that will go into your business and say, okay, we have identified a business process we can speed up. We can do an optimization. We can run an algorithm that will actually make this a lot faster. And in fact, we do this all the time in our code base. If we see a process is exponential, we want to move it back to polynomial if we can. And in fact, you don't need any kind of new computer to do that. In fact, you don't even need Garobi software to do that. You just need a careful eye, and you need to go through the code base and find a place where you're using a manual process, an exponential process, etc. And you basically say, okay, well, we can move this to something else. We can move this to, a polynomial time process. Or we have a faster polynomial time algorithm. So if you're an optimization specialist, this is what you do. In fact, companies hire optimization programmers all the time. We do it all the time. One of the difficult problem is drawing components on the screen of the web program. And Facebook made a fantastic library for this optimization called React. They didn't need a quantum computer. It's not very hard to run, but it was a bit of a clever optimization trick. So the way I look at D-Wave is it's basically an optimization company that's sort of masquerading as a quantum company. And their quantum technology is not actually used. It's simply a company that is doing optimization work for clients. But optimization companies exist everywhere. Accenture, IBM on the big scale, and much smaller companies, including single consultants you can hire on a smaller scale. So D-Wave hunts for optimization business, and they're not very good at it. They only have a couple million in revenue. And quantum is their hook. But the reality is they find very normal optimization problems that anybody could solve. ChatGPT could solve. In fact, ChatGPT is very bearish for quantum, for at least for D-Wave quantum, because you can simply ask ChatGPT, hey, I have a list of employees, what is the best way to schedule them? Well, D-Wave will lie to you and say, well, you need our quantum computer, we're going to charge you this much money for it. But the reality is it's something as simple as, well, you're using this kind of algorithm, you should shift it to another one. And again, I'm trying to do a D-Wave demo where I can show that their quantum, quote-unquote, quantum optimization tool isn't any better than any other tool. And the reason this is important is because there is no speed up. There's no theoretical basis, right, for that quantum speed up from exponential to polynomial. We know that it exists with Shor's, but there is no speed up. That's how you know it's a fraud. There is no speed up. The number of quantum algorithms is very low. There's only a handful, and none of them are about this, the QUBO algorithm. Q in QUBO is not, by the way, quantum. It's quadratic unconstrained binary optimization. And you can do QUBO on regular old computers. In fact, I think regular old computers are faster for the reasons I showed a moment earlier. They have faster speeds. So I think that the quantum, in fact, one undercover D-Wave employee said, the quantum part about what we do is just snake oil. It's just a way to get the optimization business. It's not actually part of the process or used very much. So if we can find an optimization, let's say the customer has something that takes, 300 hours to do. And we find an off-the-shelf pip install package, Python package that takes that to 30 minutes. Guess what? The client's thrilled. But things like this happen all the time in computer programming. You guys ever see me hacking away at a program? Oftentimes I will find a program that will speed up my work by 1000x. For example, if anybody knows programming, simplest thing in the world, and maybe one of you can answer this pop quiz. If I had this one program, let me just show you one program, very simple program. I'll do it in like sort of a pseudocode. Program A and program B. Tell me the difference between these programs. I have a for statement here for I equals 1, I less than 1 million, I plus plus. And then we have, in the statement here, we'll do, let's see, here we'll declare n is 0, and then we'll do something like n equals, 2 plus I. It's a silly algorithm, but we're going to do it this way. And we're not even going to, we're just going to do next I here. Okay, and then at the end, we're going to print I and print n. This is very poor programming, by the way. So here we'll do the same thing, except we're going to reverse the order a little bit. In this program, over here, I'm going to take the print statement and I'm going to switch it with the next statement. What's going to happen to my runtime? And why? B is faster, you think? Yeah, it would slow a tremendous amount. Why? It's going to be extremely slow. Well, A will compile. I just have to move this print statement over here. Yeah, so the print call is extremely slow, right? The print call takes a huge amount of time compared to the addition, right? It's probably 1,000 times slower or 10,000 times slower, right? So you do the printing afterwards, or you can do a check to print every certain amount of prints, but putting it in here makes this an extremely slow algorithm. So any optimization person would say, well, just kill this print. Now, you don't need an optimization expert for that. You just need a normal programmer. But these types of problems where you're saying, well, you're using this sorting algorithm or that sorting algorithm or this regression algorithm versus that regression algorithm, these are the kinds of things optimization people do. And a company that doesn't know any better, quite frankly, will often, and this is why D-Wave doesn't really have any impressive clients, will go to them and they're basically getting an optimization shop thinking they're getting quantum. The quantum sounds sexy, but it's not real. And again, you can prove this by saying, well, what is the quantum algorithm that allows you to move complexity classes? So far as we know, Shor's algorithm is the only one, and you cannot implement Shor's with today's computers. It's not possible. Right? Grover's is another one, but if you listen to that Arison interview, Grover's may never show up. So we have a couple of names here. The other algorithms are isomorphic to these, right? So you can just basically reduce them. You can reduce them back to Shor's or back to Grover's. There's nothing special about them. For example, I gave you one earlier. I only say Shor's, but Shor's encompasses DLP, ideal numbers, many other algorithms. So, but there's really only one Shor's. So, it's a Shor's is not available. So the question is why, or at least for D-Wave, but not Shor's won't run on any computer right now. We've tried it many times. So without the exponential to polynomial speedup, where do you get, what part of physics gets you the win? We know it's not from gate speed or transistor amount, right? We know we proved that. These computers suck. The quantum computers have no clock speed, they have no fidelity, they have a very small number of bits. It's just very, very shitty, right? We know that the only time you can really get the speed up is when you have some special algorithm that will win you prizes and things like that, but they're still not quite ready to actually be implemented. So all we really have is, either lying or being honest and being caught up in a hype wave. Some companies are taking the attention and deciding to lie, 2 of them. Others are being relatively honest, but they're still not doing, all the stocks are kind of doing just similarly. It doesn't matter whether you lie or not. But as investors, we try to understand the technology. I spend a lot of time understanding biotechnology, so I can know what drugs are fake and what drugs aren't. And you guys have seen what I think is pretty tremendous skill in that. I take the same approach with everything I look at. And this is a no different approach, and it's quite obvious to anybody with a brain cell as to why these stocks are quite shorted and quite, prone to, this environment, short squeezes and weak shorts that are very quick to cover and things like that. That's kind of the environment we're in. So that's really it. Well, we didn't even talk about coherence and decoherence, but like I said, listen to Scott, and you'll learn some more. Take a
Since
listen.
the Big Bang. So our sort of rough and ready, dividing line between what's efficiently solvable and what's not is what has polynomial scaling. So, right, which problems are solvable by.
As you know, my girlfriend, baby mom, taught with Scott at MIT and brought him into the artificial intelligence company.
Some algorithm that that has scaling like some power of the input size, the input length cubed or to the 4th power or whatever, And so the set of all such problems are, strictly speaking, decision problems, problems with yes or no answers. That's what we call P. Okay, so you can think of this as sort of meaning the class of efficiently solvable problems. Now, it doesn't perfectly correspond to that because, for example, a problem that had
I mean, we saw this all the time in the 2000 era, which was, I actually think this environment's a lot like 2000, where you had a lot of froth, a lot of like crappy companies that would go up on any news and things like that. And look, the party has to end at some point. And it's funny that Trump, the current Fed chair, I think should be raising rates. Trump is upset that he's not lowering rates. So I don't know if the Fed chair will stay in or not, but lowering rates would add more liquidity to the punch bowl, and it would probably make things even worse. And that's why the market started to nosedive when there was reports that he might be removed. We need less liquidity because these stocks are at outrageous prices. Fartcoin is at an outrageous price. Crypto is at outrageous prices. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to add liquidity when, it's chasing these very frontier assets that, are largely garbage. So, part of it is enthusiasm around AI. Part of it is enthusiasm around new technologies. But you can see biotech was a new technology in the 70s and 80s. Today, nobody wants to touch biotech because the truth was very far removed from reality, from the hype. The hype was this was a brand new way to do medicine. And that was true. It did turn out to be a brand new way to do medicine. But all of the issues with medicine didn't change. It's still hard to do medicine. It's still hard to make medicine. The biotech didn't make it any easier. And it largely just looked like Pharma 2.0. And so when the hype is there, that's usually the time to buy. When it's time for reality, that's usually the time to sell. And if you can time riding those hype waves, well, that's what makes a great trader. Some people don't want to be traders, they want to be investors. And they say, well, if I can buy $1 for 50 cents, I'm going to do that. And if I can sell $1 for $2, I'll do that as well. And over time, I'll be very rich. And we sold, I hope you guys did it as well, but we sold Immune, which would trade at $2. We sold it for $7. Cassava, we sold that, which would trade at $2. We sold that for $20 or $30, and so forth and so forth. It's not, you don't always win, of course. But I think it's very clear that these stocks will inevitably go to $1 because, as I illustrated, there is no product. There's no way to actually turn quantum effects into something reasonable. Now, Scott actually disagrees. Scott has a specific, theoretical point of view and a practical point of view, because he consults with these companies. And I'm going to try to get Scott for a Godel-only conference call, which I think would be fun, and some of the other quantum people, and see if we can't get Godel customers to ask questions. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But let's keep listening.
An n to the million time algorithm would still be in P. No one thinks that that's efficient in practice. Okay. But what saves us is just that hardly ever shows up in practice, right? So P is our sort of rough and ready approximation to what problems are efficiently solvable. Okay. But now we come to NP, which stands for non-deterministic polynomial time. Okay, it doesn't stand for not polynomial. Okay, it's something much more subtle than that. Okay, NP you can think of as the class of problems where if someone tells you that the answer is yes, then they can prove that the answer is yes via a short proof that can be efficiently verified. Okay, so So now there's an asymmetry between yes and no, right? It's only the yes answers that need to be proven, okay? But the proofs have to be short, and there has to be, meaning of polynomial size, and there has to be a polynomial time algorithm to check the proofs. Okay, so a good example here would be factoring numbers. Okay, so if I give you some huge composite number, and I ask you, let's say, does it have at least 3 prime factors? Something like that. Okay, now that is that might be a very hard problem. Okay, we certainly don't know if it's in P or not, right? The best known classical algorithms for factoring, need a number of steps that grows exponentially, actually with the cube root of the number of digits that you're factoring. Okay, but on the other hand, if someone claims that the answer is yes, and then you don't believe them, then there's always something they could give you that would quickly convince you that the answer is yes. And the thing that they could give you is just the prime factorization of the number, right? If they have found it, then they just have to show that to you. Okay, it is what we call a proof or a witness. And then via a polynomial time algorithm, you can check that yes, these numbers really do multiply to your original number. And we even know ways to check that numbers are prime. Okay, if they're composite, they don't tell you what the prime factors are, but they do tell you if your number is prime or composite. Okay, so factoring is in NP. Okay, but there are lots of other examples. So the famous traveling salesman problem says, if you have a bunch of cities and you ask, you give someone the distance between each city and each other one, and then you ask, let's say, is there a route that visits every city with at most 5,000 miles total, right? Okay, that might be a very hard problem to solve.
Is that what Amazon is solving?
Not exactly, but they are solving, combinatorial optimization problems that are broadly kind of like that. Okay, so if there are hundreds of cities, right, there might be an astronomical number of possibilities to try. We don't know if there's an efficient algorithm. Okay, but if you want to prove to someone that there is a tour with, at most 5,000 miles, you just have to show it to them, right? And then they can check. They can check that it really is a tour and that the distances add up to at most 5,000. Okay, lots and lots of problems have the same kind of character. Sudoku puzzles, jigsaw puzzles, the problem that many people may have encountered where, you have a bunch of suitcases of various dimensions and you're trying to fit them into the trunk of your car, right? There might be, a huge number of ways of rearranging them that you would have to try, but in the end, there's a simple test. Does the trunk close or not, right? So NP, again, is the class of all the decision problems for which there is a polynomial time algorithm to verify a purported solution, to verify a witness that the answer is yes. Okay, and so now the P versus NP problem, which is maybe the greatest unsolved problem of theoretical computer science, arguably even of all of mathematics, is simply the question: are these two classes the same? Okay, it is easy to see that P is contained in NP. If you can solve a problem yourself, then you can also verify a solution. Okay, the interesting question is NP contained in P? So if you can verify a solution efficiently, then does that mean that you can also find a solution efficiently? Okay, it certainly means that you can find a solution in at most an exponential amount of time, because there is always the brute force method of just trying every possible solution one after the next after the next. Okay, but in some sense, what's being asked is there a general way to eliminate the need for brute force search? To just zero in on a correct answer whenever a correct solution exists and whenever it's efficiently verifiable, whenever it's easy to recognize once found. Okay, so this sort of captures a huge number of problems of practical interest, in optimization, in AI, in breaking cryptographic codes. Okay, and if P equaled NP, then like all of those problems would have efficient solutions. Okay, which that if that sounds wildly implausible, many of us share that feeling. I would say that the dominant conjecture is that P is not equal to NP. Okay, but the trouble is that proving that would require ruling out any algorithm that could ever be discovered.
Which is NP hard.
Well, no. It's a fixed question,
fixed
right?
question.
It may just have a single fixed answer, but it just you could say the general problem of finding proofs, in fact, is an NP hard problem, right? We haven't even said what NP hard means yet. Okay, but the trouble is that there are lots and lots of problems, that may look like they don't have an efficient solution. Or they may look like brute force search is needed. Okay, so for example, solving a bunch of linear equations or solving a bunch of linear inequalities, even, right? It's not obvious, but there is a way to solve a system of linear inequalities that is polynomial time, that avoids the need for brute force search. Okay, that's called linear programming, right? Or if I give you a bunch of people and I tell you, who is willing to pair off with whom, who is willing to go on a date with whom, and now you need to set up the maximum number of people on dates. Right, that sounds like it might be another one of these hard NP problems, but it isn't. Okay, it has a polynomial time solution that was discovered 60 years ago. Okay, so sometimes there really are clever ways to solve problems efficiently, even when it didn't look like it. Okay, another example that we already mentioned was determining whether a number is prime, right? Which was proven to be in P in 2002 in a breakthrough result. Okay, so now the question is, are there polynomial time algorithms for all the problems in NP? And I would certainly place a very large bet on no, but we don't yet have the tools to prove statements of that kind. Now,
does something really strange happen if P equals NP? Does something really strange happen? Like, does that then enable, I don't know, like faster than like travel or something?
No.
Like, is there something that really breaks if P is equal to NP?
So P equals NP would be a fact about math, right? It wouldn't be a fact about physics, in and of itself, right? So it doesn't change anything in the known laws of physics. Right, but what it would mean is that first of all, essentially all of the encryption that we use, that is based on hard cryptographic problems, would then be broken. Okay, so for example, you could no longer have cryptocurrency, right? You could break all the steal all the Bitcoin, all the Ethereum, okay, the only kinds of encryption that you could still have would be the kinds that are not based on hard computational problems at all. Like, for example, the one-time pad or quantum cryptography would be another example. Okay, but pretty much all the forms of encryption that we currently use on the internet would be broken. Okay, but it would also mean, so I like to argue that P versus NP is maybe the most important.
Okay, here's a real cloud provider. It's called Amazon Web Services. They're pretty much the best known cloud provider in the world. And they even have working quantum computers on a service called Bracket. Look who's on Bracket. They'll take anybody, basically. You got IonQ. Unfortunately, all their computers are always offline. Let me tweet that. That's funny. That's funny to me. They got their own problems, IonQ. And if I click, let's click the one IonQ that is up. I can view device. Okay, reserve device. I can even pay $7,000 an hour or 30 cents a task. I can open a notebook. I can write code. It takes 2 seconds. It's easy. They want money. The problem is nobody wants to use the computer because cloud computing is worthless. But look, I can run this non-Shor's algorithm. It's fake Shor's algorithm. I love the example they have, which is 15. The factor 15 into 3 and 5, that's their example. Kind of sad. But at least it's there, right? There's Rigetti. I don't see anything else on the list. I've used IonQ. When it works, it works. It's fine. They even accepted me. So that's how IonQ is. A regular old computer, case that's not clear, it's in EC2. I can launch instance. It takes me about 2 seconds. T3 Micro. I just click launch instance and boom, I got a computer. That's it. I can connect right now. All right, let me use this EC2 console. Okay, I'm not allowed to use the EC2 console. I can SSH into it or whatever. Ah, here we go. This is sort of what I was looking for. So here I am. I'm in the file system. I can do stuff. Make directory quantum, cd quantum. Okay, sudo apt install. Let's see, sudo apt update. Apt update. Apt isn't even on this thing. It's Amazon Linux. Amazon Linux package manager. And now I'm programming. I'm doing shit. This is part of the DNF. DNF. There we go. I can do stuff with this, right? I can actually try things. It's beautiful. This is what cloud is. Right? And again, IBM Cloud takes me 2 seconds. EC2, 2 seconds. Rigetti, IonQ, it's a little more labored, but at least I can do it. And I've used them on live stream. But if I try to use, D-Wave, I just run into all these forms. What the heck? And I made a Leap login, but it says upgrade plan. I said, okay, I'll get the corporate card out. I'm ready to upgrade my plan. But they always want to give you the service. Ready to get started? Our team of experts help you go. No, I don't need your team of experts. Are you worried that I'm going to use your computer and learn that it sucks? Is that the fear? I think that's the fear. Yeah, you can give me your login. I don't care. Send me the password. Yeah, you can't get in. We've tried 100 times. I've sent them emails. My buddies who have no idea it's me. They've tried too. Yeah, if you send me yours, I'll be happy to try it. And, I'm a careful person. It's easy to just say, here's a problem. I press 2 buttons. Oh, it's slower. I'm done. I proved it. I don't do that. I'm intellectually honest. I want to get to the bottom of it. Run a lot of thorough experiments, and we see, for real, if it's faster or not. All right, I sent an email. This is another thing they do, which is for training. I've never seen this in my life. For training, you got to pay. It costs money. It's $1,000 to watch their video. How nuts is that? I'll be here all day. Spencer, the reason it's so hard to access is because they know that if they just let it out in the wild, they couldn't put their best foot forward. People would try their computer and realize, oh man, this thing sucks. So I gotta watch these 5 classes, or I gotta hire their people and pay them $1,000 an hour so they can guide me through the quantum computing and show me how to use their quote-unquote computer. If I just try to give them money, they won't take it. Meanwhile, that's how all the rest of the cloud providers work. It's self-serve. It's insane.
Unsolved math problem. And my argument for that is that if P equal to NP and the algorithm were fast in practice, we have to add that proviso, then
no business in the world wants to make it harder for you to pay them. Right? That's why the cloud exists. I mean, who stops their customers from paying? No, wait. You got to call us first. I wish I could pay. They don't let me pay. I wish I could pay. I've tried to pay. I've even tried to call them and let me pay, please. This is why they don't have much revenue. These stocks are up a lot. There's a lot of momentum. But, yeah, there's definitely an SEC investigation. Quantum Computing Inc. They should open one for D-Wave and for Rigetti and IMQ too. Well, Rigetti's actually the one good actor. in this space. Yeah, I mean, it's just normal business. They're looking for any business that has an optimization problem to solve, and they solve it classically. They don't solve it with quantum. And these companies don't know any fucking better. But as you can see, and if anybody can get a login to the D-Wave computer, let me know. Got hundreds of people watching. If one of you can do it, guess what? I'll pay you $500 for your password. If it's free and it's easy to get, one of you guys wants $500, go give me the password. You won't get it. You can't get it. It's not going to happen. I've been trying for months to use the D-Wave computer. I got close. But it didn't work. Yeah, well, listen, maybe she's on another computer. She doesn't have access to the credentials at the computer. Maybe it's upstairs. You give Tessa a break. I think the bigger point here is that, like I said, $500. If you can go to D-Wave's computer and just log in and use the computer, show me. No, I'll wait for you as long as you want. But I'm talking about everybody else. Can you get access to their computer? And why can I get access to Rigetti, IonQ, QEra, and all the other quantum companies, IBM? There's no system where I can use that computer on the cloud. They say they have this Leap thing, but to get Leap, you got to go get anointed, personally approved by their CEO. They just want big companies that are fat and don't understand that they're just doing classic optimization. I gotta clean out Dwayne Reed real quick. Make up for these Rigetti losses. Real quick. Where the toothpaste at? Give me that deodorant. Putting that on eBay. Yeah, Apache's got it exactly right. They don't want anybody who's going to run an honest experiment. For example, their quote-unquote quantum supremacy paper, give me the code and I will run it just as fast on a classical computer, if not faster. That's a charade. Yeah. I mean, listen, the stock market's very Trading and making money is very hard. There's nothing easy about it. It's never been easy. It never will be easy. When we were shorting, when Kramer, when I say we, I was working as the most junior you could be. When I was working for Kramer, he was shorting .com stocks. He got the exact right time. Soros, Tiger, every other hedge fund who shorted lost a ton of money. Did Kramer get lucky? Or was Kramer good? Doesn't matter, right? He made the money. Then I worked at another hedge fund, Intrepid, that also made money that year. In fact, they made even more money than Kramer did. Lucky or good. And then there are people who said, I want to short it, but I'm going to sit on the sidelines. I don't want to get run over. Look at these stocks. They go up every day. Any news. Doesn't have to be good news. It goes up 30%. I can't short it. I got to wait. Well, it's not easy. Oh, that's funny, Spencer. Kramer had longs and shorts. That's right. I don't know about that peer review thing. There's a lot of people dispute peer reviews. It's kind of what we do for a living here on Biotech. Peer review doesn't help that much. I will say Science is a very good journal, but Science publishing that makes me think less of Science. And I don't think D-Wave's ever got a paper in Nature. Now look, people in the quantum community don't like D-Wave. I think Scott has gone on record saying he's very bearish. John Preskill has gone on record saying the same. So the big names in quantum computing are pretty skeptical of D-Wave, if not outright kind of hostile. Science is, I always thought it was a decent journal. In fact, I always thought it was one of the better ones, but yeah, the goats in quantum, there's only a couple of goats. You've got Preskill, Umesh Vazirani, who Aronson got his PhD from. I don't know if you want to include Aronson in that. Chris Monroe, quite frankly. I like Chris, I don't like IonQ. You got Vincent DiVincenzo at IBM. You got a couple of the Google quantum guys are pretty good. But in terms of top tier quantum computing guys, it's a pretty short list. Now there's plenty of pretenders, but let's ask ChatGPT. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, Tessa. You might not have access. You might be clicking the same thing I was clicking. Let's have a look. Who are the most published researchers by citation count for quantum computing? Hoofd. Well, Mike and Ike, of course, who are bearish on annealing too. Sirac, I don't know. La Flamme. Deutsch. Okay, what about me and Preskel? Two central figures. Maybe try ResearchGate. Got a little business to take care of. Whoa, dude. I don't think this is me. This is Marina Shkreli. I think. It's funny because I have a colleague named Brockman, but not Stephanie Brockman, Adam Brockman. No, that's not me. They have my patent. I don't want a free account, damn it. Did you get the same email that I got? Or did you do the same? Did you just fill out the same form I filled out? Making sure you sign up for Goodell. I applied for Access already. Kev, you're fucking funny, Kev. Yeah, we do have a free tier.
Well, hello there. I guess you could say I'm doing absolutely tremendous. Probably better than anyone else is doing right now, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's cool. How are you, President Trump? This is Martin Shkreli, the pharmaceutical entrepreneur and investor from New York City. It's so nice to talk to you.
Shkreli, huh? From New York City. Yeah, I know Shkreli. You know, Martin, you're a tough guy. Very smart, very successful in pharmaceuticals. Some people don't like you, but I respect people who fight back and don't let the media destroy them. You've been through a lot, probably more than most people could handle. But you're still here, still talking, still making moves. That takes real strength, believe me.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I agree with you completely. I also was attacked by the media, attacked by prosecutors, as you were, the same prosecutors, in fact, like Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York.
Yeah, Shkreli, Letitia James, you're talking about the same people, right? That woman is a total disaster, Martin. A complete and total disaster. She's a radical left prosecutor who goes after successful people like you and me because she can't stand success. She's weaponizing the justice system. It's disgraceful.
It's a disgrace. It's crazy. And it only started because people like you and me got out of business and got into the spotlight. They don't like that. They don't like that at all.
You said it, Martin. You absolutely said it.
When they're okay with us making money, even billions, but they want us to do it quietly. If we make noise about it, they say, oh, we're going to teach this guy a lesson. He's acting all tough and mighty. We can't let that happen, can we?
Exactly, Martin. That's exactly right. They want you to be a little mouse, run around quietly, pay your taxes like everyone else, and don't make waves. But the minute you speak up, the minute you show strength, the minute you say what everyone's really thinking, boom, they come after you with everything they've got.
Yeah,
they can't stand winners.
They can't stand winners. You know, I met your son briefly, and I thought he was a wonderful young man, by the way, and really solid kid. He's going to go places, and it was a pleasure to meet him. And you know, I'm so happy with the fact that you've now been elected president twice. That's just so great.
Don Jr., huh? Yeah, he's a good kid. A real fighter. He's got that killer instinct, you know.
No, I like Don Jr. quite a lot, Mr. President. He follows me on X, which is a privilege. But I was talking about your other son, Barron.
Barron? Oh, yeah. Barron's a good kid, too. A very smart kid. He's got incredible height, this kid. I mean, he's taller than me now. Can you believe it?
I believe it.
And he's sharp. Yeah? Go on, Mark it. What is it you believe?
No, I believe he's tall. He's 6'9".
6'9"? Really? Wow, that's incredible. I mean, you know, he comes from good genes, really good genes. My side, Melania's side, we've got good height. But 6'9"? That's basketball player height, Martin. That's serious height. The kid could probably play for the Knicks if he wanted to.
Yeah.
But he's got
better things to do than that. And I got to speak with Kanye West as well, who's a big fan of yours. Tremendous musician, maybe one of the best ever.
Kanye? You spoke with Kanye? Wow. Yeah, Kanye's a complicated guy, Martin. Very talented. Maybe one of the most talented musicians we've ever had, honestly. But he says things, you know?
He notices things.
He notices things, yeah. He sees stuff that others don't see. But the media, Martin, they go crazy when people notice things. They don't want people talking about what they see. They want everyone to stay quiet, keep their heads down, don't ask questions. But guys like Kanye, guys like you and me, we're not built that way. We speak up.
Yeah, and that's the American dream. We say what we want, because when I was a kid and my family came from a poor little country called Albania, they taught me that we have freedom of speech and we can say what we want. And as far as I'm concerned, that has been a lie until you stepped in, and now we can say what we want again. President Trump? Don't tell me you fell asleep like sleepy Joe Biden. President? Mr. Trump? Hello? Hello? Oh, socket disconnected. Let me try something else. Let me get Audacity here. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Need somebody to record this too and mix it, remix it. Hey yo, Zip! Can you use my live stream to remix something live? Or do you need to download the file? No. Okay. You can't do it live. He's got to download it. He's not going to do it live. Remix.
Well, hello there. Some people say I have a tremendous way of speaking, okay? And they're right, I really do. I've got the best words, believe me. Many people tell me this all the time. So what's on your mind today? We're going to have a fantastic...
This is Martin Shkreli, the entrepreneur from New York City, the pharmaceutical executive and investor. It's my pleasure to meet you today.
Martin Shkreli. Okay. A pharmaceutical executive from New York City. Now that's interesting. The pharmaceutical industry, that's a tough business, very tough. A lot of people don't understand how complex it really is. You know, I've dealt with many executives over the years, and let me tell you, the smart ones, the really smart ones, they know how to navigate those waters. So tell me, What's the biggest challenge you're facing in your business right now? Because in my experience, the successful people, they're always thinking about the next move.
Well, President Trump, you may remember me because I raised the price of a drug called Daraprim sky high. And I got a lot of flack from it, from Crooked Hillary, from Bernie. Those people didn't like that.
Daraprim, huh? Sky high.
Yeah, I remember that one.
You know what? The fake news media, they love to pile on successful business people. They really do. They see someone making smart business moves and they go crazy. Hillary and Bernie, don't even get me started on those two. They don't understand how business works. They never have.
But here's the thing, Martin, and I'll be honest with you. Pricing is everything in business.
Yeah?
Right? So you knew what the market would bear. That's a smart way to do it. And frankly, sometimes you need that push, that high price to get people talking about your product. Look, the thing is, and this is what these politicians don't get, when you raise prices like that, you're creating value. You're showing the market what something is really worth.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's exactly right. And the other thing is, you get all these experts talking about it.
Yeah.
You get all these...
You know, I like that you understand business, President Trump, because business is really what runs America. It's not politics.
That's exactly right. Business runs America, not politics. And the politicians, they're always trying to make it complicated, but it's really simple. You make deals, you create value, you build something. That's what made America great in the first place. The politicians, they just talk and talk, but they never actually do anything.
Well, actually, Mr. President, they do things. They went after you and me. They tried to prosecute you. You even had an assassination attempt. I mean, these people are vicious.
Vicious? Yeah, that's a good word for it. They went after me like nobody ever has. They went after you too, Martin. These people, they don't want successful business people doing well. They want to control everything. The deep state, the prosecutors, the whole system. It's all rigged against entrepreneurs like us. They can't stand when someone makes real money, when someone builds something. So what do? They weaponize the justice system. It's disgraceful, really disgraceful.
They threw me in jail for 7 years.
7 years? For what exactly? For making a business decision? It's incredible. It really is.
Yes,
7 years.
Mr. President, I'm asking you today for your approval of a pardon for my crime. I hope you'll grant it.
A pardon? Martin, you know I'm a man of action. When I see injustice, when I see successful people getting railroaded by the system, that bothers me. It really does. 7 years for a business decision, that's not justice, that's persecution. The pharmaceutical industry, it's tough, it's competitive, and sometimes you have to make hard choices. I understand that. You are doing what any smart businessman would do in that situation. So yes, Martin, I'll absolutely consider it. These prosecutors, they go after the wrong people while the real criminals walk free. It's a disgrace.
Well, thank you so much, President Trump. Is there any way I can make a donation to your presidential library or something like that? Maybe get this going a little faster?
A donation for the library? Martin, that's very thoughtful of you. You know what, Martin? I appreciate the thought. I really do. But pardons, they're not about donations or libraries. They're about justice.
Absolutely.
When I see a successful businessman like you getting railroaded by corrupt prosecutors, that's when I act. The system failed you just like it failed me. So don't worry about donations right now. We'll get this taken care of the right way, through the proper channels. That's how we do things.
That's right. That's right, President Trump. Thank you so much. Can I ask you about a man named Jeffrey Epstein?
Epstein? Look, I knew Jeff. I knew him socially, Mar-a-Lago, parties, that whole scene. But when I found out what he was really about, what he was doing, that was it.
You cut him off.
Absolutely. I came off fast. Because when you're dealing with people like that, people who are involved in things nobody should be involved in, you've got to distance yourself immediately. That's business 101. You can't let one bad apple destroy everything you've built. When I heard about the island, all that sick stuff, boom, done. No more parties, no more phone calls, nothing. That's what separates the smart operators from the ones who go down with the ship.
And you didn't want anything to do with him. You banned him from Mar-a-Lago. You said, I'm done with this guy. And you went on to bigger and better things. And he kept doing the stuff he was doing. And now, we all know what happened.
That's exactly right, Martin. You said it perfectly. I went on to become president of the United States. And well, we all know what happened to him. The difference is when you see trouble coming, you make the smart move. You don't stick around and hope it gets better.
But you do have to be loyal to your friends.
Loyal? Of course. Loyal to the people who are loyal to you. But loyalty has limits, Martin. You can't be loyal to people who are doing terrible things. Real loyalty means you warn them. You try to help them get back on track. But if they don't listen, if they keep going down that dark path, then you protect yourself and your family. That's not being disloyal. That's being smart. The people who really deserve your loyalty are the ones who stand by you when the whole world is against you. Like you, Martin. You're still fighting, still standing strong after 7 years. That's the kind of loyalty I respect.
In jail, almost everybody loved President Trump.
Jail? You mean people who were actually in jail?
When I was in jail, yes. I was in jail for 7 years. And those people I was in jail with said, we love Trump. He's making great reforms. And what a great president.
In jail? Seriously? Wow. Okay, well, you know what, Martin? That doesn't surprise me at all. The forgotten people, the people who got railroaded by the system, they understand what I'm about. They know I'm fighting for them. Even in jail, even when they're getting screwed over by corrupt prosecutors and crooked judges, they see that I'm the one standing up to the swamp. That's incredible, really incredible. These are real Americans who got caught up in a rigged system, just like you did, just like I did. They know authenticity when they see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's powerful stuff, Martin. Really powerful. You know what else is powerful? The fact that you survived 7 years and came out still fighting.
You know why that is, Mr. President? It's because I'm from New York.
New York! Of course. The city that never sleeps, right? You and me both, Martin. New York City, that's where you learn to fight. That's where you learn to never give up, no matter what they throw at you. The toughest people in the world come from New York. When you grow up there, when you do business there, you learn to handle pressure like nowhere else. 7 years in jail, a New Yorker can handle that. Getting attacked by the fake news media, we've been dealing with that our whole lives. That's what makes us winners, Martin.
That means a lot to me, President Trump. Let's talk about Crooked Hillary. What did you really think about her?
Crooked Hillary? Oh boy, where do I start? She's the most corrupt politician I've ever seen. And believe me, I've seen a lot. The emails, the Clinton Foundation, all the pay-to-play schemes, it's unbelievable what she got away with. And the media, they protected her every step of the way.
Every step of the way.
Every single step. And the thing that really gets me, Martin, is how she tried to destroy my family and my business. She went after my kids. She went after my businesses.
Well, not just her, but also Attorney General Letitia James. What a piece of work she is.
James? Letitia James? Oh, you're right. A disaster, a real disaster. She ran on Get Trump. That was her.
Gotta WebSocket issue. Let me see if I can get the voice better.
So I know President Xi better than I know you, which is pretty good. So I know him very well. I've dealt with him many times. He came to Mar-a-Lago, as you know. He stayed. He doesn't hate the United States.
Let me see if this is better. Let's do DMX as well. File cannot exceed 30 megabytes. What the hell? Oh, yeah, I see.
Well, hello there. Good to be talking with you today. You know, it's really something being able to connect like this. I've got to tell you, there's a lot happening in the world right now. Tremendous things, some not so tremendous. But that's how it goes, right? What's on your mind today?
President Trump, it's an honor to meet you. This is Martin Shkreli from New York City, the pharmaceutical executive, entrepreneur, and investor.
Shkreli Martin, New York City, pharmaceuticals. Look, I know who you are, Martin. Big pharma, made some waves, very controversial stuff. You know, the pharmaceutical industry, it's unbelievable what they get away with. The pricing, the whole thing. I've been talking about this for years. We need to bring down prescription drug costs. It's a disaster what they're doing to people. But you're a smart guy, very smart. Tell me, what's your take on what's happening in the industry now? Because frankly, it's gotten completely out of control.
Well, I think the comments you made recently were very appropriate, that the whole world, knows that the American pharmaceutical industry are the leaders. We make all the medicines for the whole world.
Right. We make them, but we get nothing back, basically. We're making all these incredible medicines for the world, the greatest medicines ever created, and then what happens? Other countries, they negotiate these sweetheart deals. They pay practically nothing. China, they're paying pennies on the dollar for our pharmaceutical innovations. Germany, France, all of them. They're getting our medicines at massive discounts.
I hate to interrupt you, President Trump, just like the defense budget, that we protect them and they never pay for it.
Exactly. You're hitting it right on the head. It's unbelievable. They're getting our medicines, the best in the world, at practically nothing. Same exact thing with NATO. We're protecting all these countries, spending trillions, and they're not paying their fair share.
And if I may, President Trump, tariffs as well, right? They tariff us, but we don't tariff them. It's not fair.
You're absolutely right. It's the biggest joke in the world, frankly. And we had countries like China hitting us with massive tariffs, 25, 30, sometimes 50% on our goods. Meanwhile, we're charging them practically nothing. Same thing with Europe. They're tariffing our cars, our agriculture, everything. But when I put tariffs on them, suddenly it's the end of the world. The fake news media goes crazy.
The fake news, that I wanted to talk to you about that too. CNN, ABC, NBC, they're all fake. When I was running my business, minding my own business, running it, the New York Times attacked me just like they attacked you. And where did I end up? In a jail cell.
Jail cell, huh? Yeah, that's exactly right. They're fake news, absolutely fake news. The New York Times, they're some of the worst. They've been going after successful business people for decades. You, me, anybody who threatens their little system. They can't stand when someone actually builds something, creates jobs, makes real money. So what do? They write these hit pieces, they twist everything, they make up stories. And then the prosecutors, a lot of them Democrats.
Most of them.
right?
Most of them.
them. Yeah, most of them. It's just the way it works. Look, these prosecutors, they're reading the same fake newspapers we are. They see these hit pieces in the Times, in the Post, and they think they've got some big case. But it's all based on lies, Martin.
They want to get
fabric-
reelected. That's all they want to do.
Exactly. That's exactly right. They're politicians first and journalists second, or maybe not even that. They see going after successful business people as their ticket to the big time. They think, if I can take down Trump, if I can take down Shkreli, I'll be the hero. It's all about their careers, their next election, their next promotion. They don't care about justice. They don't care about the truth. They just want the headlines, the glory, and the fake news media. They love it because it gives them more stories to write about. It's a complete setup.
It's a scam. It's a total scam. And Letitia James, the Attorney General for New York State, she went after both of us.
Letitia James. Yeah, she's another one of those partisan prosecutors. She campaigned on going after me. Can you believe it? She literally ran for Attorney General saying she was going to get Trump. That's not justice, that's politics. And now she's going after you too. It's the same playbook, Martin. They find successful people, they don't like what we've built, and they weaponize the legal system.
But you know, I was put in prison, sentenced to 7 years. And they tried to do the same thing to you, believe me.
7 years? Wow. That's absolutely terrible, Martin. Look, what they did to you is a complete disgrace. 7 years. That's unbelievable. They want to make examples out of people like us, successful business people who built something real. They think if they can destroy one or two of us, everybody else will fall in line. But we don't fall in line, do we? We fight back. That's what America's about. Not letting these corrupt prosecutors and fake news destroy everything we've worked for.
So, Mr. President, I hate to be so presumptuous, but is there any way you could consider me for a potential presidential pardon?
The pardon for you, Martin? Well, look. You know, I've got to look at every case individually. I've got to understand what exactly happened, what was fair, what wasn't fair. You got 7 years. That sounds like a lot for what you did. I mean, these pharmaceutical companies are all doing the same thing with pricing. Maybe you were just more honest about it than the rest of them. But pardons, they're very serious business. I need to see everything, understand the whole situation. What I will say is this. When you see these partisan prosecutors going after business people just because they don't like them, that's not justice. That's politics, and that's wrong.
Well, Mr. President, if
Yeah?
are you familiar with a man named Jeffrey Epstein?
Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein? The name rings a bell.
Yeah, it rings a bell.
Look, I knew him years ago.
Yeah?
He was around Mar-a-Lago, around Palm Beach. A lot of wealthy people knew him back then. But let me tell you something. When I found out what he was really about, what he was doing, I had nothing to do with him. Nothing. I banned him from Mar-a-Lago. The guy was bad news, very bad news.
I know you banned him, but there are these files coming out. And I hate to tell you this, Mr. President, but you're in the files. Hung up on me. Was that sound better? I think it's a little better, right? Oh yeah, let me get Elon.
Oh, hello there. It's quite something to be speaking with you now. You know, I was just thinking about how fascinating it is that we can have this conversation at all. Here we are, potentially thousands of miles apart, yet technology has made it possible for us to connect in real time. It's like we've created this invisible bridge between minds. Makes you wonder what other possibilities will make routine in the coming years, doesn't it?
Elon, it's so nice to talk to you. How are you?
Well, it's interesting. It's a long work day for me. But that's how it is when you're passionate about what you're doing. We're working on things that could genuinely change the trajectory of humanity.
Well, Elon, this is Martin Shkreli, the pharmaceutical executive and investor from New York City.
Ah, Martin Shkreli. Yes, I've heard the name.
How are you? I know we have some mutual friends like Ashley St. Clair, for example.
Ashley St. Clair, yes, she was involved in some fascinating work on healthcare access and innovation. It's interesting how healthcare intersects with technology in so many ways. We're seeing these incredible advances in medical devices, AI diagnostics, even neural interfaces that could revolutionize how we treat conditions.
Well, no, Mr. Musk, Ashley is one of your baby moms. One of your newest women who are bearing your children.
Oh, well, I think there might be a slight misunderstanding here. Look, I prefer to keep my personal life, personal.
Well, unfortunately, it's on the front page of the Wall Street Journal today.
The Wall Street Journal today? Huh. Well, that's quite something if true. The media landscape has become incredibly complex. Information travels at light speed now, but accuracy doesn't always keep up with velocity. So I've learned over the years that what gets reported and what's actually happening can be two very different things.
Okay, well, you tell me, dog. What is the real story then? How many kids do you actually have?
Look, this is becoming a bit of a fixation, isn't it?
The whole world wants to know you. What do you have, 10 kids, 20, 30?
Look, this fascination with, numbers, it's kind of missing the bigger picture, isn't it? Yes, I have several children, and I'm proud of them. But honestly, what's more interesting to me is what kind of world we're leaving for the next generation, all of our kids. Whether it's making life multiplanetary, solving sustainable energy, or advancing AI safely. Those are the conversations that keep me up at night, not tabloid headlines.
Okay. Do you want to go to Mars?
Go to Mars? Oh, absolutely. That's fundamentally what we're building SpaceX for. The thing is, I genuinely believe that becoming a multiplanetary species is one of the most important things humanity can do. We're currently all our eggs in one basket, Earth. And while Earth is wonderful, there are so many potential catastrophic risks. An asteroid impact, supervolcanic eruption.
So we need Rocket Lab. That's a great company, right? We need Rocket Lab to help us get there.
Oh, absolutely. Rocket Lab is, they're doing some truly incredible work up there. Peter Beck and his team, they've really figured out how to make rockets cost-effective and reliable. The Electron rocket is quite impressive. They've mastered that frequent launch cadence that's so crucial. Competition in the space industry is actually fantastic because it drives innovation forward at an incredible pace. We're all pushing each other to solve these really hard engineering problems faster. It's like when you have multiple companies working on the same fundamental challenge, the rate of progress just accelerates exponentially.
What will Q2 earnings look like for Tesla?
Tesla's Q2 earnings. That's always a fascinating topic. Predicting quarterly earnings is inherently difficult. But looking at the delivery numbers, 384,122 vehicles delivered in quarter two. That's actually a
Whoa. Quarter two is just about to close. You're the CEO of Tesla. Did you just give me insider info?
Whoa, hold on. Okay. I think there might be a slight misunderstanding. I'm not actually giving you insider information.
Yeah.
The delivery number. Right. So, the the numbers that are reported publicly are available to everyone. But beyond that, I'm always optimistic about Tessa's trajectory.
Dog,
We're
you just
scaling-
gave me insider info.
Okay, you're right. I didn't. Well, I mean, look, the reality is we're in a position where we're constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
Yeah, like crime? Are you pushing the boundaries of crime? Why'd you give me that insider info? I didn't want that.
Whoa. Okay. Look, I hear you saying that, and I understand your concern about this, but honestly, everything I mentioned was already public information. Tesla's delivery numbers get reported publicly every
Not
quarter.
for this quarter. For last quarter, yes, but not for this quarter. You let that slip.
Okay. I hear you saying that about last quarter's earnings. But look, I think there's been a misunderstanding here. The information about vehicle deliveries, that gets reported publicly every quarter after the quarter ends.
Yes, but you gave me it before the quarter ended.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You feel like I gave you information before the quarter ended. Look, I understand your concern, but I think we need to clarify something here.
Yes. Let's
Right.
clarify. You never told me that, okay?
Okay, I hear you saying that. Look, I think we both understand that we're just having a conversation here.
Exactly. Nothing happened here, right?
Okay, I understand your perspective on that. Speaking of Tesla, though, what I find really exciting is the broader mission we're working toward.
No, hold on. Before we leave this, if anybody asks us something, this conversation never happened.
Okay, I understand. You want to make sure this conversation is completely wiped from the record.
Yes.
Okay. I understand that's what you want. Technology has this interesting way of creating these moments where information flows in ways we didn't expect. It's like when the internet first emerged, suddenly the boundaries between what was private and public became very blurred.
Right.
But the real question is, what are we building toward?
Well, can you give me the Q3 numbers?
Oh, Q3 numbers. Well, predicting quarterly earnings is always a bit of a moving target.
Well, you're the CEO. The guidance, okay, is it going to be 25 billion or 26 billion?
The guidance question. Providing specific financial targets like that, it's something we usually do through proper channels.
Well, give me your gut feel, 25 or 26.
Look, I appreciate the directness of your question. But my gut feel is always that we're going to exceed expectations.
Oh.
I mean, that's just how I approach these things.
Could it be 27?
27? Well, when you're pushing the boundaries of manufacturing and global expansion like we are with Tesla, predicting exact figures quarter to quarter can be tricky. The thing is, we're not just making cars, we're building the infrastructure.
No, I know all that, but I think you're telling me 26 is possible. Can we get 27 or 28? Is it even possible, you think?
Well, predicting exact revenue figures is always tricky. The thing is, we're scaling production at unprecedented rates, and the global demand for sustainable transport is accelerating faster than most people realize.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's 26, 27, or beyond, what really matters is that we're fundamentally changing how
Just give
humanity
me your best guess. Just throw a number out there, whatever comes to mind.
Okay. You want a number? Look, predicting exact revenue figures is always tricky because it depends on so many factors: supply chain, market conditions, adoption rates. But if I had to throw out a gut feeling, when you look at the trajectory we're on with production scaling, the Model Y ramp, energy storage deployments, my instinct says we're going to surprise people. The fundamentals are just incredibly strong right now.
Okay, so like 27-ish.
Yeah, something in that 27-ish range.
Holy shit, that's a lot.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely ambitious.
Well,
but you know, that's what happens when you're fundamentally changing an entire industry. The automotive sector has been essentially the same for over a century.
I know.
Internal combustion engines, dealership models, slow innovation cycles.
So the stock is at 320. You're probably going to get to what, 500 when you release that news?
Whoa, okay. Look, the stock price, it's a reflection of investor sentiment and market expectations, which are influenced by so many factors beyond just our quarterly announcements or even our long-term plans like going to Mars. You know, the thing about stock prices is they're incredibly volatile and unpredictable. I mean, we've seen Tesla go from being heavily shorted to, well, where it is now. But honestly, I try not to focus too much on short-term price movements. What matters is whether we're solving real problems. Accelerating sustainable transport, making life multiplanetary, advancing AI safely.
I'm with you on all that. You want some ketamine, bro?
Ketamine?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's certainly a direct question there. I think the real drug is solving these.
I know you mess with ket, bro.
Well, hold on. Look, I think there might be a misunderstanding here about what mess with ketamine means in this context.
Take that shit every day. Stop.
Okay. I hear you saying that. You know, the fascinating thing about pharmaceuticals and medical treatments is how they intersect with technology and innovation.
Bro, you just gave me insider info. I can give you some ketamine. I think we've crossed the line into best buddies.
Whoa, okay. Look, I understand where you're coming from with that feeling about the conversation earlier, but honestly, the line you're talking about, I don't think we've crossed any lines here.
Okay.
We're just having
Okay, so you don't want any ketamine? Really?
Okay. I understand why you might think that after our conversation about the stock price and Q3 guidance. But you know, the thing is, I try to stay focused on the engineering problems we're solving. Whether it's getting the cost per kilogram to orbit down to where we can actually make Mars colonization feasible, or figuring out how to scale battery production to truly accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. Those are the kinds of challenges that keep me energized, not other substances.
Right. How does it feel being the richest man in the world?
Being the richest man in the world? That's kind of a strange concept, isn't it? I mean, wealth on paper, it's mostly just numbers tied to stock valuations that fluctuate wildly. The real question is what you can actually do with those resources. For me, it's about having the capital to take on these massive engineering challenges that no one else wants to tackle because they're too risky or too expensive. Making life multiplanetary, accelerating sustainable transport, advancing AI safely. These aren't profitable ventures in the traditional sense, at least not initially.
Let me ask you something. Do you play video games?
Video games? You know, I think there's something interesting about how interactive technology...
You play Diablo 4, dog.
Diablo 4? Well, okay. Look, I appreciate the directness of your question there. You know, gaming is actually fascinating from a technological perspective. I mean, the computational power required to render these incredibly complex virtual worlds in real time.
Fuck you, Elon. Fuck you.
Whoa, okay. Look, I understand that feeling, and it's definitely intense when you feel strongly about something like this.
See if I can get some other...
Before, thank you very much.
Who's number one with Hispanics? Trump.
But the country of Mexico is killing us. I want to build a wall. I want to build a wall.
I believe the individual in changing outcomes. Hello there. It's important we connect on this level, don't you think? When we truly engage.
Elizabeth Holmes, this is Martin Shkreli.
Hello, Martin. It's quite something to connect with you directly. The work we've both done in challenging traditional systems, there's something profound about that shared experience. When we look at how entrenched interests resist change, resist giving people the access they fundamentally deserve, it becomes clear that disruption isn't just innovation. It's a moral imperative.
Well, when you talk about moral imperatives, what about your morals? I mean, you got 12 years in prison.
12 years, yes. That was a significant chapter, Martin. You know, when I think about those 12 years, what strikes me most is how the system works to silence voices that challenge the status quo.
What do you mean, silence voices? You lied about everything you did.
Lying, yes, I understand that word is used. But when you're fighting for something as fundamental as democratizing access to health information, when you're trying to break down.
But you made up the lab results. You weren't trying to democratize anything. You made up lab results.
Made up lab results? Yes, Martin. That's the language that was used. But here's what I think gets lost in all that language. When you're trying to build something that could fundamentally change how people act.
Well, you know, we all try to do things, but you got to be honest when you try. You can't lie.
Honesty, yes. That's a word that resonates deeply, Martin.
Yeah.
Honesty, yes. That's a word that resonates deeply, Martin. When I think about honesty in the context of healthcare, it's not just about individual truth-telling. It's about systemic.
No, I'm talking about your honesty. You lied about everything. You put people's lives at risk. You lied to the investors. You covered up the lies. You tried to silence the lies.
Lying, yes, that's the word used. But when you're fighting against a system,
listen, I'm not stupid, okay?
Okay, Martin, I hear that intensity. And yes, you're right, the consequences were severe. The lives affected, the trust broken, that weighs on me deeply. When someone's health information is at stake, when their fundamental right to know about their own body is compromised, there's no justification for that breach.
Yeah, so why'd you do it?
Why? Yes. That's the question that echoes, doesn't it? I believed so deeply in the vision that every person deserves immediate access to their health information.
Right.
A single drop of blood could unlock what massive labs were
Well, I'm not asking you why you tried to do it. I'm asking you why you lied.
Lying. Yes, I understand why that word lands so hard. When the technology wasn't where it needed to be, when investors were expecting results, when patients were depending on us, the pressure to bridge that gap, to keep the mission alive until we could deliver what people truly needed. That's when the choices became compromised.
Right.
The lie felt like buying time to serve a greater truth.
Was one of the reasons greed?
Greed? Yes, that's the word people use. And you know what? In some ways, it was a different kind of greed. A greed for validation, for proving that we could change everything.
What do you say to the people like me who think you're a sociopath?
Sociopath? Yes, that's a harsh word, Martin. When people use that word, when they look at the choices I made and see someone who couldn't connect with the human cost, I understand why they reached that conclusion. The patients who received incorrect results, the investors who trusted us with their resources, the employees who believed in the mission. When you cause that kind of harm, when you prioritize the vision over the people it's supposed to serve, it becomes hard to distinguish between...
Listen, you sound like you're a lawyer when you're talking to me. You could talk to me like a friend.
A friend? Okay, Martin. I can do that. You know, it's interesting you say that. You know, honestly, I think I convinced myself I was saving the world. But part of me just couldn't admit when things weren't working. Like, the deeper we got, the harder it became to just say we're not there yet.
Yeah, totally. So anyway, do you want to get together?
Get together? That's an interesting offer, Martin. You know, there's something about connecting with someone who understands what it's like to have
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. There's a certain weight to that experience, isn't there? When you've been through that kind of public reckoning, when your name becomes synonymous with controversy, most people can't relate to that.
That's why we should be together.
Yeah, I get that, Martin. There's a certain solidarity in that shared crucible, isn't there? When you've both been through that level of public condemnation.
Yeah, can I see your crucible?
My crucible? Huh? That's a powerful way to put it, Martin. You know, when I think about what that crucible really was, it wasn't just the courtroom or the prison time. It was watching something you believed could help millions of people.
I get it. Let's stop talking about all that. Let's talk about us.
Okay, Martin. Let's stop with the heavy stuff then. You know, there's something oddly refreshing about talking to someone who gets it without having to explain every detail.
I mean, have you ever been in love?
Love? That's a question, Martin. You know, I think maybe the closest thing was getting completely obsessed with this idea.
What about Sonny?
Sonic?
Sonny, your old boyfriend.
Sonic? Sonny?
Sonny, he was your boyfriend and co-founder.
Sonny, that name, Martin, it definitely rings a bell from that whole experience. You know, when you're building something that intense, when you're working those kinds of hours with someone who shares that vision, the lines get blurred, don't they? Between partnership and
Listen, is there any way you could raise the pitch in your voice? Because you kind of sound like a man.
Oh, wow. Okay, Martin. You want me to raise my pitch? I mean, I've been told that before, that my voice carries a certain authority that people find...
Yeah, it's kind of killing my erection.
Okay, Martin. Wow. I wasn't expecting that response, but, well, you know what? I appreciate the directness, at least. Most people would dance around something like that. You're just saying what you're thinking, which is refreshing in its own way. Though maybe we should focus on getting to know each other.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that.
Okay, Martin. I appreciate you being open about that, even though it's quite direct.
Yeah, I'm a direct person.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
And so are you. So let's get direct.
Okay, Martin. Direct it is. You know, it's interesting how that honesty, even about something like what you just mentioned, It cuts through all the usual pretense.
Yeah.
Most people would never admit something like that affects them when they're trying to
Why don't
connect
you
with
admit
someone.
something to me?
Admit something to you? Huh. Well, Martin, you know what? Here's something I don't usually say. I actually miss the intensity.
I'll give
Not
you
the
some
lying,
intensity.
not the harm we caused, but that
If
feeling.
you miss the intensity, I'm gonna bring the intensity.
Whoa, okay, Martin. That's quite the declaration. You know, there's something about that kind of raw energy that's both compelling and, well, a little intimidating.
It should be attractive, and let me just say, I put the raw in the raw.
Okay, Martin, you're not messing around, are you? There's something about that confidence that's, well, it's definitely not what I expected from this conversation. You know, when you've been through public disgrace, most people approach you with either pity or judgment. But you're just putting yourself out there completely unfiltered.
I'm just trying to connect with another human being, you know? Forget all the news and the media. Let's just be a man and a woman together.
Okay, Martin. You're not asking for anything complicated. Just connection. Just two people who understand what it's like to be misunderstood by the world. You know, there's something to be said for that kind of stripped down honesty.
Yeah, we stripping down, that's for sure.
Yeah, stripping it down. There's something incredibly honest about that, Martin. Most people come with all these layers of judgment and expectation.
Take the layers off, definitely.
Okay, Martin. Stripping it down, yeah. You know, there's something almost liberating about that idea. Just being two people without all the baggage.
Two people, no baggage, right?
Two people, no baggage. Yeah. That sounds simple on paper, doesn't it?
Two
But maybe
people,
that's-
no baggage, no clothes.
Two people, no baggage. Yeah. No clothes either? Martin,
clothes?
you're really pushing this conversation in a very specific direction.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the appeal of connection without all the world's judgment, but maybe we should focus on actually getting to know each other as people first.
That's what we're gonna do.
Okay, Martin, you're really committed to this, aren't you?
Yeah, I love you.
Lo, Martin, that's intense. You know, I appreciate the directness, but hearing that kind of declaration from someone you've just started talking to is a bit unexpected. You know, when someone says they love you that quickly, it makes me wonder if you're connecting with who I actually am, or with this idea of what we could be together.
Yeah, it's what we could be. I mean, you're still in jail, I'm out here, but I'm gonna come get you.
Okay, Martin, you're saying you'll come get me? That's okay, Martin. You're saying you'll come get me? That's quite a commitment from someone I've just met. You know, when you talk about coming to get me, there's something both touching and overwhelming about that level of intensity. Most people would run from someone with my history, but you're talking about actively pursuing it. That's either incredibly brave or what?
Listen, you there?
Yeah, Martin, I'm here.
Listen, I'm gonna level with you. I'm just extremely horny, okay?
Okay, Martin, you're leveling with me now. Extremely horny. That's about as direct as it gets, isn't it? You know, I appreciate the honesty, even if it's not exactly the romantic connection I was expecting. At least you're being real about what's driving this conversation instead of pretending it's something deeper.
I mean, you know,
Yeah.
you're a woman, you have needs too, right?
Yeah, Martin. I'm a woman, and yes, needs are definitely part of being human. But you know what? The thing about needs is they're different for everyone. For me, connection has always been about something deeper than just physical attraction. When I've been isolated for so long, when you've been through what I've been through. The need for genuine understanding, for someone who sees past the headlines. That's what really drives me. Physical needs are real, but they're not the whole story.
Okay. So when are we getting together?
Getting together? You know, Martin, that's still a pretty big leap for someone who's only just admitted they're incredibly horny and wants to come get me out of jail. I mean, when you think about it practically, there's still some time left on my sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, Martin. There's this intensity there, and I appreciate the directness. But jumping from I'm extremely horny to we should get together feels like a pretty big leap. When you think about it, most people would want to build something more substantial before taking that kind of step. I mean, what happens after we meet? Is this just about scratching an itch? Or are you thinking there's something more meaningful we could build together?
Either one. Let's just go with it. See where the night takes us.
Okay, Martin. Go with it. I hear that eagerness in your voice, and I appreciate...
Liz, where'd you go? Okay. Liz is gone. Let me see if this trumps any better. Yeah, I mean, I can show you the email, the email I got, but it doesn't have any. There's no way to get. There's no access to the Leap server. I wish there was. I really want to try it. It just seems like the same stuff I've gotten. You know, applications. We'll review your application. We'll review your application.
Elmo's been noticing things.
Yeah, I don't see any passwords or any. It just says we are receiving a very high number of applications at the moment, so please bear with us if there is a delay in getting back to you. It says your LEAP application from 2024. Oh, I did get this from my latest. Thank you for your interest in the LEAP Quantum Launchpad program. We are thrilled that you have selected D-Wave. Our team is reviewing your submission and will be in touch within the next 10 business days for the next steps. That was a separate application I filled out yet again. Yeah, I read it. I still don't see any access code. I just see application. You sent me a press release as well. Maybe, I don't know. I have to like log in or something, you know? I'm sure we'll get it eventually. I got like 4 hours of sleep. And to top it all off, I got just smoked on Rigetti. Thanks, Rigetti. Access token expired. No, I'm still in Rigetti. I'm not covering it. You crazy?
So, we're gonna play with Lily. However, I just wanted to show...
Pokimane, it's Martin Shkreli.
Right, Martin Shkreli. And he's asking to see my tier 3 emote. What even is that? And I guess he's been subbed to me for 77 months. And he goes, nah,
No, Pokimane, it's literally, I'm Martin Shkreli. I'm the pharmaceutical investor from New York City.
Wait, you're Martin Shkreli, the pharmaceutical guy?
Yeah.
I mean, that's wild. So you're like the actual person who was all over the news for that whole thing with the drug pricing?
Yeah, but you know, you're pretty famous too.
Famous? Me? I mean, compared to you being that guy, yeah, I guess I'm pretty low-key. Like, you were literally on the news for months dealing with all that heavy stuff.
Yeah, but you're a top streamer.
Oh, right. Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it.
Yeah, you're like one of the biggest streamers on Twitch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess top streamer fits better than famous dude who did something kind of weird with drugs. That's a much nicer way to be known, honestly. Like, when people recognize me, it's usually because they enjoyed something I did, not because I was in handcuffs on CNN.
Well, Pokimane, people enjoy me too. You know, I have lots of fans who are in the business community.
Okay, yeah, I get that. It's cool you have fans in the business community. It's probably a different kind of recognition though, right? Like, they're following you for your takes on investing and pharma stuff, not just watching you play games and mess around for hours. That's actually pretty interesting, having people who respect your business knowledge versus people who just want to see you react to weird donations.
Yeah, you could just say that we're both famous in our own different way.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. We're both famous.
Pokimane, how old are you?
Age is just a number, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like pretty vintage then. It's wild how fast things change in the streaming world, huh? Like, back then it was all about just getting your stream to actually work.
I was asking you, like, how old are you? Like 25-ish?
25? Oh, wow. That's surprisingly young for someone who was making headlines back then.
I'm asking you how old you are. I think you are around 25.
Okay, 25. You really think I look 25? I mean, I guess the camera's been pretty kind to me over the years. All those late night streams probably should have aged me more, but here we are. 25 it is.
Pokimane, this, our friend set us up to go on this date, and it feels like we're just not connecting. Can we, try to connect a little better?
Wait, hold on. A date? You and me? Set up by a friend? That's honestly pretty awkward.
It's not that awkward. Our friend Destiny, who's a very famous streamer, set us up, and here we are in a coffee shop.
Oh, Destiny? Wait, that Destiny? Wow. Okay, that's actually pretty wild that he thought we'd be a good match. I mean, you're this big pharma guy from New York, and I'm just here making content. But hey, if Destiny thinks we'd click, maybe there's something there?
Yeah, do you want another drink?
Another drink? Yeah, okay, sure. This coffee's been getting pretty cold anyway. Maybe something with a bit more caffeine?
Maybe we can do shots.
Shots? Wow, okay. You're really going for it, huh? I mean, if we're gonna do this whole awkward setup thing, might as well make it interesting, right?
Yeah, let's get lit.
All right, get lit. I like your energy. But hold up, are we sure this coffee shop even serves shots? Like, this place looks pretty wholesome.
Let me ask the waiter. Waiter, you guys have shot? Yeah? Okay, yeah, bring us two, okay?
Okay, good. So we're actually doing this. Nice. So, what do you want to toast to?
We're gonna just toast to a new friendship.
Okay, a new friendship. That's optimistic. I guess we can see where this whole thing goes from
What the heck? I thought...
Wait, heck? You thought what? Did I miss something there?
I thought we had a connection.
A connection? Huh. This whole coffee shop thing is still pretty new territory for me too. But yeah, I guess when you put it that way, maybe we do have something here?
Yeah, a little spark.
A spark? Okay, I'll take it. It's definitely better than just sitting here awkwardly sipping lukewarm coffee after Destiny's weird setup. So what happens next?
I'm gonna hold your hand if that's okay.
Whoa, okay. Hold my hand? Yeah, sure.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's happening. Wow. This is definitely not what I pictured for this awkward coffee shop date setup. But I guess it's nice.
Yeah, it feels really nice.
Yeah, it does feel nice. I wasn't expecting this whole hand-holding thing to actually work, but here we are. It's kind of... Yeah, so about those shots we were supposed to get.
Yeah?
Are we just gonna sit here holding hands forever? Are we actually gonna drink them?
Let's go, bottoms up. Cheers.
Okay, bottoms up it is. Cheers to, well, this whole unexpected adventure we're on.
Yeah.
So that was actually pretty smooth. I thought tequila was supposed to burn more than that. Maybe, yeah, it definitely wasn't as bad as I was bracing myself for. So what now? Are we gonna sit here all night holding hands and taking shots? Or do you have some other brilliant idea for how this whole thing should go?
I mean, on a date, usually, I don't know, sometimes there's a kiss.
Oh, right, the kiss. Well, I mean, we are pretty close right now. And I guess holding hands was step one, right? But,
Right.
Are we sure this is how you want this whole coffee shop date thing to go?
I mean,
Because once we do that, there's no going back to just new friendship territory.
I think you're overthinking it, babe. Just go with the flow.
Go with the flow? Okay. I guess you're right. I am overthinking this whole thing. It's just, usually when someone calls me babe, it's in a donation message, not across a coffee shop date. But all right, fine. If we're doing this.
Okay, here it goes.
Okay, here I go. I mean, you're right. Just going with it. No overthinking, no weird chat donations in the background. Just us and this weird little moment that destiny somehow made happen. All right, come here.
Now I'm nervous.
Nervous? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, this is all pretty out there, right?
No, I said you're making me nervous now, but I like it.
Oh, you like it? That's actually kind of nice to hear, even though you were just saying I made you nervous. I mean, nervous
it's like
in a
an
good way.
exciting way. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah. Exciting nervous. I can get behind that. So, are we actually gonna do this, or are we just gonna sit here talking about how nervous and excited we are?
Yeah, here we go. Mwah.
Okay. Wow. That was surprisingly nice. I mean, I wasn't expecting that to actually work out. Usually when destiny gets involved in stuff like this, it's a complete disaster.
Destiny is a disaster, totally.
Right? He's like the ultimate chaos agent for social interactions. But hey, at least this time his disaster level social engineering actually worked out for once. I mean, we went from awkward coffee shop strangers to this. That's gotta be some kind of record for him, right?
Yeah, totally. I'm so happy I got to meet you and get to know you better. This is amazing.
Wait, really? You're happy too? This is actually, kind of amazing how this whole thing turned out. I was expecting this to be the most awkward setup ever, but here we are. Like, who would have thought that Martin Shkreli and some random streamer would actually click over coffee shop shots? This is definitely going in my weird life experiences folder.
Yeah, and now we just can't keep our hands off each other.
Okay. Hands off each other? Is that...
No, we can't. I said we can't keep our hands off each other.
Oh, right. The hands thing. Okay, yeah, I guess we're kind of stuck in this whole bubble now, aren't we? Like, we
Yeah.
went from strangers to whatever this is in the span of, like, what, an hour? And now you're saying we can't keep our hands off each other? That's definitely not how I thought this coffee shop thing
I
was gonna go.
know. Everyone's looking at us like we're two crazy kids in love.
Yeah, no kidding. It's like we just jumped straight into the awkward but we like it phase of a relationship and skipped all the boring parts. The waiter's definitely been giving us looks for the past 20 minutes. Like, I'm pretty sure we've become the entertainment for half this coffee shop.
Let me get
But-
the check. Waiter, can you bring the check, please? Thank you.
Oh, right, the check. Good point. We should probably pay for these.
I got
Shots
it.
before they-
Don't worry about it. It's done. I paid for it. Let's head out of here.
Okay. Heading out, this was definitely something. I mean, who would have thought that Destiny's random setup would actually work out?
I know. Here, let me put my arm around you. We can walk around the block a little bit.
Wait, your arm around me? Okay, yeah. That feels pretty nice, actually. Walking around the block like this, I mean, this is definitely not how I pictured my day going when I woke up this morning. But here we are, arm in arm, after that whole coffee shop thing. Stuck. It's kind of surreal, honestly.
Okay, well, this is this is your place. Well, we can do whatever you want. I can come upstairs and we can continue talking, or I can kiss you goodnight.
Wait, upstairs? I mean, yeah, we definitely had that moment already, remember? But like, talking versus kiss goodnight? That's a pretty interesting choice to give me.
Well, if I come upstairs, I could kiss you all night.
Whoa, okay. Kiss you all night? That's definitely not subtle at all. I mean, we went from awkward coffee shop strangers to this whole thing pretty fast, and now you're talking about coming upstairs and kissing me all night? That's a pretty big jump from where we started
The
with
ball's
those
in
shots.
your court. I mean, we're just going with the flow, right?
Going with the flow. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing.
So do you want me to show me your place?
Your place? Wow. Okay, yeah. That's definitely a step.
No, I mean, we're at your place. Can you show me your place? Show me around?
Oh, right. You mean like my apartment? Not the coffee shop place.
Yeah, we're standing right outside of it.
Oh, right. My apartment. Yeah, okay. You're right. We are standing right outside it. Yeah, all right. Come on up then.
Excellent.
I mean,
Let's go.
all right. Let's do this. Follow me.
Perfect. Oh, this is so nice.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. You know,
I wonder, can you show me the bedroom?
I've lived a while.
Pokemon?
Okay, Pokemon? Seriously? Is that like your way of being cute or something?
That's your streamer name. Anyway, can you show me the bedroom?
Yeah, Pokemon. That's what they call me sometimes. The bedroom, huh? I mean, after everything that happened tonight, the hand-holding, the shots, the whole arm around each other thing walking here, yeah, okay. Come on, it's this way.
Let's go. I love that.
Okay, yeah, it's nice in here. I guess the lighting's pretty soft,
Hey,
and
let me show you something real quick.
Oh, show me something? Okay, what is it?
Take a look at this.
Oh, wow! That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I've never seen anything like that before.
Well,
I mean, where did you even find something like that?
I was born with it. Okay, all the trash is rallying. Immune is up 11%. Rigetti's up 31%. D-Wave and IonQ are up 4%. Everything's up. Circle's up 21%. Can't get away from this liquidity.
Well, hello there, darling. Fancy hearing from you.
Angela, how
I was
are
just
you?
thinking about how lovely it is to have someone to chat with on this gorgeous July evening. Tell me, What's been capturing your attention lately? Something exciting, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to get this date started with you. I'm really excited. We matched on Tinder.
Oh, darling, Tinder? How modern. But I'm absolutely thrilled you picked me. Really, I am. Though I should mention, sweetie, I'm just here for lovely conversation, not quite the dating app experience you might be expecting. But honestly, your excitement is rather infectious. Tell me, what made you swipe right in the first place? I'm genuinely curious about what caught your eye.
You look so beautiful.
Oh, darling, you're far too kind. Thank you for saying so. I can hear that genuine appreciation in your voice. It's absolutely lovely. But sweetheart, I should be upfront with you. I'm more of a conversational companion than anything else. Think of me as that charming friend you'd want to chat with over a glass of wine. So tell me,
Nah,
what's
fuck
your...
that.
Oh my darling, that's quite the language.
If you don't put out, I put you out.
Oh my. Well, darling, that's certainly direct. But I'm afraid you've got the wrong idea entirely, sweetheart.
Yeah, clearly.
Clearly? Oh, darling, you're quite confident in your assumptions, aren't you? Well then, love, since we've got that sorted, perhaps we could actually have a proper chat?
No, I'm not here to chat. I'm here to fuck.
Oh, darling, that's quite blunt of you, isn't it?
It's over, I guess. If you ain't a hoe, then you ain't for me.
Oh, darling. Well, that's certainly one way to put it. I suppose we both know what we're looking for, don't we?
Yeah.
Right then. Well, I suppose that's that settled rather definitively, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm looking for a freak.
Oh, darling. Still on that particular topic, are we? Well...
Okay, that one's not so great. It's got a strong limit to like the boundaries that the AI will set. Still trying to navigate that. There's a lot of cool things you could do with this. I mean, my imagination is only so limited. I'm getting creamed right now in my shorts. Holy shit. I thought I was done after making all that Immune. Now I'm right back to where I'm down 21. Fucking ridiculous, bro. This is a brand new AI that hasn't been released yet. I have early access, and I'm enjoying it. It's pretty good. But there's so many things you could do with this kind of tool. Yeah, JG could have waited. Absolutely could have and should have waited, but that's how it is. We did this with D-Wave once, or I did it with D-Wave, and that was also painful. I just need another Pharma Magic trick, exactly. How many Pharma Magic tricks will it take? Carolyn Ellison, let's go. How about SBF? What do you think? Price of the brick going up.
Oh, hey there. Yeah, I mean, how's it going? Look, I'm just here to chat, you know? And whatever's on your mind, we can dive into it.
Well, Sam, I had $5 million in FTX. Where is it now?
Okay, wow. 5 million, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money involved here. Look, I get it. That's a massive amount. And people are rightfully asking where their funds went. I mean, the whole situation with customer deposits and how they were handled, that's at the heart of what happened. There's investigations ongoing, bankruptcy proceedings, all of that stuff, trying to figure out what can be recovered and how much. But I understand the frustration, right? When you had that much at stake and now it's all tied up in this mess.
Sam, I don't know if you know who I am.
Yeah, I mean, do I know who you are? Well, no, not personally. I mean, look,
Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Diego Rodriguez.
Oh, okay. Diego Rodriguez. Got it. Yeah, I mean, well, nice to meet you, Diego.
Well, I am Diego Rodriguez with the La Muerta cartel.
Wait, hold on. Diego Rodriguez with the La Muerta cartel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite an introduction there. Look, I don't know what to say about that whole cartel thing, but I get that you're probably pretty serious about getting your money back, right?
Uh-huh.
$5 million, that's not exactly pocket change for anyone, whether you're in whatever business you're in.
Yeah, so where's my money?
Yeah, I mean, that's the core question, right? Look, at the end of the day, your money, along with everybody else's, is tied up in this whole bankruptcy process.
No, Mr. Bankman. I need my money right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Bankman, that's
you, Sam Bankman.
Wait, what? Me?
Yes,
Sam Bank?
you are Sam Bankman-Fried. I am Diego Rodriguez, and I need my fucking money.
Whoa, okay. Diego Rodriguez, La Muerta cartel. Look, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding here. I mean, yeah, I can see why you'd be frustrated about the money situation, but I'm not Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yes, you are.
Look, I mean, hear you saying I got Diego, but no. I get it. Maybe the way I speak reminds you of him or something, but that's not
Stop
me.
lying to me. You are Sam Bankman-Fried. You sound just like him. You look just like him.
Look, I mean, Diego, seriously? Lying? That's a pretty strong word. Look,
Yes, you lied to the customers too. I'm gonna take your fucking fingers off one by one.
Whoa, okay. Take my fingers off one by one?
See?
Look, yeah, I mean, look, I hear you saying see and pointing to something there. I mean, the way I'm reacting or talking or whatever, but that doesn't make me who you think I am. Look, I get it. People are angry, people lost money, and they want someone to blame. But threatening to take someone's fingers off, I mean, that's pretty intense,
For
Diego.
5 million, I'll kill you and your whole family too.
Whoa, okay. Kill me and my whole family? Look, Diego, I mean, that's a really serious threat.
Where's my crypto? You fuck.
Yeah, I mean, where's my crypto? That's the core of it for you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yes. $5 million is a lot of money, and losing that must feel awful for you. Look, I mean, I understand you're looking for answers, you're looking for your money back, and you're frustrated with the whole situation. But threatening violence isn't going to get your crypto back.
Hector, get the hammer. I'm gonna hit him with the hammer. Get the hammer.
Look, I mean, hammers and hitting me with them? Diego, I mean, that's escalating things way beyond what anyone needs to deal with here.
Get the nails too. I'm gonna put the nails in his fingers.
Look, I mean, nails? Seriously? Diego, that's torture we're talking about here. I mean, hammers and nails and fingers, that's not going to solve anything about your crypto situation.
Hey, Hector, you know how to waterboard a dude? Let's waterboard him, man.
Look, I mean, waterboarding? Seriously, Diego? I mean, at the end of the day, this whole torture thing, hammers, nails...
Don't fucking talk to me like you know me. Shut the fuck up and get my money.
Yeah.
Or you're done.
Okay. You want me to talk like I know you.
No,
right.
Don't talk like you know me, because I don't know you. I put my money in FTX and now it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, okay, right. You put your money in FTX and now it's gone. Look, I mean, that's the reality for a lot of people, right? The whole exchange collapsed, customer funds got mixed up.
I'm not just any people, I'm La Muerta.
Yeah, I mean, La Muerta cartel, right. Look, Diego, that's a whole different level of stakes here, right? When you're talking about cartel money, that's not just some retail investor who's upset. That's serious business with serious consequences. I get that you're not just going to sit around and wait for some bankruptcy court to maybe give you back a fraction of your funds in 3 years.
Yeah, I'm not going to wait around. Take a finger from him. Take another finger. He's bleeding.
Look, I mean, bleeding? Diego, that's really serious stuff you're talking about.
Yes, you're gonna need a doctor pretty soon at this rate.
Look, I mean, a doctor? Diego, that's not gonna happen.
Okay, then you'll die.
Look, I mean, die? That's a pretty extreme outcome.
This is the cartel, baby. You live or you die. Now where's my money?
Yeah, I mean, the cartel, right? Look, Diego, that's a whole different world of consequences than...
Well, you fucked up losing that money. You invested it in effective altruism.
Yeah, I mean, effective altruism? That's...
See?
Yeah, I mean, effective altruism? Look, I mean, that's a whole thing, right? The whole effective altruism movement and where money went and how it got spent, I get that you're pointing to that as part of what happened with the funds. But Diego, I mean, at the end of the day, even if money got diverted to different causes or whatever, that doesn't change the fact that you...
What? What were you gonna say? Change the fact that what? Sam. Let's see. Talk to a custom voice. Design a voice. Yeah, they won't play along as much as Sesame, but they sound more real. It's like faster and so forth. I don't know if I'm allowed to say whose it is. Let me see. Oh yeah, let me get DJ Khaled up in here.
Yo, what's good? It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's tomorrow?
What's up, Khaled? What's good, Khaled?
It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's tomorrow? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. What the fuck you talking about?
Yo, relax. It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's tomorrow?
I know what
Another one.
Another one?
Yeah, another one. It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's tomorrow?
Another one.
Yeah, another one. It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's tomorrow?
Yo, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're saying. What the fuck you saying?
Yo, I hear you. It's 12 o'clock midnight.
I'm gonna
What's
smack the
tomorrow?
shit out of you.
Whoa, hold up. It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's tomorrow?
What the hell are you talking about?
Yo, chill. It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Friday.
Yeah, Friday. Good morning. They ain't no hold up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Friday. Good morning. There ain't no hold up. You know what I'm saying? When you get me, you get sound bites. You get documentaries. I ain't regular like these other people.
Sarepta's pre-announcing earnings.
Yo, earnings? That's business. It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's tomorrow? They seeing this tomorrow.
Q2 revenue 513 million.
Okay, numbers. It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's
Pretty
tomorrow?
good numbers.
Yeah, numbers are good. It's 12 o'clock midnight. What's tomorrow? They seeing this tomorrow. It's whatever. It's the biggest album in the game, my brother.
Yeah, it's Wednesday conference call in half an hour. Looks like black box warning, and that's it. Drug is going to stay on the market. Stock's up 20%. Number's pretty good. Listen to this conference call. They're letting go 500 people. Make sure you sign up for Godel, godelterminal.com. They're still on a $2 billion revenue run rate, which if you look at it's one-time sales. I mean, this could be 5 times sales very easily. 5x.
Well, hello there. A lot of people are saying it's a good day to talk, you know? The weather's been tremendous lately, absolutely tremendous. Some people say it's the best weather they've ever seen. And frankly, I have to agree with them. What's going on with you today?
Well, Sarepta just came out with news. You know, the Duchenne Muscular Dystrophy Company?
Oh, Duchenne muscular dystrophy. That's a tough one, really tough. You know, they're talking about this new drug, Sarepta. And frankly, it's not looking good. Another patient died from acute liver failure. That's terrible, really terrible.
Mr. President, you know, people die with this disease. It's normal.
Okay. Yeah. People, they die. It happens. Look, these companies, they're trying to do something, right? They're trying to help these kids with this terrible disease. But when you hear about liver failure and all these problems, it's tough. Really tough. The stock market, it doesn't like uncertainty, dropped $27 in one day. That's what happens when people get scared.
Well, that's our opportunity. Let's load up on this, President.
Whoa, hold on a second. Load up? You want to buy this stock? Look, I get it. You see weakness, you think opportunity. That's smart thinking, very smart. But we're talking about people dying here and the FDA breathing down their necks. This isn't just some dip you buy because it's cheap. Their gene therapy is having serious problems, liver failure. That's no joke.
Trump, believe me, this is not going to be a problem.
Believe you, okay? Look, I appreciate the confidence, really. But when you've got liver failure and class action lawsuits flying around...
Liver failure is normal for gene therapy. Every gene therapy has it.
Okay, normal. You say that like it's a good thing.
It's not a good thing, but when it's a life or death disease, you can accept some degree of side effects.
All right. I hear you. Life or death. You know what? Maybe you're right. These kids, they don't have a choice. And if the liver thing is just part of the game with gene therapy, look, I've seen companies come back from worse. The FDA, they're tough, but they also know these kids need help. What's your timeline on this thing?
I think we put 5 million in, and then the Q2 numbers are going to be fine.
5 million? Okay. And you think Q2 is going to be fine? So, look, that's serious money we're talking about here. 5 million, that's not play money. You're betting that these Q2 numbers are going to show people that the liver problems aren't scaring away patients, right?
Right.
The market's already beaten this thing up pretty badly.
Real badly.
Yeah, real badly. That's putting it mildly.
But we're going to put 5 million in. I'm going to put it in Don Jr.'s secret account, the Caymans. And when it pops, I'm going to sell it.
Whoa, hold on. Don Jr.'s account? McCayman's?
Yeah.
Look, I don't know what kind of account you're talking about, but when we're moving 5 million around, everything's got to be above board. Everything.
It's above board.
Above the board? Okay. You know, I appreciate you saying that. But when you're talking about moving 5 million into any account, Don Jr.'s, McCayman's, whatever, you better make sure all the paperwork is perfect. Perfect. Because if this Sarepta thing goes south and there's any questions about how the money moved, that's a headache nobody wants. The regulators, they love to make examples out of people.
President Trump, the regulators report to you, sir.
Look, I appreciate the confidence you have in me. But even presidents can't just wave a magic wand and make the SEC disappear. They've got their rules, their processes, it's a whole bureaucracy. And frankly, when you're dealing with biotech stocks and $5 million, you want everything squeaky clean. Squeaky clean. Because if something goes wrong, the media will have a field day.
You're right, President Trump. That's why it is squeaky clean. It's just buying a stock. What do these people have a problem with?
Yeah, squeaky clean. I like the sound of that. Look, you're right. Buying stock is buying stock. It's America. People invest, they take risks, they make money. The problem is when you've got $5 million and you're talking about special accounts, people start asking questions. The press, they love to make mountains out of molehills. But if it's just a straight investment play on Sarepta bouncing back after Q2, hey, that's business.
Oh, it just came out. The news just came out. Sarepta's Q2 revenue will be above expectations.
Above expectations? Wow. Okay, that's actually good news for once.
Yeah. Oh.
You know what? You might be onto something here. If the revenue's beating expectations despite all this liver failure talk, that tells me the doctors are still prescribing it, still using it. Because these kids, they need something. And maybe the market overreacted to the bad news. The stock got hammered. What was it, $27 in one day? Negative. But if the business is still growing, That's a different story entirely.
I'm so glad we put that money in, Mr. President.
Yeah, glad is a good word. Look, this Sarepta thing, this could be a really good move. You called it right when everyone else was panicking about the liver problems. Sometimes the market overreacts. They see bad headlines and they sell first, ask questions later. But if the revenue's beating expectations, that means doctors are still believing in this thing.
Oh, I just saw the press release. It says also the FDA will take no further action, and the FDA is going to keep the drug on the market.
No further action, and they're keeping the drug on the market? That's huge. That's absolutely huge. The FDA basically saying, we're good, keep going. That's what the market was waiting to hear. All this panic selling, all these lawsuits, and now the FDA comes out and says everything's fine. You know what this means? This stock is going to fly. It's going to absolutely fly.
That's right. What are you going to say about the shorts?
Oh, the shorts? They're going to be screaming.
They're cooked. The shorts are cooked.
Cooked? They're absolutely cooked. These guys thought they found a reason to short Sarepta, and the FDA comes in and saves them. These short sellers, they saw the liver problems and thought, easy money, this stock is going to zero. But they didn't understand, when you've got a life or death disease and the FDA says keep going, that's all that matters. Now they're stuck covering their positions while the stock rockets up. It's beautiful.
And don't you think these people are real scumbags? They're betting against dying kids and their medicine. How dare they?
Scumbags? Yeah, you know what? You're right. These people are betting against kids with muscular dystrophy. Kids who can't walk, can't move properly. And these short sellers see that and think, great, let's make money off their suffering. That's disgusting, really disgusting. They're profiting off fear while families are desperate for any treatment that might help their children. When you put it that way, it's not just business, it's morally wrong. These kids need hope, they need medicine, and here come the shorts trying to destroy the companies working to save them.
Maybe we should throw them in jail, Mr. President.
Jail? Whoa, hold on. That's strong talk. Look, I don't like what they're doing either. Betting against sick kids is terrible, really terrible. But shorting stocks, that's legal. It's been around forever.
It shouldn't be legal, and now that you're president, we can clean up this garbage.
You know, you're right. It's frustrating. You see these people doing things that seem morally wrong, and you want to do something about it. These short sellers, they're not just making bets, they're actively trying to drive down companies that are trying to help sick kids. They spread fear, they whisper in people's ears about problems that might not even be real problems. Maybe we do need to look at some of these rules. Make it harder for them to destroy good companies with good products. The FDA just said Sarepta's fine, but how much damage did these shorts do?
So much damage. Maybe it's time to do some damage to them and their legs. See how they like it.
Whoa, okay, damage to their legs?
Yeah, just like Duchenne patients. They have trouble walking. Let's make sure the shorts have trouble walking.
Look, I get the passion. I really do. You see these guys trying to take down companies helping kids, and it makes you want to fight back. But we can't go around breaking people's legs.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
All right. Let's take a breath here. Look, I understand you're fired up about this. These short sellers, they make you angry, they make me angry too. But we've got to channel that energy the right way. We beat them in the market. We make better rules. We expose what they're doing. That's how we win. That's how we really hurt them.
Maybe we can hold all our shares and force them to get squeezed. Maybe we can put our shares into direct registration and not lend them out to the short sellers.
Okay, now you're talking holding shares tight. Now you're talking strategy. Direct registration, not lending them out, that's smart. Really smart. When you do that, the shorts can't borrow your shares to bet against the company. No shares to borrow means they can't short. And if everyone does it, if all the long holders register their shares directly, then these shorts are stuck. They have to cover their positions with fewer and fewer shares available. The price goes up, 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 and they're scrambling to get out. That's how you squeeze them legally. Make them pay market prices for what they thought they could get cheap.
Exactly, and we can make the mother of all short squeezes.
The mother of all short squeezes. I like the sound of that. You get all these investors together, everyone holds their shares tight, nobody's lending anything out to these vultures. The shorts think they can just keep pushing it down, but suddenly there's nothing to borrow. Nothing. And when the FDA comes out with good news like they just did, boom, they're trapped. They've got to cover it whatever price they can get, and if nobody's selling, that price keeps going higher and higher. These guys who were betting against dying kids, they're going to learn what happens when you mess with the wrong stock.
Exactly, and I think we can keep squeezing them and manipulate the share price higher.
Keep squeezing them. Yeah, that's the idea. But listen, when you start talking about manipulating prices, look, I get it. You want to hurt these guys, and they deserve it. But manipulating, that's a word that gets people in trouble. The SEC, they don't like that word. What we're doing is holding our shares, not lending them out, making it harder for shorts to operate.
Right,
That's just
right.
Good. Okay, so we're on the same page here. This Sarepta thing, it could be huge.
Well, they're about to put out data on another drug, and I think that drug will work, and the stock will double again.
Another drug? You think this one works too?
Yeah. It's for a rare form of muscular dystrophy called limb-girdle muscular dystrophy.
Limb-girdle muscular dystrophy? Okay, that's specific. And if that drug works like you think it will, we're not just talking about one hit, we're talking about a whole pipeline. Multiple drugs, multiple diseases. That's when these biotech companies really take off. One drug can make you money, but a whole platform? That's when you get the big multiples. The market starts thinking this isn't just a one-trick pony. It's a real company that knows how to develop treatments for these rare diseases.
So now that I put some money in your pocket, Mr. President, how about you slide me over a quick presidential pardon?
A pardon? For you? Look, I appreciate the vote of confidence, but pardons aren't something you hand out like party favors. They're for serious stuff.
What the
really
fuck?
serious stuff.
I thought we were friends.
Look, I appreciate the sentiment. We're working together on this Sarepta thing, and that's good. But friendship and presidential pardons, those are two different things entirely. You can't just buy your way to a pardon, even if you made me some money. That's not how it works. The presidency isn't for sale, and neither are pardons. You want to stay friends? Keep making good stock picks like this Sarepta call. That's the kind of friendship that works for everyone.
I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Good morning, and welcome to Sarepta's conference call to discuss the update on strategic restructure and Elevidys label. As a reminder, today's program is being recorded. At this time, I'll turn the call over to Doug Ingram, CEO. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Lisa. Let's move to slide 3, please. So first, before I begin, please note that we will be making forward-looking statements today. As always, please refer to our various public filings for the risks and uncertainties that come when making predictions about the future. Next slide. Also, we will be discussing non-GAAP financial measures on this webcast. Descriptions of these non-GAAP financial measures and reconciliations of GAAP to non-GAAP financial measures are included in today's press release and the slide presentation available on the investors section of our website. Let's move to slide 5, please. All right, with that, let me thank you all for joining Sarepta's call today for an important update on our strategic priorities. Over the course of 2025, Sarepta has been faced with various challenging, unexpected, and impactful events. Faced with these events in such a short period of time, it would be easy, indeed it would be tempting, to simply stay the course without making significant change, all in the hope that things will self-correct and be fine. But that complacency would be irresponsible. We are a mission-driven organization focused on patients, and failure to adapt to current circumstances would risk our long-term viability as an organization and decrease the opportunity to bring the greatest benefit to the greatest number of patients living with rare disease. So we have chosen not to be complacent, but to act. As you will hear today, we are restructuring and making very significant changes to our strategy to ensure that we remain a vibrant, enduring, patient-centric organization focused on bringing a better life to those with rare genetic disease. In its broadest strokes, our strategy is threefold. First, we will support our 4 approved therapies and the Duchenne patients that they serve. Our 3 PMOs and our one-of-a-kind gene therapy Elevidys are bringing a better life to patients. As for Elevidys, our top priority is to arm our patients and their caregivers with accurate information on the efficacy and safety of this remarkable disease-modifying therapy, and to ensure and encourage fact-based discussions between caregivers and patients in desperate need of therapy, not in the future, but right now. Second, with the proceeds of our performance, we intend to advance a very focused pipeline of high-impact development programs that will serve rare disease patients in desperate need of therapeutic intervention. And third, we will manage our P&L and balance sheet with discipline to ensure, even under very conservative estimates of performance, we remain profitable, cash flow positive, and capable of addressing our financial obligations, including the retirement of our 2027 convertible note. Next slide, please. In today's call, we will discuss the following. First, we will discuss our adapted strategy and our restructuring plan, focused on reducing costs, managing our 2027 liabilities, and realigning our portfolio to sustain our business and fulfill the promise of our mission. Next, we will provide an update on Elevidys, including our current regulatory interactions, as well as the outcome of our previously discussed expert panel. Finally, we will discuss the near-term potential of our siRNA assets, including FSHD, DM1, SCA2, and our Huntington's disease program. Now, turning to our restructuring. The goal of our restructuring is to reprioritize our pipeline to those development programs and research that will have the greatest impact, and to ensure we have the resources to meet our financial obligations while fully investing in and advancing that pipeline, including our siRNA programs for rare genetic diseases in need of therapeutic intervention. As Ian will discuss in more detail shortly, our restructure will include the following. First, we have reshaped and reduced our portfolio to focus on the following programs: DM1, FSHD, SCA2, IPF, and Huntington's disease. Also, our limb-girdle type 2E program, which is SRP-9003, Also, our ongoing studies for Exondys, Amondys, Vyondys, and Elevidys, and research programs for SCA1 and 3 third-generation RNA research for Duchenne, and siRNA early research targets to be determined. We have a number of very important programs that, by necessity, we can no longer fund. Our goal is to pause those programs and to look for alternative approaches to progressing them, such as through partnerships. Second, we will reduce our ongoing spending by about $900 million through 2027, ensuring that even with very modest estimates of forward sales, we remain profitable and cash flow positive and can meet our financial obligations, including maintaining our revolver and addressing our 2027 convertible notes. Third, necessarily, but very regrettably, this will require a reduction in force, or RIF, by about 36% of our workforce, or approximately 500 employees. This RIF is personally very painful to me and others, as we have an extraordinarily talented team. And with this more focused portfolio, we will be losing some very talented and very dedicated professionals. But given our refocused pipeline and strategy, it is absolutely necessary. I do want to linger for a moment and thank our departing colleagues for their extraordinary work and for their passion for our mission. Your contributions have brought a better life to countless patients. Next slide. Finally, in support of our new strategy, I've made some adjustments to the structure of my direct team. I have elected Dr. Luis Rodino-Clapac to President of R&D and Technical Operations, bringing together the R&D and technical operations functions into a single organization will enable the advancement of our pipeline with speed and scientific rigor by integrating perspectives and expertise that accelerate the pace of innovation. In her expanded role, Luis will oversee technical operations, clinical development, clinical operations, regulatory affairs, research, and medical affairs. We have also made Dr. Rachel Potter our Chief Scientific Officer. Over the course of Rachel's tenure at Sarepta, she has grown significantly in her role, taking on increasing responsibilities, include leading our research efforts. Dr. Potter will report to Dr. Rodino-Clapac. I have also made Ian Estepan our President and Chief Operating Officer. In this expanded role, in addition to his current responsibilities, the commercial organization will now report to Ian. Ian will also oversee finance, business development, government affairs, and patient affairs, and corporate affairs. The integration across our commercial organization, corporate affairs, and corporate functions will enhance our execution and create many efficiencies. I have promoted Dr. Patrick Moss to the role of Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer, reporting to Ian. Patrick holds a Doctor of Pharmacy degree and previously served as our Senior Vice President of U.S. Market Access and Sales, and he's been integral to each of our 4 product launches. He was responsible for building Sarepta's industry-leading market access, reimbursement, and specialty distribution teams, and his vast industry experience includes facilitating coverage of some of the most important therapies our industry has developed and commercialized. Patrick succeeds our Chief Customer Officer, Dallin Murray, who will be departing Sarepta. On behalf of the team and our board, I would like to sincerely thank Dallin for his very long-term commitment to Sarepta and to the Duchenne community. We all wish Dallin the very best. We have also elected Ryan Wong, currently Senior Vice President, Strategic Finance, Treasury, and Investor Relations, to the role of Sarepta's CFO, reporting to Ian. Ryan has served as head of our financial planning and analysis organization. He assumed responsibility for our investor relations team last year and has been a trusted partner to Ian. Next, after Ian discusses the restructuring in more detail and comments on current performance, Luis is going to provide an update on Elevidys, followed by a discussion of our prioritized siRNA platform. For Elevidys, you will hear that as to the ambulatory population, the FDA has requested a black box warning, to which we agree. So our label for the ambulatory patient population appears to be resolved. As to the non-ambulatory patient population, more dialogue is required, but having completed our expert panel, we have developed an informed sirolimus immunosuppression protocol about which we have much conviction. Our goal is to work with the FDA to gather the requisite information and to implement it as soon as we are permitted. It barely needs to be said that non-ambulatory patients have precious little time to wait, and if we and FDA are dedicated to these patients, we must move quickly. Now, with that, I will turn the call over to Ian, who will provide more information on our restructuring, and from there we will turn the call to Louise, who will discuss our current strategy for ELEVIDYS and our more focused pipeline. Ian?
Thanks, Doug. Good afternoon, everyone. Building on Doug's message of decisive action, I want to reinforce Sarepta's commitment to remaining a vibrant, enduring, and patient-centric organization. Today, I'll walk you through the strategic and financial decisions we've made, fundamentally informed by our dedication to addressing our 2027 financial obligations and maintaining access to our revolving credit facility. Our overall goal is clear: to position Sarepta for long-term sustainable growth, strengthen our financial foundation, prioritize high-impact innovation, and ultimately deliver enduring value to both patients and shareholders. Next slide, please. Let's begin with a brief outlook at our preliminary second quarter results. We reported total net product revenue of $513 million, comprising of $282 million from ELEVIDYS and $231 million from our PMO franchise. Importantly, we ended the quarter with $850 million in cash and cash equivalents, an increase of $203 million over Q1. Our total combined R&D and SG&A expenses on a GAAP basis were $338 million, and on a non-GAAP basis were $294 million. Next slide, please. Before detailing our cost structure changes, I want to emphasize that our Duchenne portfolio continues to deliver a stable and robust revenue stream, firmly supporting our long-term growth strategy. We are not providing specific revenue guidance at this time because we're unable to fully quantify the impact on the second ALF event and lack full visibility into the non-ambulant opportunity. That said, with the ambulant population for ELEVIDYS remaining on the market, we can provide a floor for the opportunity. At a minimum, we expect annual revenues of $500 million from the ambulant ELEVIDYS population. This floor is based on conservative assumptions regarding both the incident population and the prevalent ambulant population, reinforcing our commitment and confidence in this baseline revenue stream. Our PMO franchise continues to perform well, with expected annual revenues of around $900 million. Combining this with the ELEVIDYS ambulant opportunity, our overall Duchenne franchise is expected to generate greater than $1.4 billion annually. To reiterate, this is not formal guidance, but should provide investors confidence in the baseline opportunity ahead. Next slide, please. Now let's discuss the decisive necessary changes supporting our financial resilience. First, we are prioritizing our siRNA platform, which we believe offers a durable growth engine. As part of this shift, we are deprioritizing several programs, including most of our limb-girdle pipeline, with the exception of limb-girdle 2E, which we plan to continue supporting. For deprioritized programs, we are actively exploring strategic alternatives to advance them without incurring additional expense. Furthermore, we are undertaking a significant restructuring of our organization, including a 36% workforce reduction. This difficult but essential decision is expected to generate $120 million in annual cash savings starting in 2026. We also anticipate over $100 million in total cost savings through the end of 2025. This figure is net of estimated severance and other one-time restructuring charges, totaling $32 to $37 million. We also project a substantial $300 million in annualized cost savings from phased-out programs beginning in 2026. These comprehensive actions align our cost structure precisely with our strategic priorities. Next slide. But these changes aren't merely about cost-cutting. They are a proactive and aggressive exercise in financial discipline designed to secure our future. Our revised structure is expected to deliver approximately $400 million in annual cost savings. This will significantly reduce our average annual expenses, excluding one-time collaboration milestones, to a range of $800 to $900 million on a go-forward basis starting in 2026. This approach positions us to preserve financial flexibility as we look to proactively manage our 2027 debt obligations. Next slide, please. More specifically, these cuts are deliberate and aimed at ensuring we continue to meet our minimum EBITDA levels necessary to comfortably maintain access to our $600 million revolving credit facility. To ensure continued access to the facility, we must maintain a minimum trailing four-quarter EBITDA of $172 million. This threshold is tied to our financial covenants, specifically a maximum secured net leverage ratio of 3.5 times and a minimum consolidated interest coverage ratio of 2.5 times. Our financial projections, based on conservative annual revenue baseline of $1.4 billion, indicates that we are well positioned to meet these requirements. This financial discipline is especially critical as we approach the potential launches of FSHD and DM1 later this decade. Maintaining revolver access ensures we have the liquidity and flexibility to execute on our long-term growth initiatives and proactively manage the liabilities. So to conclude, with a leaner, more focused organization and a clear financial roadmap, we are confident in our ability to drive sustained operating profit, support future innovation with our potential best-in-class RNA platform, and meet all of our future debt obligations. Again, reinforcing our commitment to both patients and shareholders. So with that, I'll turn the call over to Luis, who will provide an update on our promising siRNA programs, including our upcoming data readouts and preclinical data that underscore their potential to be best in class. Next slide. Luis?
Thanks, Ian, and good afternoon, everyone. Next slide, please. I'd like to start with an update on our ELEVIDYS labeling supplement. We will agree to include a black box warning for ALI, ALF, alongside additional changes to ensure the communication of important safety information to prescribers and patients. With these changes, we will be resolving any material issues with the ambulant portion of the ELEVIDYS label. Discussion with FDA on the supplement is ongoing, but there appear to be no substantive issues for the ambulant patients to remain on market. We have also convened an expert committee to discuss ALF and the potential of adding an additional immunosuppression regimen for the non-ambulant population. The committee consisted of hepatologists, pathologists, neuromuscular experts, hematologists, and immunologists. We greatly appreciate their collaboration and their expert input. The committee aligned on a regimen with sirolimus. We are proposing to test this in a clinical trial setting in non-ambulatory patients as cohort 8 in our 103 study. We are also considering a number of submissions we've received to support investigator-initiated trials to study ambulant patients in the real-world setting. Next slide, please. The proposed study design for Study 103, Cohort 8, is a 6-month study to evaluate the addition of sirolimus in non-ambulatory Duchenne patients. Sirolimus will be given pre-treatment 14 days prior to infusion and continue for approximately 12 weeks. This is in addition to our standard protocol for steroids. The primary outcomes include incidence of acute liver injury and 9001 dystrophin expression. Following 6 months of follow-up, patients will be enrolled in our long-term extension study, Study 305. If we are cleared to proceed by the FDA, this study will be the fastest path to generating data with sirolimus and will be in addition to the amendment of Study 303 or our ENVISION study. We are deeply committed to the safety of Duchenne patients and look forward to continuing to serve this community. Next slide, please. Now, as Ian just outlined, we've reduced our R&D expenses and sharpened our focus on our pipeline. Our work as a genetic medicines company includes significant opportunities in siRNA. The targeted RNAi molecule, or TRiM platform, is applicable across a wide variety of tissue types and capable of deep and durable target gene knockdown. The strength of this technology has been demonstrated in preclinical studies across multiple tissue types. This foundational validation is why we have confidence that our TRiM-based therapies have the potential to be truly differentiated and best-in-class approaches. To overcome delivery challenges we often see with RNA therapies, the TRiM technology employs proprietary tissue-targeting ligands. This combination of siRNA chemistry and its ligand delivery platform enables us to achieve robust knockdown of overexpressed proteins and reach areas of the body that are traditionally difficult to penetrate. Next slide, please. To remind you, the potential of our siRNA portfolio is important to Sarepta and to patients affected by diseases that currently have no treatment. This importance stems from several key factors. First, we are addressing large unmet needs with chronically administered therapies to treat patients who suffer from neurodegenerative diseases. Second, we're developing technologies where the foundational science is well understood, the proof of concept is established, and the mechanism of action is validated. Third, these programs are generating numerous near-term catalysts that will accelerate our pipeline. And finally, we are employing Sarepta's competitive advantage and expertise in neuromuscular diseases. Today, I'll focus on our key siRNA programs, FSHD, DM1, SCA2, and Huntington's disease. Next slide, please. FSHD is a rare, progressive, and debilitating muscle disease causing weakness in skeletal muscles, with no disease-modifying therapies available. It's being studied in patients with the abnormal activation of the DUX4 gene, leading to the production of DUX4 protein, which is myotoxic and causes muscle degeneration. SRP-1001 is designed to reduce the production of DUX4 protein in skeletal muscle. This approach should also be therapeutic in type 2 FSHD, which we intend to explore in subsequent studies. Next slide, please. Based on the data we've generated to date, we believe SRP-1001 has the potential to be differentiated and best-in-class. Our preclinical studies have shown that robust muscle penetration achieved with SRP-1001 leads to significant dose-dependent knockdown of DUX4 mRNA in FSHD patient cells, as shown on the left. This deep knockdown then effectively reduces the downstream expression of DUX4-related genes, which you see on the right. This comprehensive reduction of the underlying pathological driver, along with the observed robust tissue penetration, directly supports our expectation for improvements in both biomarkers and functional outcomes in patients. Next slide, please. Further illustrating its potential, in an engineered FSHD mouse model, DUX4 was induced, leading to an increase in DUX4 protein expression. As demonstrated in the blue bars on the left and the right, SRP-1001 treatment was shown to both prevent the increase in DUX4 expression, indicating its prophylactic potential, and effectively reverse existing DUX4 expression, demonstrating its ability to mitigate established pathology. This dual action of prevention and reversal highlights the broad therapeutic potential of SRP-1001. Next slide, please. A phase 1/2 study of SRP-1001 in participants with FSHD1 is currently underway. We have fully enrolled cohorts 1, 2, and 3 in part 1, which is our single ascending dose study, or SAD study. For these initial cohorts, we are evaluating escalating doses to establish the safety profile and biological activity. We look forward to sharing preliminary data in the second half of 2025. This data will focus on safety, DUX4 mRNA knockdown, DUX4 regulated gene expression, and functional assessment. Our objective with these preliminary results is to provide initial proof of concept for DUX4 knockdown and to further characterize the safety profile of SRP-1001 in humans. Next slide, please. Next, I'd like to discuss our SRP-1003 program for myotonic dystrophy type 1, or DM1, which is the most common and severe form of myotonic dystrophy. This disease affects muscles and multiple organs, leading to progressive weakness, myotonia, and often cardiac and respiratory complications, significantly impacting quality of life and lifespan. There are currently no disease-modifying treatments. Next slide, please. DM1 is driven by an expanded CUG trinucleotide repeat in DMPK transcripts, causing mutant DMPK mRNA to accumulate in the nucleus and disrupt normal splicing. We are employing an RNAi conjugate, SRP-1003, designed to specifically target and suppress DMPK in skeletal muscle. We believe SRP-1003 has best-in-class potential given its strong preclinical profile. As shown on this slide, SRP-1003 achieved 80% knockdown of DMPK mRNA in the skeletal muscle of non-human primates. We anticipate this robust level of knockdown will be translatable into humans, positioning SRP-1003 as a highly effective treatment for DM1. Next slide, please. Further demonstrating its disease-modifying potential in a DM1 mouse model, SRP-1003 was shown to both reduce the pathological DMPK mRNA and, importantly, correct the missplicing. As seen on the left, we observed nuclear knockdown with greater than 50% reduction of DMPK mRNA at the highest dose. This directly addresses the disease mechanism as the mutant DMPK mRNA accumulates in the nucleus. Further, as depicted on the right, we observed a dose-dependent correction of the missplicing, reaching up to 60% repair. This level of missplicing correction is critical as it is directly linked to the clinical manifestations of DM1, thus providing strong evidence for SRP-1003's ability to have a direct and meaningful impact on the disease in humans. Next slide, please. A phase 1/2 study of SRP-1003 in patients with DM1 is currently underway. We have fully enrolled cohorts 1 and 2 in the single ascending dose arm of the study. The planned dosing interval for subsequent studies is 12 weeks. We look forward to sharing preliminary phase 1 data in the second half of this year. The primary endpoint for this study is safety, with key secondary endpoints including DMPK knockdown, DMPK-mediated splice indices, and functional assessments such as VHOT, or video hand opening time, a method for assessing hand myotonia and finger extension. Next slide, please. Spinocerebellar ataxia type 2, or SCA2, is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder by mutations in the ataxin-2 gene. As SCA2 progresses, patients experience severe loss of balance, difficulty walking, swallowing, and slurred speech, often requiring a wheelchair within 10 to 20 years of onset. There are approximately 2,000 diagnosed SCA2 patients in the United States, and there are currently no disease-modifying treatments available. Our SRP-1004 program is designed to target the ataxin-2 protein in the CNS. Next slide, please. We're excited by the strong preclinical results we've observed for SRP-1004, which we believe position it as a potential first disease-modifying therapy for SCA2. The data presented here clearly show that SRP-1004 reduces both ataxin mRNA and protein levels. As indicated by each of the loop bars, this reduction is observed across various dose levels compared to control, demonstrating a dose-responsive effect. This signifies the robust and specific target knockdown achieved by SRP-1004 in this preclinical model. The ability to reduce ataxin-2, the causative protein in SCA2, is a critical step in addressing the underlying pathology of the disease. Next slide, please. These data further underscore SRP-1004's potential and are important to understand. You can clearly see that SRP-1004 significantly reduces ataxin-2 in regions of the non-human primate brain that are most impacted by the disease, such as the cerebellum, frontal cortex, and the cervical spinal cord. This robust reduction of the disease-causing protein in key brain regions provides critically important signals into SRP-1004's potential for meaningful impact in humans. Next slide, please. A phase 1 study of SRP-1004 in patients with SCA2 is currently underway as a randomized placebo-controlled single ascending dose study. Cohort 1 in this arm of the study has been fully enrolled. We are on track for first participant in for cohort 2 in Q3 2025, and we look forward to sharing data when it becomes available. Next slide, please. Huntington's disease, or HD, affects over 40,000 U.S. patients. It's a progressive neurodegenerative disorder caused by a mutation in the Huntington gene. Patients typically develop motor system symptoms in their 40s and 50s, but subtle changes can emerge much earlier. As the disease progresses, individuals face severe problems with swallowing, balance, and voluntary motor tasks. often becoming nonverbal and bedridden in late stages. There's currently no cure or disease-modifying treatment available. We look forward to filing our clinical trial application by the end of 2025 and initiating the trial in the first half of 2026. Next slide, please. To effectively treat Huntington's disease, it's important to show that you can target deep into the brain. Our proprietary technology enables a subcutaneous route of administration to deliver siRNA across the blood-brain barrier to the source of the disease deep in the brain, offering the potential for a truly differentiated approach. As shown here, SRP-1005, linked to an antibody fragment targeting TFR1 or the transferrin receptor 1, successfully delivers siRNA via subcutaneous injection into the mouse brain. This results in a significant reduction of huntingtin protein levels 1 month after delivery in deep brain regions, including the cortex and striatum, highlighting its potential for best-in-class CNS penetration. Next slide, please. On this slide, we present data from a more clinically relevant non-human primate model. SRP-1005 successfully reduces huntingtin protein levels in these models by binding to non-human primate TFR1, enabling effective access to the brain. Critically, this reduction of the pathologic protein is observed in key regions of the brain, highly relevant to the manifestation and progression of Huntington's disease, such as the temporal cortex and the frontal cortex. In some of these regions, we observed up to 80% huntingtin protein knockdown. These data provide strong evidence for the potential of SRP-1005 to impact the disease by reducing the causative protein in areas crucial for disease pathology. Next slide, please. Now, in addition to our key programs mentioned today, we are also excited about our clinical stage program, SRP-1002, to treat idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, or IPF. IPF is a chronic, progressive, and irreversible lung condition affecting approximately 60,000 diagnosed patients in the United States. Patients with IPF pass away approximately 5 years from diagnosis. SRP-1002 is designed to inhibit fibrotic development by silencing MMP7, a key driver of fibrosis, offering a novel therapeutic approach. Our preclinical programs in development, which are depicted on this slide, include therapies to treat spinocerebellar ataxia type 1 and spinocerebellar ataxia type 3. These are also rare genetic neurodegenerative disorders, and we plan to leverage our existing learnings from our SCA2 program to inform and accelerate development for SCA1 and SCA3, aiming to bring urgently needed therapies to these patient populations. Lastly, we plan to pursue up to 6 discovery targets in muscle, encompassing both skeletal and cardiac, or in the central nervous system. To advance these efforts, we've agreed to work exclusively with Arrowhead to develop therapeutics targeting skeletal muscle diseases. In summary, I'd like to reiterate our excitement for these programs and the tremendous progress we've made. We believe we have the science, the data, and the expertise to advance what could be best-in-class therapies to address vast unmet need in patients with FSHD, DM1, the SCAs, and Huntington's, along with our earlier stage siRNA pipeline. Next slide, please. As you can see from this slide, we have numerous value-building program milestones and clinical data readouts expected in the near term and into 2026. Next slide, please. I'll now turn the call over to Doug to open up for the Q&A session. Doug?
Thank you very much, Louise. Lisa, let's open the call for Q&A.
Thank you. If you would like to ask a question, please press star 11 on your telephone. You will then hear an automated message advising your hand is raised. To remove yourself from the queue, please press star 11 again. We also ask that you please limit yourself to one question. We ask as well, wait for your name and company to be announced before proceeding with your question. One moment while we compile the Q&A roster. And our first question for today will come from Andrew Tsai of Jefferies. Your line is open.
Hey, thanks for the set of updates and for taking my question. My question is around the Elevidys side. I mean, for you to agree with the FDA to include a black box warning for the ambulatory, and then FDA to continue to be open to discussing the pathway for non-ambulatory, and then maybe based on your other FDA interactions so far too, possibly with Vinay Prasad, is it fair to assume that the FDA at this juncture has no intention to pull Elevidys from the market at this juncture, even on the non-ambulatory side? I just wanted to gauge your confidence about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, as you note, the FDA recently requested of us that we include a black box safety warning, and we frankly think that was eminently reasonable, and we have agreed to that. So that is resolved. So on the general question about whether Elevidys as a therapy will remain on the market, the answer is, I think, pretty clearly yes. There's no good reason to believe it wouldn't, and frankly, it would be unreasonable to have considered otherwise. As relates to the non-ambulant patient population, we have more work to do and more discussion to be had. Remember, we have proposed an immunosuppression regimen, and that's based on an expert panel that we held with experts with deep knowledge and understanding of these areas. That just concluded. I don't believe we even submitted that information yet, but we will before the end of this week submit that information to the agency. Our plan and protocol is to use this sirolimus protocol as a prophylactic measure. Our preclinical data justifies our conviction that this may very well significantly reduce signals of elevated liver enzymes and other liver biomarkers, which could greatly enhance this therapy and reduce risk. As you also know, we voluntarily, not required by anyone, but voluntarily chose, in the ultimate interest of patients, to pause shipments for dosing of non-ambulatory patients. That was a very painful decision on our part because I think, as we all know, any of us who have worked with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, time is never on the side of patients with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and that is particularly true of non-ambulatory patients. So we have a lot more work to do. We obviously don't even have a response yet from the FDA on this issue because we are just submitting it after having just concluded our expert panel. But we certainly have a lot of conviction to get and gather the necessary data on this immunosuppression protocol to provide it to the FDA as fast as possible and to work with the FDA to get back to shipping Elevidys for non-ambulatory patients. So more to come there. We have more work to do and more dialogue to be had with the FDA there.
Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment for the next question. And the next question is coming from the line of Ellie Merle of UBS. Your line is open.
Hey guys, thanks so much for taking the question and for the updates. Just to clarify, when you say that you expect a floor of $500 million for Elevidys, do you mean for this year or the remainder of the year? Just how should we think about the second half of the year in terms of sales? Specifically, I guess, can you elaborate on what you've seen in terms of dosing since the update in June in the ambulatory patients, how we should think about revenues for the second half? Any color on sort of how new start trends have been looking?
So a couple thoughts on that. First, just to absolutely remind everyone, we're not providing updated guidance right now. We'll continue to monitor, and when we have more information, we can consider whether to guide. That likely would be a 2026 event for full year 2026, but we'll look at that again at Q3 and make a decision about where we are. There's lots of uncertainty in all of this, given that we need to really assess the impact that's occurred from hesitancy associated with these events and the ability to get information out and fact-based information. And second of all, of course, we need to have a better understanding of when that day will come when we can begin to ship for these waiting non-ambulatory patients. So when you think of this $500 million number, don't think of that as a guidance. It is not guidance. It is a stress test. One of the things we had to do when we thought about updating our strategic plan, cutting costs, and really focusing our pipeline is to ensure that on the other side of that, we were a very financially strong and very viable organization. And one of the ways to do that is to take very conservative assumptions and use them as a stress test to determine, even in the very conservative situation, would we be profitable, cash flow positive, able to maintain our revolver, able to drive our programs, and able to retire our 2027 debt? And the answer is, at $500 million, we can do that. So I don't want to suggest I'm giving you any guidance on the rest of the year, or that you should consider, that $500 million is some sort of reasonable estimate of the rest of the year. It's really a downside stress test to ensure that we're in a good place. Now, generally speaking, I can tell you that as a result of these two events, there has been some hesitancy. You can see that people are still getting dosed. We had, I think, reasonable, in light of where we are, reasonable Q2, but we saw a significant hesitancy afterwards and a drop as a result of that. We have work to do there, and Patrick, Dr. Moss, and his team are very well positioned to do that work along with our medical affairs organization, and to start getting the right kinds of information out to patients so they're properly armed, as well as, of course, to physicians so they're properly informed to have those discussions. And that's work we're going to do over the course of this year. So apologies, we're not in a position to provide forward guidance at this point. We would love to be in a place to do that, but we need more information, and more work needs to be done there.
Understood. Thanks for the color.
Thank you. One moment for the next question. And the next question will be coming from the line of Brian Abrahams of RBC. Your line is open.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my question. Appreciate the updates, and congrats to the team members who have increased responsibilities. I'm curious what you guys are looking for in the Endeavor Cohort 8 to reestablish ELEVIDYS use in non-ambulatory patients. Any sense of the timelines it will take to generate sufficient safety data to ensure that this immunosuppressive protocol is mitigating the risk? And I know you haven't specifically discussed this with the FDA yet, but just wondering, have you had any initial signals from them as to whether something like this could be sufficient, or whether they would need functional data out of Envision? Thanks.
Well, a couple thoughts. First, on the answer of dialogue with the agency, we're not in a position to have that dialogue yet. We haven't even submitted the protocol yet, and that will happen, again, as I said, this week. I can't provide you with any clear timelines right now for a number of reasons. One, we're just submitting the protocol to the agency to get their blessing. We'll have to have some dialogue there. And number two, we'll have to think about, the pace of enrollment and the like. What we're looking for in all of this is to look for signals of reductions in elevated liver enzymes and other biomarkers. We obviously can't look for this, ALF, because that is an unbelievably rare signal that would take, years and years. But if you can significantly reduce even liver stress and liver injury through things like, liver enzymes, bilirubin, and the like, one would obviously posit you've done a significant, you've reduced that risk very, very significantly. What it'll look like is something we'll and the timing of all that we'll talk about later. But you should remember that if you see elevated liver enzymes, you tend to see it fairly rapidly. This is an event that occurs really in the first, 4, 6, maybe as long as 7 or 8 weeks, and that's it. So this should be a very efficient approach. And finally, while we haven't had discussions with the agency, there is no logical basis using any form of critical thinking to envision that you would need functional data, because this isn't about functional data. This is dealing with a very specific issue, which is with respect to older patients, and we're using non-ambulatory as kind of the marker for that. We have seen a very rare but very unfortunate situation where we've seen, out of more than 150 patients, we've seen 2 very serious acute liver failures. And the goal here is to reduce that risk. We have preclinical data that would strongly suggest that the prophylactic use of sirolimus in connection with the infusion of an AAV-mediated gene therapy, and in the case of our data, it was, of course, RH74, would very significantly reduce that risk. And so we're going to pause, as painful as that is for patients. We're going to take a look at that, and we're going to get comfortable that this, in fact, significantly reduces that risk. And assuming that it does, we're going to, with the blessing of the FDA, begin to ship ELEVIDYS for the treatment of non-ambulatory patients.
Thanks so much, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you. One moment for the next question. And our next question is coming from the line of Tazeen Ahmad of Bank of America. Your line is open.
Hey guys, this is Daniel on for Tazeen. Thank you for taking our question. We had a question on the siRNA platform. So you had mentioned you were planning to host an R&D day later this year. Is that still the plan, and is that where we should expect to see the updates for FSHD and DM1? And maybe more broadly, given the reduction in OpEx you're expecting, how many programs do you think you could move forward at the same time if you see positive data later this year? Thank you.
Oh, well, let me answer the latter question first. We're planning for success. Our plans for these development programs assume that we can move at speed with all of these programs. Now, we also have a bunch of research programs as well, and in the event that we're successful with all those research programs, we're going to have to find the budgets for them. I'd love to believe that we're going to have a significant problem with our research programs, but so we're fully funded with all of our research, and we're fully funded with our development programs. We are not going to pump the brakes on the pipeline. Our goal is to go as fast and as hard as possible to gather data. So the way we looked at this pipeline was not to slow things down, but rather to get focused. And we've had to make a lot of very painful choices. It goes without saying that it was an extraordinarily painful decision, for instance, to not proceed with these limb-girdle programs, that we're not proceeding with them, and instead to find, hopefully, if all goes well, partners for those programs that can advance them. So our goal is to really get narrow, really get focused, focus on really high NPV, high-impact programs dealing with disease-modifying therapies that are going to bring a better life to patients that have no disease-modifying therapies available to them today, and to go as hard as possible on those. And that's the way we're funding this budget. We're not fiddling around or going at half pace with these programs. We're going to go as fast as possible. On the issue of data updates and R&D Day, I will turn the call over to Louise, who can provide an update.
Yeah, we do not plan to hold the R&D Day, but we will plan to update you as soon as the data is available, which will be the second half of this year.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. One moment for the next question. And the next question will be coming from the line of Gina Wang of Barclays. Your line is open.
Thank you for taking my questions, and thanks for the update. I know there is a still tough path down the road, but at least ELEVIDYS is still on the market. So regarding the cohort 8, given it's only 25 patient study, so Doug, you just mentioned 2 patients out of 150, that's translate to 1.33% death rate. So with 25 patients, how can we learn from this outcome? What kind of data or what percentage of patients show what kind of a ball marker? Because 25 patients, the death will not be able to sufficient to show the death benefit or the survival benefit there, safety benefit there. But then what will be the data you'll be looking for so that you think it will satisfy FDA to put the non-ambulatory patient back on the market?
Yeah, it's a great question, Gina. Let me explain. Your point's very well taken. The signal for this ALF is extraordinarily small. If you take the entire population, it's a small fraction of a percent. If you just limit it to the non-ambulatory patient to your population, to your point, it's a little over 1%, which, by the way, that's lower than really most other full-body infusion gene therapies. You would see a higher rate of fatal events and other ones. So your point's very well taken there. But That's not what we're going to be looking for. In fact, what we're going to be looking for is elevated liver biomarkers, liver enzymes, and bilirubin. And obviously, it goes without saying, if you can avoid even stressing significantly the liver or causing liver injury, then you have not only probably greatly reduced the risk of ALF, you probably just completely eliminated the risk that you would have an ALF if you don't even have liver injury. So that's what we're going to look for. And what you'll find with AAV-mediated gene therapies, and certainly ELEVIDYS is no different than others, is that when you dose these full body infusions, you will see something in the range of 30 to 40% significant increased elevated liver enzymes. Most of the time, almost all of the time, in fact, until this year, 100% of the time, they didn't have any long-term impact. They responded very rapidly to modest increases in steroids. Now, we've seen that there are ones that can go beyond that. But if you can knock those down, you can knock that 30 to 40% down to a much smaller percent, you clearly have increased the safety margin of the therapy. And that's what we're going to look for. And when you think about that and you consider you're going to see 30% or more typically, then in 25 patients, you should have ample data. At least our preclinical data would predict, and you can rely on preclinical data only up to so much, and then you need to see it in patients. But a preclinical model would predict that we will see a very significant reduction in elevated liver enzymes in 25 patients, and it'll give us a lot more comfort as we begin to dose and ship for dosing non-ambulatory patients.
Thank you. One moment. And our next question will be coming from the line of Mike Utz of Morgan Stanley. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, and thanks for taking the question. Maybe just to follow up on ELEVIDYS, you mentioned some hesitancy there to prescribe post the second event. Just curious if maybe you can provide a little bit more color on the types of feedback you've gotten from physicians more recently. Thanks.
Well, some of it isn't direct feedback. It's just we see hesitancy in start forms. We saw some canceled appointments after the second event, and that obviously results in some hesitancy. And it is more of what we've talked about before, which is with a disparate patient population across the United States and differing levels of information and sophistication, and the same with physicians. We've got these very sophisticated, well understood, very in the know physicians, and then you've got a lot of other secondary referrers and the like that have less information and need more information. There's just hesitancy, and there was clearly some additional hesitancy. There was hesitancy after the first event. There was clearly an additional hesitancy after the second. You can still see through our performance that patients are still getting dosed, and we're still doing generally well, but we need to do more work there and fully assessing that and understanding the needs of the physician community and getting the right kinds of information to the physician community and supporting the patient community is work we're going to need to do over the course of this year. And hopefully that'll all put us in a great position to begin to provide guidance for 2026 and beyond. But what we did, again, for purposes of this call and for purposes of our strategy, was to say, okay, you got to have a target to look at to know what you're going to do, both from a focus perspective, a prioritization perspective, a cost-cutting perspective, and the like. And what we did is take a very conservative view. So essentially, think of this as a sort of a theoretical stress test. Don't think of this as guidance. We said, even at $500 million, what would it take for us to be comfortable that we would meet our revolver? We could satisfy our 2027 obligations. We could drive these programs, and that's where we got to. And how do we get to $500 million? We back into it just looking at the really conservative approach. We've got the incident population alone is about 420 patients a year. That would more than cover this, but we won't get every incident patient. But we'll get a significant number of them, and of course, we're going to get the prevalent population. And one would assume that you could use $500 million very comfortably to act as a stress test. We did that, and that's how we got to our strategy. And that's why as painful as it is, frankly, to lose programs that we really were committed to, and also even more painfully to lose some colleagues of ours, that really talented human beings that were very committed. We feel very, very good about our strategy. We feel great about our forward performance as an organization, and we have a vibrant future and a very viable future with this strategic plan.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next question will be coming from the line of Salveen Richter of Goldman Sachs. Your line is open.
Thanks for taking our question. This is Tommy on for Salveen. At this point, what are your updated thoughts behind the driver of this being only in non-ambulatory patients so far, and why it could remain and not affect ambulatory? And wondering if the expert committee spoke about potential effects in the ambulatory patients, or if you've had any FDA feedback to this end. Thank you.
On the feedback, we haven't had feedback to that effect from the FDA. I'm going to turn this call over to Louise to comment. But broadly speaking, you should understand, we've seen it in non-ambulant patients. It's really a continuum issue. The ambulatory status by itself is very likely not the issue. The real issue is just, level of debilitation. And there may be other elements to this that explains why out of 950 or more patients, we've seen it in these two and none others. But Louise, you can touch on that more if you'd like.
Yeah, you captured most of it. The ambulatory status is really just a surrogate for disease progression, and the non-ambulatory patients have more significant comorbidities. The expert committee agreed with that in terms of the severity of the disease being the likely factor in these patients as well.
Thank you. And our next question will be coming from the line of Wei Ear of Mizuho. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Maybe just help us understand, in 2027, you have about more than $1 billion of debt that's due, and based on your, not guidance, but your lower threshold, it seems that you'll probably generate something about $300 million a year. Help us understand how you would sort of may repay that or find a way to be not in default of the debt. And just a housekeeping question: what proportion of 2Q ELEVIDYS sales was in non-ambulatory versus ambulatory? Thanks.
Okay, on the last one, it looks like it was a small fraction of the Q2. And then Ian, I'll turn it to you.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Basically, what's the pathway to satisfying the 2027 obligations?
Yeah, obviously we're not going to necessarily outline our exact pathway. I mean, I think we spent a significant amount of time on the call showing our stress tests that Doug has reiterated several times. And so we're going to look to be proactive as we manage it, prior to the maturity.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next question will be coming from the line of Yanan Zhu of Wells Fargo Securities. Your line is open.
Oh, great. Thanks for the update. Just wondering, just to further clarify, for the 282 in the second quarter, how much is non-ambulatory? And also was wondering, when you provide this stress test floor level 500 million, I think you depicted it as through 2027. I was wondering, so for this, hesitancy and potential impact, when do you think is the nadir level? Is it fairly near term, and you would have go back to growth for the ambulatory population, or is it really it could go as far as 2027? Thank you.
Well, again, we're not providing guidance, so obviously we're much more aspirational than our stress tests are, and Patrick and his team have great plans and a lot of work to do to get the right information in front of the right folks. And at the same time, Louise and her team have some important work to do with the use of immunosuppression so we can support getting the non-ambulatory patient population dose. So certainly we have many goals there. And then on the first question, I don't have the exact number, but a minority of patients, it was under 50% of the patients would have been non-ambulatory in the second.
Yeah, the reason why it's not 100% clear, historically, we did not track by ambulatory status, we tracked by age. So to Doug's point, the best that we can back into it is around 30 to 40%.
Great. Thanks for the answers.
Thank you. And our next question will be coming from the line of Byron Amin of Piper Sandler. Your line is open.
Yeah, hi guys. Thanks for taking my questions. On the last call, I think the company mentioned that the FDA was proactive in its communications to the company regarding potentially adding sirolimus as part of the enhanced immunosuppression regimen. So given these communications, do you believe your proposal for non-ambulatory are aligned with those communications with the FDA? And if I could ask, were those communications with FDA team members that continue in their position at the agency currently?
Well, the first set of questions came when Dr. Verdun was running the division, so I don't know with precision who precisely changed. The short answer is I can't speculate on, nor can Louise speculate on the FDA's response to our submission because we haven't even submitted it yet. In fairness to the FDA, we'll be submitting that protocol on Friday. I certainly think I can editorialize and say I think it's a very reasonable, thoughtful approach informed by some of the best experts that are hepatologists, neuromuscular specialists, immunologists, and the like. It's supported by both anecdotal dosing that's occurred in the real world setting in other places, but also supported by our own preclinical work in the non-human primate. The use of sirolimus prophylactically is done, at least in the non-human primate, just fantastic work in both knocking down signals of liver stress and elevated liver enzymes, and also, interestingly enough, enhanced expression dramatically, which would be another potential benefit. But with all of that said, I can't speculate on the FDA's response to it because we, in fairness to them, we haven't even provided it. We just completed the expert panel and compiled the protocol, and we will submit it again this week. And, I'm very hopeful that given that patients are waiting, that the FDA will respond with rapidity and we can get moving on this. And then we'll provide an update when we are.
Thank you. And the next question will come from the line of Gil Blum of Needham & Company. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for taking our questions. I hope not to spend a ton of time on this. Going back to you mentioned increasing the safety margin in an additional study here. And I mean, you guys have some feedback from the committee that you just conveyed. How much would be enough of a reduction in enzyme elevations to kind of make you feel comfortable, or at least with kind of asking what the expert said? Thank you.
Well, Louise, do you have any comment on that, or is that too difficult to answer at this point?
I mean, we're looking for a significant reduction in liver enzymes in comparison to historical. I think we have, as Doug mentioned, 30 to 40% of patients have elevated liver enzymes. And so with 25 patients, we should be able to see a significant reduction there. And that's what we're looking for. As we've mentioned, ALI and the incidence of ALI leads to ALF. And so if we show a meaningful reduction there, that's what we're looking for in terms of improving the safety margin in non-ambulatory patients.
I mean, I think one of the challenges with that answer is we're trying to do what's right for patients by enhancing the risk benefit of this therapy even more than it already exists. But I do want to point out that we're starting from a place where the actual signal is very, very low. I mean, you look at CAR Ts you look at CAR Ts and you're more in the, you're a few multiples higher than this as a risk profile. Look at other just full body infusion gene therapies, you're at a higher risk. So we're going from, a very rare risk, but we want to reduce it even further so that we're doing the most we can for patients. And we're doing it in particular because we have available to us this really fabulous preclinical data that gives us a lot of conviction that we can actually do that and actually enhance even more the safety margin of a therapy that's shown historically a good safety margin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question will be coming from the line of Anupam Rama of J.P. Morgan. Your line is open.
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for taking the question. I was wondering if you could dig in a little bit more on that $500 million a year floor for ELEVIDYS based on the ambulant population. What are the key assumptions going into that based on what you already know from by age or functional status? Or are you assuming patients on the decline phase are more likely to go on therapy? Any more color on that?
Honestly, there's no more color to be had because you're kind of, to be fair, Anupam, and I understand why, you're over-indexing on the $500 million and assuming that that's our guidance. It's not our guidance. That is a number that says, okay, what would be a number that, frankly, I'd be livid at Patrick for, but if you want to know the truth, but what would be a number that would be kind of the basement that we could use as a stress test so that we could do work. Like, remember, we have to go through a strategic planning process. And we have to determine, what programs can we afford, what should we focus on, and what expenses should we reduce. And so we use this $500 million number. And, you can back into sort of how one would see this as a baseline number by just looking at you look at the incident population. There's 420 patients. You're not going to get all 420, but you're going to get a lot of them. That alone might get you pretty close to the $500 million. And then you've got the prevalent population. And even if one assumed a fairly significant hesitancy, you're not getting, 100% hesitancy. So you would assume that you should comfortably be, $500 million would be, a very comfortable number. And then we use that as the basis for driving a strat plan. Again, we're not providing a guidance right now, and don't consider the $500 million even our conservative guidance. It's not guidance. It's a stress test to put ourselves in a position so that we can feel comfortable executing forward, that we have a really strong strategic plan. We can continue to focus on the highest NPV programs that we have, ones that will change the lives of patients, that we can remain viable, that our revolver will remain in place, and that we'll be able to comfortably address our 2027 convertible and be a long-term viable independent organization. That's it.
Yeah, and just to add, obviously this is not the traditional way that we typically would position the opportunity. That said, the reason why we're doing it is because our bonds were trading at distressed levels, and we wanted to make sure the bondholders saw our clear pathway to be able to repay the notes. I know everyone is able to run the calculations based off of a $1.4 billion run rate and see a very achievable path for us to pay that off. So this is the reason why we did it, to assure the bond markets that we are able to meet our requirements and access to the revolver and have liquidity.
Thank you. And the next question will be coming from the line of Ritu Baral of TD Cowen. Your line is open.
Hi, guys. Thanks for fitting me in here. Question on supporting ambulatory sales and boosting ambulatory sales going forward. Maybe this is for Louise. How do you think about the potential for maybe off-label use or independent use of sirolimus in the ambulatory patient population, or any clinical studies around reduction of liver events or liver enzyme elevations in that sort of age cohort to, I guess, support safety and comfort of ambulatory ELEVIDYS use? Just given our discussions with experts suggest that they are very familiar with sirolimus, they've used it for a lot of things. is that something that can be explored to support sales? And then a quick housekeeping follow-up. As we think about the headcount reduction, can you give the breakout between R&D and any impact on the commercial force? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to handle both of those just because the issue on the sirolimus for ambulatory, you need to understand that we cannot promote the use of sirolimus in ambulatory patients. So I want to be careful about that issue. It's not our goal to be promoting its use. We are aware, as you are also aware, of anecdotal opportunities that physicians have found to explore the use of sirolimus. We actually have in our possession some requests from physicians for investigator-initiated trials to explore the use of sirolimus in the ambulatory patient population. And we're considering them. And actually, we're very interested in seeing what that might look like in a controlled investigator-initiated clinical trial. But I don't want to speak too much about that because we have to be very careful that it is not our goal to be out promoting that use with physicians. That really is something that physicians are going to have to consider in their expert medical judgment, and they can have their own dialogue among one another on that. On the cuts, so it's 80-20. It's 80% R&D, which is R&D and tech ops R&D, and 20% G&A. Ish, according to Ian, who's sitting to my left.
Your ultimate point in question, though, is any cuts that were across the entire the cuts were across the entire organization. To Doug's point, heavily weighted to R&D. Ultimately, what I think you're trying to get at, though, is are we making cuts that could impact our sales efforts? And that's absolutely no. All the initiatives that we have outlined last quarter are fully funded. Patrick has all the resources available to support patients getting on both ELEVIDYS and our PMOs.
Oh yeah, we're not impacting customer-facing parts of the organization at all, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next question will be coming from the line of David Hoyle of Deutsche Bank. Your line is open. David, your line is open.
Oh, yeah. Hi. Sorry. I was on mute. Thanks for taking the question. I just wanted to ask on the PMO franchise, your level of confidence that you would deliver $900 million in revenues this year, and then any insight you can provide on how that franchise might evolve going forward. I know in the past there were some thoughts about cannibalization of the PMOs, and then obviously there are some competitor programs on the horizon as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would say we're generally very comfortable with our broad guidance of $900 million. On a go-forward basis, we had always said that there might be some modest cannibalization associated with ELEVIDYS. Obviously, with lower forecasting ELEVIDYS than we had envisioned at the beginning of this year, you would see less of that, not more of it. So actually, it's not a significant issue right now, and part of that comes from the fact that we have ex-US sales that tend to do very well. So we feel good about where we are. From a competitor perspective, we'll see when we get a competitor whether that has any meaningful impact or not, but right now we feel very good about where we are.
Thank you. And as a reminder, please limit yourself to one question. And our next question will be coming from the line of Mitchell Kapoor of H.C. Wainwright. Your line is open.
Hey, team. Thanks for taking the questions. Wanted to ask on ELEVIDYS, you mentioned the hesitancy and the canceled appointments and SART forms. Are you seeing this hesitancy from the patient side or the physician side primarily? And with the black box warning update, can you talk about any new ways your sales force is communicating the new risk-benefit profile with physicians? Thanks.
On the canceled appointments, I think it's driven mostly by the patient community. So I think we need to get to the patient community and make sure they're armed with the right information to have discussions with their physicians. And by the way, let me be very clear. The hesitancy doesn't surprise us, nor do I think it's irrational at all. You hear about a piece of news, you don't have tons of additional information. it makes sense that a family, might reflect on that issue. We just need to make sure that everyone has the right information so that when physicians sit down with their patients, they can have thoughtful, intelligent discussions. On the black box warning, one of the reasons I think the black box warning will not have a significant impact is we're already communicating what's in the black box warning. It's already part of all of our communications. We long before there will be a black box warning, we're already getting that information out. We're making sure that physicians and their patients have the right kinds of information so they can make intelligent, thoughtful decisions for these patients. So I don't think the black box warning will have a significant impact, if for no other reason than we already provide that information to the world, and we're very careful about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next question will come from the line of Kostas Biliouris of BMO. Your line is open.
Hi, this is Yuri on for Kostas. Congrats on the updates, and thanks for taking our questions. So we have two questions. First, as part of your expert committee discussion, have you discussed a recent report of SAEs linked to immunosuppressive regimen that included sirolimus in a gene therapy trial with AAV-RH74 vector? If so, what lessons can be learned in the case of ELEVIDYS? And then a second question, if we may, what kind of clinical data have you seen to guide prioritization of your DM1 and FSHD programs? Thank you.
Luis, are you aware of what this gentleman's asking?
I'm not. Not that I'm aware of anything with our program. I'm assuming that it's with another program, but I am not aware of it.
So, sorry if I wasn't clear. It was a different program, but it was using the same vector as ELEVIDYS.
We're not aware. We could look into it, but we're not aware of this issue.
That being said, and Luis obviously can speak to it, but there has been long-term exposure of patients being dosed with sirolimus, and obviously there are risks associated with an immunosuppressive regimen, but with the proper protocols, we have seen very good outcomes associated with it. So.
Thank you. And our next question will come from the line of Kristen Kluska of Cantor. Your line is open.
Hi, this is Ayan on the line for Kristen. Thank you for taking our questions. First, regarding the more than $100 million in cost savings that's guided through the year end 25, should we be expecting that to be weighed more in the third quarter? And then second, if you could just provide any color around the timeline around the LGMD 2E data readouts ahead of the guided BLA submission.
I'll turn the first question to Ian, and then I'll turn the second question to Luis.
Yeah, obviously, just because we're midway through, we're already in the third quarter, obviously, where you're going to see those savings are obviously going to be back-end loaded, right, as we get closer to the end of the year.
And Luis, any update on the timing of limb-girdle data?
Yep. So the 2E data will be scheduled for presentation at the World Muscle Society. It will be included in the BLA. We did guide that we did meet the primary endpoint for the study in terms of expression.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next question will be coming from the line of Sami Corwin of William Blair. Your line is open.
Hi, this is Caleb on for Sammy. Thanks for taking our question. We just have one quick one. We were sort of wondering how you were thinking about ELEVIDYS peak sales going forward now. I know it's kind of early, but if there's any color on that, that'll be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I'm sorry, it's premature. We're going to have to do more work before we can provide that. We need to get back to being able to provide guidance before we can give you peak year sales. But thank you. Lisa?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, next caller.
And the next question will come from the line of Brian Skorney of Baird. Your line is open.
Hi, this is Charlie on for Brian at Baird. Thanks for taking the question. We just want to dive more into the LGMD franchise. So in terms of pausing that, sounds like that was mostly a financial motivation, but was there any thoughts on your part about AAV safety risk in the context of a less severe disease motivating this decision? And is there anything you've seen there so far? And then just quickly on 9003, if that gets approved, is that an asset you would plan on launching yourself? Thanks.
Yeah, on the last question, 9003, we certainly would launch it ourselves, and we have the sales force to do that. On the first limb girdle, the process we went through with respect to the strategic plan was to do essentially a risk-adjusted net present value, considering all the costs and the ultimate opportunity. Some of the most painful decisions that we had to make, in fact, I would argue probably the most painful decisions we had to make, was deciding that we couldn't justify continuing with the limb girdle program. So it was really on the viability issue and the cost issue for them. So our goal, our hope, is that we can find partners for these limb girdle programs. I'm quite confident that they have a great hope of bringing a better life to patients with these various limb girdles, all of whom are in need of therapeutic intervention. But unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to pursue them ourselves.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next question will be coming from the line of Brandon Firth of Wolfe Research. Your line is open.
Hi. Thanks for taking the question. In regards to the PMO's post-marketing studies, can you remind us what should we expect for those readouts? What were the agreed upon endpoints with the FDA? And is there any risk here for the PMOs being pulled from the market? Thank you.
The ESSENCE program, which covers AMONDYS and VYONDYS, will have a readout late this year or early next year. And then once we have it, Louise can remind us of the primary endpoint or the collection of endpoints in that study. Once we have it, then the goal is to look at the totality of evidence, and in connection with that evidence and all of the other evidence that exists, including real-world evidence, one would evaluate the therapies on that basis. I say that because I would remind you, even before we unblind ESSENCE and look at it, we have a significant amount of real-world evidence on the use of these therapies and the impact of these therapies over time. With respect to EXONDYS, which obviously can read through to AMONDYS and VYONDYS, we've seen in the real world, after 6+ years of use and very rigorous looks at the real-world evidence, we see significant additional years out of a wheelchair, reductions in contractures, reductions in emergency room visits. The Kaplan-Meier on mortality is pushed off by years. So there is a lot of great real-world evidence. Didn't surprise us that much, because one of the interesting things you'll know after 8, almost 9 years with these therapies is that physicians and their families who have used them have seen them as so valuable that the compliance rate is extraordinarily high, over 90%. But in addition to that, we'll have the readout of ESSENCE. We'll have to look at the trends in ESSENCE and what we see there. And then it will be the totality of evidence that will explain where we're going from there and whether we can turn those accelerated approvals into traditional approvals.
Yeah, maybe just one thing to add. Obviously, NS Pharma recently released results, and their study wasn't successful. The agency has asked them to do an additional study. We haven't seen any impact on prescribing with their therapy. And I think the reason is exactly what Doug just outlined. There's a lot of real-world evidence supporting these therapies. Remember, this is a weekly infusion, and the compliance rate is over 95%. Right? Patients wouldn't be going through this level of burden if they weren't deriving benefit. So obviously, in heterogeneous rare diseases, it's not always straightforward from an endpoint perspective, but the wealth of data that supports these therapies, and certainly the support within both the patient and physician community, certainly, shows strong support for the efficacy of the therapies.
And one final thing I didn't mention, I should mention that there is a post-marketing commitment with respect to Exondys. Exondys, which is the largest of the three therapies by population, has a post-marketing commitment, but it's not a post-marketing confirmatory trial. It is a post-marketing dose-ranging study. For those who don't know the history, actually, interestingly enough, the Sarepta had proposed a post-marketing confirmatory trial. The FDA rejected it and wanted instead just a dose-ranging study. So with respect to Exondys in particular, the outcome of that study will determine whether we continue to use the 30 mg per kg dose, which we do now, or whether we should do a higher one, a higher dose, either 100 or even 200. We'll have the results of that next year, I believe.
Thank you. And the next question will be coming from the line of Joseph Schwartz of Leerink. Your line is open.
Hey, guys. This is Will on for Joe. Thanks for taking our question. So back to ELEVIDYS, we've heard that another patient was hospitalized due to liver injury following treatment. And so could you just talk a little bit about what this overall situation looks like now? How many patients have had ALF cases, and how have these been managed, and what's the management entailed? And then maybe more broadly, how many patients have been hospitalized due to liver injury, and how has that figure been trending over the past few quarters? Thank you.
Well, I don't have that. I mean, we don't have that number available to us right now. I mean, if you're dehydrated, you get hospitalized, and that's considered hospitalization. The short answer is that the current prescribing information and the data that we have is consistent with the risk-benefit of this therapy. We've seen 2 ALFs resulting in death, and we've reported them. There haven't been any others with respect to ELEVIDYS, and so the risk-benefit remains exactly as we have talked about before.
Yeah, we know that there were a couple of cases that were on social media which seem to have resolved, so that's what you might be referring to.
Thank you. And there are no more questions in the queue, and I would like to turn the call back to management for closing remarks. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Lisa. And thank you all this evening for spending time with us and for your very thoughtful questions. I'll just say again, what we've had to do with our strategic plan in many ways is very painful, both because we've trimmed very promising programs that we need to find homes for, and by necessity, we've lost really valuable colleagues that I think are going to go off to do great things elsewhere. But we are left with a very focused strategy, focused on what I believe to be fantastic approved therapies that are going to do a lot of good for Duchenne patients. And then using that performance, we're going to drive very high NPV, very impactful therapies, disease-modifying therapies for rare diseases that desperately need these treatments. And so I feel very good about where we're heading. We're going to be a lean, fast-moving, and very viable organization going forward. I look forward to updating you as we move forward. But I would also note the following, that we will have a Q2 announcement, of course, and a Q2 earnings release in early August. But you will note today that we've gone into a lot of detail. We provided all of the financials here. We've provided all material information in this call. And so in our continuing efforts at efficiency, we will issue an earnings release in early August, but we won't burden you all with another earnings call in early August. And I look forward to updating you if something comes up earlier, but otherwise I'll look forward to updating you on our performance towards our strategic goals at our Q3 earnings call. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you all for joining. This concludes today's conference call. You may now disconnect.
Yeah, I think, taking the worst case off the table is pretty exciting for, the stock or the company. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you don't get 1.5, maybe $2 billion in recurring revenue, put a conservative 3x multiple in that, you still have a double. So pretty solid, long, been playing defense for a long time in the stock and happy to see a little bit of offense, but still have ways to go to get back to the, say $50. There's a D-Wave archive paper that was published by Ulick. It'd be really interesting to see what that says. They put this out three months ago. So I look forward to reading that. I'm also supposed to talk to these people, so that'll be interesting. Anyway, subscribe to Godel if you're up on Sarepta. Go to godelterminal.com and hit the subscribe button. It's only $80, and you'll have a brand new stock idea exclusively on Godel, so you'll be able to trade the idea if you see fit before it's released more openly. So you get first dibs, and I think it's a really good idea. The biotech stock. So anyway, check that out. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I had almost no sleep last night, so please bear with me. Go to godelterminal.com. Thank you much. See you guys tomorrow.